لست بآثم لست بآثم
윤지 화이팅!
DRX 잘하자!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup here at the beautiful Chijijik Lol Park. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we are ready to get into Day 2's games, hoping that things are a little bit more competitive than our second series last night, but maybe on par with what we saw in our DNS versus KT match, which did go to 3 games, which was surprising to some, given the fact that when they were DNF, they didn't do very much winning, and KT were our world's runners-up.
Gen.G proved a lot with this roster that is unchanged moving into the 2026 LCK Cup and LCK season, but they haven't proved it as recently as a lot of our other teams since they did not.
They did terribly at the Kesper Cup, Wolf.
I haven't seen the official starting lineup, but I don't think Lloyd is playing today.
Oh, what? Really?
Chovy in the mid lane.
A Lloydless day? I wouldn't have shown up if I had have known.
Sorry,
however, I'm here now. I will stay. Do not worry, as we do have Gen.G taking on DRX in our very first matchup of the day. Later on, we do have Nongshim versus BNK FearX, but that is going to be our second best of 3. Let's focus on our first to see whether DRX can do something, 2022 style heroic and take their first game here of 2026.
So the big change for Gen.G, and really the only major change here, is that Ryu has moved over from BNK now to Gen.G. Really quite heralded as one of the best coaches at the second half of 2025 to give them that run to playoffs where Raptor was popping off and they had those Nefiri drafts and they figured out their identity. We'll see what happens with this roster because I think it's a completely different beast. I think these players have strong opinions about draft, and Ryu and they may take some time to completely gel here, but this roster is in the perfect space, I think, for Ryu to experiment right now because they already have that pre-existing synergy from last year. And then he's going to come in and give some advice, and we're still figuring out this patch right now as well here on 26.1. So it's a really good time here for Ryu to join and start the season fresh.
I really hope that he has some more interesting drafts prepared as well. There was a lot of let's do some scaling mages with tanks and stuff, and it was just a bit boring. And so hopefully 2026 is going to be a better year and a better one for DRX as well. As you can see, a couple of new junglers here in Vincenzo and Willa. We've already seen Vincenzo a little bit during the Kesper Cup, and honestly, surprisingly great. I'm not going to lie, this guy is really exciting. Jiu, we know a little bit of an unknown quantity. He was great on Nongshim, and he was not so great on Nongshim at the same time, and we'll just see whether we get the great version or the less.
And not to forget Willer, of course, who is a very known quantity here in the LCK and was for a while one of the best junglers when Live Sandbox back in the day was in top 3 in the LCK. He took a hiatus, played in Challengers for a year, and now he's back here, and he will be starting today with the DRX lineup. And this is going to be a David and Goliath story here. And Gen.G, their name starts with G, they're Goliath. And this one, DRX starts with D. It kind of lines up, right? And you look at this bottom lane where the meta has really quite clearly been about. And laning is so important. I feel like so many of our games yesterday were decided by the pure 2v2 lanes. Not even necessarily matchup, but your lane ability. The matchup can, of course, put you on that teetering edge where you have to play it really carefully. You have to play really safe if you're on the losing side of the matchup. And if you make even one mistake, the entire game can be shaped by it. And it's Ruler Enduro against you, who's historically been one of the weaker laners, better with scaling picks like Smolder in the past. His Zarya we've seen do pretty well when he gets to the late game. But you have to play 100% from really 30 seconds in. Those minions are going to be crashing a lot faster here in 2026. And Dio is going to have to tighten up his play here a little bit with Andil, I think, if they're going to have any hopes of toppling Gen.G tonight.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that the bottom lane is going to be one of the bigger tests. That being said, UCal versus Chovy, this takes me back, Wolf. 2018 LCK Finals in summer. Oh my God, one of the greatest best of 5s of all time. UCal was able to win then. I feel like every time we have this matchup, I have to mention it. It is a different time now, and UCal has not necessarily been the greatest. We did see in the season opening some definitely, his celebration level was much higher than anyone else in Lol Park, but I just don't know whether that's going to be enough to get them across the line, because you were talking about the bottom lane being a problem. I think everything is a problem right now for DRX.
Yeah, it is going to be a challenge, to say the least, and let's see what their approach to this meta is going to be, because if I had to guess, and if I were on the DRX side of things, I would say let's not try to fight fire with fire and try to play through mid or top instead of trying to play through the bottom lane and try to get advantages elsewhere. Try to play through Rich in a side lane, for example, especially if Keen picks a tank early. Try to win that matchup, try to get that top quest completed, and maybe just try to bowl Genji over with bruisers rather than trying to fight fire with the bottom lane 2v2 experience. Protect it a little bit. You don't want to just give Ruler Lucian or Aphelios or something like that early on in this best of 3, but I do think that trying to pick Lucian yourself, for example, as you, is probably not going to be the way you want to go about this.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a few maybe interesting strategies being employed to try and dodge playing some regular League of Legends. And I think it does start in the draft. I think that's going to be a very important part. And also, having a big smile on Jiu's face. You can see already starting off with pretty high spirits. I thought that there was going to be a clever little pan when Rich was on screen before, putting his eye drops in, and he kind of missed. Looked a little bit like he'd been crying, but we did watch him put the eye drops in. If we had have panned immediately afterwards, he could have just been pre-crying, which wouldn't have been a great sign. However, we know now that it was just eye drops. So everything is absolutely fine in the DRX camp, as we can see here. Andel looking cool, calm, and collected. Which I think is definitely going to be a good thing, as Ryu looking schmick in that suit.
Yeah, he always does, and he's gone from, you know, one kind of more yellow team to a golden team in terms of, you know, who he's standing behind here. So it does end up looking like it just fits for him. I also really have to say I like the new DRX jerseys. They're pretty unique, and they're not quite as mint as the D+ jerseys were a few years back, but it's a very different look for the blue DRX, and looks very shiny.
Yeah, I feel like it looks more athletics, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of our other teams a little bit more like cool and stuff like that, whereas I feel like DRX, these are athletes that are you know, about to join the game. Which, as we can see now, based on the clients, we are getting ready.
A DRX picked blue side?
Select. Yeah, and yeah, their first selection was first pick. And that does mean that DRX now has the choice of side, I assume blue, and there it is. This is, as it was coined yesterday, you know, probably 90% going to be what we're going to see after first selection does come on through. And it is happening once again. So DRX will be on the blue side, however, they will be picking second. It's going to be, once again, one of these very confusing draft scenarios. Now, let's get into it in a backwards sense.
Everyone thinks about Baron, Pit, and Dragon when they think about blue side and red side.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
But when you think about the bottom lane and how bottom lane 2v2s work, if you're on blue side and you have the winning bottom lane, you can threaten the jungle a lot easier than you can on red side. So that's a pretty big boon here for DRX if they are worried about losing that bottom 2v2, because that is the expectation here coming into this first game. We'll see what Genji does first pick. They'll take away the Malphite, so that's not something they're interested in here at all.
Yeah, I wonder what the first pick is going to be if it isn't aiming for a Malphite. I know that, you know, it has been played a little bit by Canyon so far this season, but we know that everyone was kind of spamming it beginning of the year. It's been pretty overpowered. As the Varus going to be taken away here from Jiu, one of his sort of like stealth favorite picks. I know that we do like to see him on hyperscaling champions, but this is one that he can actually go toe-to-toe in the early game on. I actually really like that ban from Genji, because that is going to be where they punish hard, right? And so, Jiu is not going to be able to scale his way into this.
We've seen a pretty jungle-focused draft here overall, but Azir and Orianna are up. Chovy gets his pick here, but it'll likely just be a trade, and with that Poppy ban, that is going to be the case. So see if they want to grab the Orianna or the Azir, and the Azir is so strong on this patch right now. I mean, I feel like I've said that for the last, like, I don't know, the whole time I've been here.
Yeah, it's been many years.
He was gone for like half a year, and that was it. Otherwise, he's been first pickable pretty much the entire time.
Obviously, Riot missed him a lot when he was gone. Like, never again. We're holding on to you for as long as possible. As Yunara and the Xin Zhao going to be locked in here. The Orianna was a consideration, but they decided in the end not to go for it. Pretty standard pickups here. And now Genji, what is it going to be? Is Canyon going to be playing something interesting in the jungle? Or is it like, imagine if they just locked Skarner and Cassante. I would just be so depressed.
They want more information about what's going to happen in the bottom lane before they lock in something like an Alistar that's been pretty strong with the Yunara. They grabbed the Xin Zhao, which has really fallen out of favor so far on patch 26.1, but it's a relatively safe pick here. Pantheon as a flex, can be played in the bottom lane. We saw it crush an Alistar Yunara lane just yesterday, but could also be played in the jungle. And they'll grab the Corki, which is going to give you a lot of power there. It's been one of Ruler's best in the bottom lane. And since they didn't need to get the Orianna just yet, since the Azir was already locked, that'll be the round out here for DRX.
Well, let's see what Gen G are going to finish this off with. Thankfully, UCal doesn't need to worry about being LeBlanc'd like Roma did yesterday. He, in fact, is already in a matchup against the Azir, and it's one that Orianna has done decently well in the past, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Having a look at some of these bans to come through next.
Could be support focused here. You know, you could take away the Bard, for example, if that's something you're concerned about. Anything that gives you a better chance to survive through this Corki lane, I think is going to feel good. Cassante is taken away instead here, however, first.
Yep. I actually think, yeah, the Keen Sante is certainly a good one to remove. We've actually seen Cassante have a lot of success, especially in the laning phase. We've seen like almost solo kills and things like that, even in the Rumble matchup and stuff like that. So it's certainly looking all right so far this season.
Lulu makes a ton of sense. A lot of laning power there. Almost guarantees you get through that lane. They'll take away a second tank here in the Scion.
Yeah.
And that is really interesting to see. We've seen tanks still be relevant on this patch worldwide, but seeing a lot more aggressive picks instead.
Duro is like, I think he needs a haircut.
Yeah,
I can't see his eyes right now.
Yeah, he's getting a little long. So am I. I haven't got my haircut in a really long time.
He's starting to look like an anime character, you know?
Yeah, he's getting close.
I don't know which one.
If he leans up slightly, like the shine on his glasses.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
There's the ban on the Bard here by Gen G.
All right, so Brad has been gotten rid of. Jiu now with first look, and it will be the Alistar taken away.
I mean, this makes sense when they ban the Bard and the Lulu. You're like, all right, well, those are the ones I was most worried about. Karma doesn't pair as well with the Corki, and I think they need a little bit more engage here. Now, this could still just be Pantheon in the bottom lane. It looks like that's kind of the expectation here for DRX. We saw this exact matchup yesterday, as mentioned before. They Pantheon into the Alistar, and it looks like Renekton is going to be where Keen goes. Good old classic Gen G, the Renekton, the Azir.
Yeah, I mean, at least this does stuff in the mid-game, right? It's not like the full-scaling mega tank, you know, at least Keen can sink his teeth into some stuff. Pun absolutely intended. Duro, are we going to be playing Pantheon, or are we going to be picking a support? That is the question here. Could be something interesting for Canyon. Just lock Nidalee, you know, just have some fun. It could be just like Renekton. Never mind, it's Nami.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Well, that's a ranged support.
Oh my god, Duro's teaching Ruler how to play Nami after he ran it down in the season opening.
He did run it down a little bit. Now, okay, this is something I didn't think we were going to see this early on in the season. The Kennen is actually having a great time as one of the best champions actually with the Gunblade in the top lane. And when you have the range advantage into a melee who's going to look to be a bruiser, look to be a big tool to lock down the AD carry, you're going to have to get through Kennen. The Gunblade is actually be relatively valuable. You'll see what he ends up building, but there's a lot of rumors and rumblings right now of a lot of solo queue Gunblade being played for Kennen in the top lane. This is also an old favorite of Rich's. I do look at DRX's draft here and I think, you know, with the bans we had on the Lulu and the Bard, the Alistar feels okay. The Nami isn't going to crush it as hard. I think that lane is definitely playable. We get to a mid-game where Jiu can finish his quest without finding himself 1,000 gold behind against Ruler, because that just tends to happen. But this draft could work here for DRX.
Yep.
It is, of course, Gen G. It is Keen on one of his all-time best picks. And they do get the Azir, which is mind-boggling. It was traded for the Orianna, but still. And they picked the Xin Zhao, which is a decent ball carrier. But yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sold, but I think it could work, Atlas.
I think on paper, this draft is something that could theoretically destroy a Nexus. However, we'll just have to see whether they can play that out on the Rift. That is going to be the biggest difficulty here. As we can see, on the Gen G side, some very understandable picks outside of this Nami Corki lane, which we haven't really seen. Nami's generally reserved for Lucian almost every single time, but here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our second day of the LCK Cup. All right, and that is going to be the only fan chance that I will speak through. From now on, it is going to be me on my best behavior, as Duro's going to get knocked up momentarily. A little bit of biffer already in this bottom side, as Barrier is already down.
Yeah,
on
I don't think that's really the way you wanted to utilize it either.
Oh dear.
Well, this is still an Alistar at level 1. And now he's an Alistar at level 1 at about 60% health.
And you mentioned it already, like we have seen this. The Alistar lane did not exactly do the best work. I think it was Polu playing it yesterday. Also didn't exactly play it out all that well. But here's a flash pulverize onto both of them. Ruler taking a little bit of damage, but as you can see, yeah, they're dishing back a whole lot more.
And I think the heal being used instead of the barrier is such an advantage here, especially when you consider, obviously, Andal had to use his heal to set that up in the first place. Ruler still has his barrier. When they look for a potential all-in here with another stacked Q from Gio, the timing of that with the stacked Q from Gio allows him to do a ton of damage while the Corki's at level 1, but still, this is going to get tricky.
Oh, Pulverize only hitting onto one. Fast bomb, bit more damage onto Andal here.
Level 2 about to be hit.
The battle for the minion wave is what it's looking like right now, and you can see level 2 has been gained, but only one more minion, there it is. And Gen.G will have access to an extra button. Ebb and Flow, Tycole's Blessing, these two things are pretty important, but you do want to have the Aqua Prison to be able to lock down the Alistar when he does decide to go in.
Notice the observers have not panned anywhere else, because this is what this meta is all about. And like, this is 3 summoners down, obviously for 1, as they're looking for another angle here. Ruler still has that barrier.
Yep.
And
Slurkle does a bit of work, but not too much more. As we can see, we have moved to a different lane. As you can see, Rich having a pretty good time. Has gone for the Electrocute variant, wanting a little bit more burst damage in the lane phase. I kind of respect that, as Chovy taking a bit of damage from UCal here as well. And UCal, beginning of the year, often pretty dangerous. And I'm hoping he can hold on to that until later in the year as well.
Looking good so far here as Canyon is hiding that Tri-Brush. Here comes another Pulve combo.
Yeah, Ruler trying to get some damage down actually with that Valkyrie, as Andal's very, very close to dead. Jude just trying to protect his cow as Willa in this brush. I don't think he knows that he's been seen. Canyon's now going to move on forward. Nami Pantheon is actually a terrifying combo as well, because you can guarantee the Aqua Prison just with that point-and-click stun that the Pantheon does have. So Duro and Canyon are in the area. You could expect that if you are on your own, you're in a lot of trouble.
I gotta say, you know, I've made it pretty clear my expectations where I don't think DRX should fight fire with fire in the bottom lane, and they have been attempting to do exactly the opposite. They are fighting super hard with this Alistar. They used summoners early, and they've been able to maintain a decent amount of control here. They're a little bit far behind, or not far behind, but just barely behind in CS is what I'm really trying to say. It's 100 gold that Ruler has in advantage, but they've been able to get through this first back incredibly well. And yes, it was at the cost of a lot of summoners here, but see how this continues to go here as the Yunara, once she gets out of lane and once the quest is complete, is going to be a big threat later on. Yeah, and already going better than what we saw from this exact lane last time around, into a slightly different matchup, but still one that can be very dangerous. And this back too, DRX used one of their coach voices as well, perhaps resetting expectations for upcoming objective spawns. The Dragon, of course, the first on the menu here. And we have the Alistar kind of roaming around here a little bit. Don't see as much of this on this patch, but in this little bit of reprieve in the bottom lane, can try to get some additional vision here on the top side of the map. He's actually doing a great job of it right now with the prio they have in mid.
I actually kind of like using the coach voice like this a bit early on to get some added direction, you know, wondering whether or not they should continue all-inning on the bottom side of the map, whether they want to aim elsewhere, and see whether they can maybe double down on Rich and the lead that he could gain on this champion. As Andal already out of lane. We were talking about a lack of support roaming. Well, Andal is bucking that trend. He's all about the support roaming, and they did take half of a health bar from Canyon. It's not exactly the most, but it's honest work. As Andal going to look for another Pulverize. He was just annoying Chovy here in this mid lane.
I'm not going to get too much out of this. That's unfortunately Chovy isn't quite getting what he wanted there. But at the end of the day, you know, it's only a small deficit still for Gio in the bottom lane, and that could have worked out. Had UCal had level 6, for example, could have actually been a pick there onto Canyon in the jungle. I like the pressure there. Looks like that was clearly communicated by the coaching staff, or at least that's the assumption I have, that something like that was being communicated to Andal, since he was the one making the proactive play there, the hide that you don't normally see in the jungle for that roaming support. Rich has level 6 here.
Yeah, Keen does find the dominance now, and so will be a little bit safer in this lane. You can see Canyon also backing him up. Moving on over, spots the fact that the blue buff is now taken. And maybe some more fighting here towards this bottom side of the map, as now Ruler with that Gatling gun trying to see whether he can hit a cow. Might be able to do so, but Gio's going to be moving forward. They get the Valkyrie out. And so Gen.G playing a little bit scared here, and you can see about a 500 gold advantage for DRX to start this game off, despite there being no first blood or anything like that. It's just superior laning largely from Rich here in this top side in a matchup that we've been talking about for so many years. The Kennen versus Renekton seems to be doing still what it says on the tin.
It hasn't been that common recently, but making a bit of a comeback as Ruler takes a chunk.
Yeah, it's a large amount of damage there. Andil also taking a bit back in kind, but he does have that Triumphant Roar to help him out. Doro will be able to heal up Ruler momentarily with that ebb and flow. Level 5 going to be gained, and wow, that is a decent chunking to come on through there.
And this bottom lane has been pretty stable, honestly, for Gio and Andil, as Keen is going to look for a stun here.
Yeah, it does manage to at least get a Q off, but you can see Rich able to get a whole lot back as he does try to walk away. Dragon has been started here as well, as you can see. Canyon towards that top side of the map. It doesn't look like Gen G are going to be able to stop this, so DRX utilizing their lane advantages.
Yeah.
Grab this neutral objective. Man, they're playing good, Wolf.
Yeah, this is a great start here for DRX, and like frankly, the fact that they use their summoners early could have been a problem if there was a big fight there, but they backed away from that one where the junglers both showed up, right? You mentioned the Aqua Prison synergy with Canyon on the Pantheon. They were like, okay, let's walk away from this one, but nothing else happened, so they weren't punished for the summoner deficit. They've got both of their all their summoner spells, all three of them back up now. This is the DRX coach comms.
Yeah. See Joker making sure that he lets them know exactly what they need to do. We'll get you some information there. Try to open fights and push mid and top and scare Canyon. That's what they're looking to do. And that was precisely what we saw immediately afterwards.
There's really a lot of information being shared and a lot of discussion about how to utilize the mid prio here coming through from Joker. And you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Fighting there.
Yeah. All right, Andil walking back to lane here and is going to get punished for doing so. Ruler still sitting at relatively low health, but they do manage to get that plate.
He's 10 CS up, which is really important for bottom lane quest progression. It's the lane that gets the most value out of that, and he gets the plate. So that is a pretty big win there on top of the CS advantage that he has. That was almost a kill's worth of gold in the lead. Grub's up now.
Yep. And there is a wave to be picked up by Gio as well as, okay, there's a Pulverize as Canyon throws up the shield to try and keep himself safe. The flash out of the way. There's the Shockwave. And Canyon looking in a whole lot of trouble. That's Willa locking down the kill. And first blood over to DRX.
DRX looking great in this opening game here. The punish onto Canyon was real. The fast collapse was there. The flash Shockwave ends up being what does him in. Canyon is now down. Keen in this tough matchup in the top side can't control top priority, and that's likely just going to turn this into a grub take. They already got first dragon. I don't think there's any play without Canyon on the map that can happen cross map here on the bottom side. So the Yunara is just sitting back and scaling. And Jovi's coming over here. Now, Yukal still doesn't have his ultimate. This is going to be a risky fight if Gen G go for it. Canyon can ult in, and it looks like DRX will respect it.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is available, no Shockwave, so maybe that's something that DRX had on their minds. But it looks like Canyon just going to be clearing some vision. Might be able to tidy up these last two grubs. The first one being taken there by Willow, though, certainly very important. Make sure that he stays ahead.
Really measured gameplay just in general for DRX. Like, they know where their advantages are. They're playing slow. They're not taking unnecessary risks.
Yeah, it's just not what I was really expecting here. I kind of thought that Gen G, the well-oiled machine, not changing their roster at all. Remember, this is a bunch of changes here for DRX. Gio moving in. You've got Willa now in the jungle as well. Vincenzo alongside him, but it's Willa starting here today. As Canyon will be the one to get on in here and take away at least one of these grubs. Willa can possibly go for a little bit of a late invade on this, but decides not to as Chovy had been roaming over anyway. So close to that 1,000 gold still here for DRX. We don't have any quest completions just yet. We'll be getting closer and closer to that as the flash forward, but the stun is really good. Slice and dice as Keen still looking for it. Doesn't quite manage to get that Ruthless Predator off, and Rich just playing real well on this cannon. You can really tell that this is one of his favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't use his ultimate there either because he knows there's a possibility Canyon's going to ult in and doesn't want to commit to the fight. Now, this ends up being Canyon a little bit greedy here. The punish comes through, but the domino effect of this play is that this flash Orianna ultimate here, as you watch Willer go through to guarantee this one, means there's no Orianna ult for the grubs. So, Gen G do end up getting the grubs, or 2 out of the 3 as a result of this. As we're going to call the no flash here on the bottom side, another coach comm usage.
Yep. Get a little bit of a reminder of what we did get in those coach comms there as well. As now Ruler and Duro clearing out some vision. You've got Willa once again in the area, though. They are overloading this bottom side as once more Andel making things happen. Gets the exhaust down in trade for the flash. You'll say definitely worth for that one on the DRX side. As Gen.G just trying to kind of patch the holes in the ship right now, and DRX are making all the moves.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting start, like subverting expectations. This does not look like Rise group behavior here out of DRX right now.
Well, remember, Wolf, Worlds is in North America again this year.
Ooh.
And you know what that means for DRX? That means that they can go and try and defend their North American Worlds title.
That's right.
That they still hold.
Absolutely.
So there that is. I don't know whether this roster is going to be able to do it, but I definitely didn't know that the last one was going to be able to do it. So, I mean, this one maybe even looks better. Because, yeah, 2022 DRX kind of blows my brain.
Jiwoo has his first item, the Kraken Slayer, completed, and Ruler does not. He's stacking his tier now, but, you know, he's still a ways away from finishing that first item, the Triforce here. So, you know, a pretty big, like, setup across the map. Like, they ended up losing 2 of the grubs, but it doesn't necessarily matter in this draft. And at this point in time, like, the Yunara is actually comfortable laning into the Corki with the Alistair that has level 6. Willer, once again, is going to use this Prio a second time to grab control of this Drake, and they're going to get a 2-Drake lead off of this double Dragon at the start. And, you know, Canyon could try to make a play onto Rich, but look at how quickly he's pushed that up. He's relatively safe here.
Yeah.
That's their only cross map.
Yeah, Gen.G just kind of caught napping right now in this game, and Willa going to be able to take this one. We'll have a look at what our next... So, oh my, Earth, Wind, and Fire again? First game yesterday, first game today. Oh my goodness, it's my birthday. I love this. All right,
going to go for Rich.
Canyon is just going to kill Rich. That's what he's going to opt in for here, and Rich is going to do his best, but yeah, Slicing Maelstrom not going to be doing too much. And so Gen.G, they are on the board. I still think that getting that second Drake probably still very valuable here for DRX. And losing Rich, not going to be the end of the world.
It looked for a while like Rich was backing pretty safely. I think he stopped channeling his back. He was in that brush, and that was the go button there. Canyon was in position. He knew there was a possibility because he's like, well, they're not contesting Dragon. This could happen to me, as we'll watch this again. Yeah, he's in. He stops his recall on the ward, and Canyon's like, well, get him. Yeah, I think you got to finish those. He does not have his Gunblade yet at this moment. Did have the Vamp Scepter, that's all, and the Alternator in his inventory. Does have it now.
Yeah, he's put that together. My favorite item in League of Legends. Just so glad.
I think this is the first time we are seeing it. I didn't think we saw it yesterday.
Yep, so far today. We did see an Akali ban. I know that she'd probably like to build it. But this is going to be the first time. There's that other new item, the weird Trinity Force-ish type thing that's not Lichbane.
Oh, Dusk and Dawn?
Yeah, but apparently that's not very good on Canon, based on a question that was asked to Zeus earlier on.
That's a Jax item now, it seems like.
You can build it on Diana.
Yeah.
Building it on Diana a little bit. It's kind of fun. I imagine Mordekaiser uses it relatively well.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one.
Well, the UI dropped, so I thought something special was happening here, but it doesn't look like it. As Rich,
it looks a lot more cinematic now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Maybe we can just leave it down forever. We just like, from now on,
it's like StarCraft Brood War. You kind of have to know what's going on.
You have to tell. It's pure tempo vibes. It's the only way that we'll ever know. As Ruler does a lot of damage to Jiu, I'd say that Ruler has the tempo vibes. As we do get back a little bit of UI here, so we do know a little bit more about what's going on.
On this flank here, I don't think really wants to engage.
Ooh, decides to go in though. There's the stun back. Duro not quite in position to get an Aqua Prison down.
Chovy has no prio, so I guess this does kind of work out if they can set up for this control of the Tri-Brush, or rather the Banana Brush.
Yeah,
and it's not going to amount to anything.
Sneaky Slurkle does come on through there, but not too much more. As Canyon once more, there's that combo we were talking about. Handle. Probably not going to be dying, but Jiu, he might, because he's down extraordinarily low. Barrier not going to be saving him from that one, but he does manage to dash away and flash away to safety just in the nick of time. But that is using every single resource that they will not have. May not be enough to defend this turret.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem here. Chovy gets back control of the mid lane as well with this rotation over of Yukao. We'll be able to catch this wave. Chovy committed heavily, you know, to try to come over there and make a play happen. I think that's why they hard forced there, because they were like, all right, well, if we don't do this, you know, Yukao's just going to go back mid. We're going to lose more plates. And then they heavily committed. They got Yukao to come down there. They got the flash out of Jiu and an additional plate gold. So ends up being a pretty big win here for Gen.G. You're only 500 gold behind now in this game. The Grubs will be pretty relevant for the Azir. And the side lane does have his Nashor's Tooth now online. Strybreaker's up here for Keen. This next Dragon fight is going to be the first real potential grouped fight of the game. This Herald is actually maybe even a little bit faster. I just don't think Gen G are set necessarily for the best contest here.
Well, Canyon can move in and does have the Grand Starfall as well. They are looking for a fight here by the looks of things. Tidal Wave available. There's the flash headbutt. Pulverize though. It's a Sandal that decides to go in onto Ruler. The heal comes through though, and he's now kept himself safe as Keen from the top side, and now it's Gen G's turn to put their weight into the fight. Let's see what they can find. A Slicing Maelstrom does absolutely nothing. The flash forward from Canyon, and the flash away from Rich is going to keep him alive as now Chovy looks for his angle, decides not to pull the trigger on the flash and just gets rid of all of DRX. And Gen G says, this is my Herald.
It's incredible this game is a 2-kill game.
Yeah.
And nobody dies, but it is the big prize of the Herald that goes over to Gen G here. All in attempt.
Yeah, G looking for that angle there as Ruler does have his barrier, uses it, but it's not to the full effect. G is still looking a bit worse for wear though, as Ruler now with that Trinity Force is pretty deadly.
Yeah, not to mention that Gio used his ultimate there and won't necessarily have it for an upcoming fight. That was a good, points for trying there on that one, I suppose.
Oh dear.
And
Chovy's getting a lot of money.
Yeah, that's somewhat of a problem. He does obviously have his quest completed as well.
That number says 192, and it's only 17 minutes into the game. What does it mean?
Yukal's staying in touching distance with him as well.
That's true, actually.
He's
they are both Chovying effectively.
Yeah, he has had a pretty good game himself on this Orianna. He unfortunately was not there, and I guess we're not going to get a replay because nobody died, but when that engage came through from Willer, imagine a shockwave on top of that. Would have been massive, but he was not there, and they were able to retreat. It was a beautiful retreat from DRX, but they lose the objective.
Zandil will be taking a fair bit of damage here. Doesn't quite have the ulti back up and available, so he was killable in that moment, but relatively close to the turret, so he's absolutely fine. As Canyon has started this dragon off, Willer in the area. That is sole point for DRX if they're going to go for it. As you do have Rich moving up there from the bottom side, as now Andal goes in. I don't know about that one, as he does get put into that bubble. And now has to use the ultimate. Won't have that for this upcoming fight, which could be a big problem. Tidal Wave to lock down Willer. Is now Chovy gets the Emperor's Divide, finds the bottom lane, and wipes them out. Willer now in trouble as well, and that should guarantee the dragon. Gen G were a little sleepy at the beginning of this game, but I think, Wolf, they have woken up.
Yeah, it's Chovy again finding this angle. He had the back into the TP into the last fight. Wasn't able to catch them when he came in, but was able to guarantee that DRX needed to be so far away from the Herald, and then this time actually sets up the kill onto the flashless Yunara, and now Rich is the next target here. Does not have his Slicing Maelstrom, and he is not long for this world.
He is very dead. Chovy going to be grabbing his next one. 2-0-1 now on the Azir. 500 gold lead. As you can see, Gen G going to augment that with a Drake take as well. Quadra Infernal, if this game does go that long, could be pretty impressive. And they've skyrocketed to a 3,000 gold lead. Let's see how this all started.
Yeah, unfortunately, Willer here on this Xin Zhao just isn't going to be able to make a big impact when we look for a fight like this, because he just doesn't have setup CC. And the fact that Canyon could just stun him into this ultimate coming through from Juro means he cannot get back to defend anywhere in mid. And Chovy's just like, all right, well, the jungler's gone. There's no peel here. The Alistar's ult was popped already. I'm just going to look for the freebie. Could see him come down here and look for it. Knows there's no flash on the Yunara. Has the perfect shuffle in. Grabs a bonus Alistar for his troubles.
Yep, no flash required as well. So we'll have that for the upcoming fight at the same time. It went about as well as it could possibly here for Gen G. Everyone with their quest completed though, and we'll see what the utilization of those is going to look like as this game goes on. A level 20 Crocodile sounds very, very frightening, but Rich could also get himself into a pretty dangerous position. As you can see, trying to kite Keen out here, and the Dominus is going to come through. Slicing Maelstrom in response, as Rich is still dangerous, but it's Willer that's moving in first now, but still just a solo bolo for Keen. And Canyon going to come down and help out. There is the stun, and down will go Willer for the double. And man, we were saying the Rich could be a point of power. Well, that has gone.
Yeah, this is a big problem now. That's the second turret to go down here for Gen G. Plates are available for the entirety of the game now, so keep that in mind, as that last plate there on the top side, that last turret is also going to go down. So this will be the third, plus an extra plate for Chovy.
Oh dear.
And it's starting to look like this game is well and truly Gen G's to lose, as Rich here unfortunately gets very little out of his Slicing Maelstrom here. And Willer comes over to try to help, but he's just another victim here now, as Canyon can show up with his ultimate. It's a numbers game. They thought they were winning, but they forgot about Pantheon, forgot about Canyon.
Just didn't quite work out there, and even using the ultimate to absolutely no effect whatsoever is a very sad thing. So Andil taking a lot of damage here as well as Ruler throws the fast bomb out, but Andil will be able to walk away. And DRX, despite all of that early game power that they had, it has all kind of slipped away. And we'll see whether they can do anything about it, because it just feels like this game has just been taken by Gen G.
Third and final coach voice is used here for DRX for the last moments.
Oh, Tidal Wave was a little bit expectant there from Duro. Doesn't quite find the angle as well. That was really cute. Chovy, though, just going to throw UCAL away. The slice comes in, but that is going to be the double for Rich. Comes in and wipes them out. Ruler now able to answer back with the kill onto the Yunaras. Rich is now looking to wipe him out. He will be able to do so. He's now looking for some fish food as Duro will be taken. And he heard what we were saying after he got solo killed. Well, the killer is right here now and looking to try and tidy up. They're looking to kite him, though, and Keen's in trouble. Pulverize comes down. It's a quadra from Rich.
All right, we were saying it may have been Gen G's game to lose. They very, very well have lost at least the lead with this play here. Keen, the raid boss, okay, up 3 levels there on one of his victims in that last exchange, but also gives his life and his teleport to make the play happen. Now, Keen, look at the minimap. He was pinging. He wanted to interrupt Rich's teleport, but I guess wasn't able to do so. Rich has been able to flash the wall here with a slice and maelstrom. The other side of the fight is super broken up. Ruler's able to use his barrier to great effect to take out Jiu here, but this might have actually been a Baronable exchange. Keen gets into the backside here with the teleport. It takes him so long to kill this level 12 jungler, though, and then Rich can come over and join. Still ends up doing a ton here. Gets UCAL's flash as well before he goes down. So Keen's heroics not completely in vain.
얘들아 그 마지막 턴 썼는데
And having a listen here to what Joker is saying, I imagine what he said was pretty important, because it did manage to get them back into this game. And DRX, let's see whether they can ride this momentum, because I was really scared. Judging by what we saw yesterday, the games have tended to fall out of control relatively quickly. This is DRX being able to pull themselves back in, though. You can see 1.5k is basically nothing. They already have those 2 dragons.
Yeah, apparently
that's fantastic.
But we didn't know, but this is Joker's realm. He's like, I've been waiting for Coach Voice. Yeah. This has definitely been the most aggressive utilization of it we've seen so far, and it has been incredibly impactful for this squad right now. And I mean, looking at the game state here, it's still Ruler with a pretty huge advantage here. Chovy as well, you know, sitting on 2 items with the upgraded boots is a big threat. And I'm looking at this game state thinking, okay, how do DRX win? Maybe a pick in the side lane here could be a first start.
Yeah, Slurkle going to come on through there as now Chovy does find the Emperor's Divide onto Jiu, who's tanking up the turret, but it does not matter. That is just going to be Willa turning up, helping Jiu grab himself the kill. That will also take down this turret. Keen doing the same thing towards the bottom side of the map, and it looks like a dragon in trade as well.
I mean, they've got to start Baron right now. They have to make a snap call. There's no coach voice for this one. You're out, used all 3. And let's see. Okay, we're going to see the teleport over here from UCAL. They are going to stick the Baron. They've got one more chance at this game. This could be what wins it for them if they can secure this.
Yeah, this could be a big deal. It's already down to 50% as Ruler and Duro. They know exactly what's going on. Andil waiting offside, though, as you can see. Canyon will be showing up. Keen gets here as well. Canyon trying to get himself into this pit. Can he actually flash for it? The answer is no. They take down the cow immediately, though, and DRX, they're just looking to try and get themselves out after securing this Baron. And if they just lose the cow, 100% worth. If they lose Willer as well, probably still worth.
I mean, Chovy's TPing in to try to rush down this turret. He is in his ear on 2.5, perhaps even 3 items here. Okay, this on 2. And the Dark Seal, but he could do a lot of work to this turret. Rich is going to come over here and try to defend it. Keen also level 16, but doesn't have his ultimate. I think this is absolutely worth for DRX. Remember as well, Canyon dropped Dragon to come up to try to defend the Baron, so they didn't actually get the 2nd Dragon of the game here. They will now, but it's going to require a lot of time, and they're not going to be able to have as much pressure on the map as a result of it. Andil's going to TP here mid to help defend. And DRX hang on in this game, still 2,500 gold behind. It's even Drakes now, but as Yunara becomes a bigger and bigger threat as we go on, the team fighting power of this Kennen, if it can be realized fully with a flank, with a nice TP, is still so potent that it's anyone's game to win now.
I would agree. I do think one of the scary things is that Ruler is like 50 CS up, right? This Corki is incredibly dangerous. With the Collector now completed, sitting on 3 items, and is only going to get more scary from here. Gio, of course, once that Infinity Edge is done, he will also be a terrifying threat. But for right now, Ruler is the guy to watch out for. We saw that in that fight. He just kind of blew Geo up before he could do anything.
You can see sometimes in game states like this, if you haven't hit a turret for a while, that crystalline overgrowth is there, and DRX are like, all right, well, if you guys don't come over, I will kill this turret in about 2 seconds flat. So that's a lot of gold sitting there for the taking, as well as a lot of map control, and they will just get this group up and take it.
Oh, the flash forward from Willa doesn't actually get enough, as Ruler was able to get that Valkyrie off in time. That could have been a huge moment. It wasn't actually the case, as now Rich has made his way in.
Yeah, that was a strange teleport there for Rich. Doesn't really have an angle, unfortunately, and just there's no objective either. That was a bit bizarre. But it's going to help them control some of this vision here. They have great vision and setup for a dragon that doesn't exist.
True.
If Genji had to rotate over to take this dragon, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
They, however, do not.
They could practice taking the dragon with the amount of control that they do have. That is 100% true. But only a 2,000 gold lead. And they only need to get themselves another couple of Drakes and they can grab an Infernal Soul. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get the last couple.
They still have Baron to siege this turret here. I mean, they're just going to say, well, we're going to get something out of this Baron no matter what.
Well, Tidal Wave to come on forward here as well. Teleport in from Keen at the same time as the Dominus has been popped. He's looking for his angle, wants to get on top of Geo, but decides not to commit the flash. And they do have this tower falling down in the bottom lane, sorry, in the top lane, as well as the bottom. As you can see, Rich was taking care of that one. As now Ruler stepping forward, taking matters into his own hands here. As the Arc of Judgment not doing quite, sorry, the Arc of Ruin not quite doing enough there from Geo. As DRX a little worse for wear, and the Baron only 5 seconds to go, not exactly getting the most value.
Yeah, this is a great game, man. I mean, DRX look on the back foot constantly, but they're trying to get these small incremental things. And if it was in any other team, you'd be like, oh, this is a little rough. But it's Genji they're doing it into, right? When you consider the context of how much macro this team has been able to pull off in this game. Sure, Chovy's running circles around them right. He gets the top turret there. It's a trade of turrets, or a trade of a turret for plates there in the mid lane. But Rich still got the bottom turret. They got the TP out of Keen. They're getting small advantages here. It's still a 2-2 Drake game. It's going to be one of our longest games, if not the longest game, if things continue at this rate here of LCK Cup 2026 thus far. Of course, small sample size.
Yeah, I mean, we did have some longer games in our first series yesterday, but I feel like it wasn't ever this much back and forth. It felt like there was one team that did find themselves a decent advantage by at least this time, right? But we've got even Drakes. Everyone's finished their quests. We've got level 17s for both of our top laners.
I mean, look at the items on Rich. He has his Void Staff.
Yeah, he's very scary.
IE is done for
Jill. Gets the flash out of Durant. Very nicely done there is now Keen, the one in trouble. Willer and Rich looking to catch up to him, but he just slices away. No flash required. And of course, flash on Renekton going to be so incredibly important because this is Geo without cleanse, right? He has the barrier, and so that means this Ruthless Predator will be so valuable.
He does still have Flash, which is critical. Ruler has Flash and Valkyrie, so locking him down with this cannon is going to be nigh impossible. And I think that's the problem that DRX are somehow going to solve, not to mention that Chovy is massive as well and has an arm guard. Both carry so safe for Genji.
Well, Canyon just going to make his way in as now Yukal has to flash to get himself out of the way. Geo slowed down so he cannot get into the fight. And Andal, he's tanking up so much, but there's no one to follow up. Rich this time couldn't make his way in despite having Flash up and available. And now it's Willa that's in a lot of trouble. They do find that fantastic shockwave, but it's just not enough. Keen gets in there. Chovy gets the Emperor's Divide, which will turn Yukal golden. But unfortunately, that does not avoid death. That's a clean ace, and Genji are just going to run over them.
All right, I guess it just isn't going to be that long back and forth game. The back and forth ends on Genji's fourth.
A relatively short back and forth. Let's go with that, because it was definitely back and forth. However, if you lose a fight like that at this time of the game, you will just lose the game. Inhibitor goes down, and Genji will be able to take down these turrets. But I imagine they are also impressed with how DRX played this game, especially in the early stages. This is a new roster that has a lot of pieces that haven't quite gelled together yet. And I didn't really have a whole lot of hope for this squad moving into 2026, and I have so much more now.
Yeah. I gotta say, I mean, the story of this game is coming down to a big flub here for DRX, with Andal just kind of going in alone, the rest of the team retreating, and they got cut off. It was a really cool shockwave set up there as well to almost kill Ruler in a desperate attempt, but it wasn't enough to save the game. But I think the story that people will remember from this game is not that Genji won, but they almost and potentially could have lost to DRX. Like, if you take your thumb and your index finger, right, and like snuff out a candle, that's the expected result, right? But if you open it back up and the flame is still there, you're like, okay, that's interesting. But then Genji did it a second time.
I've seen someone do that trick before, and it is very interesting when that does happen.
I think that DRX, especially in terms of macro and their setup and their early game plan here, kind of blew me away. In terms of expectations, I did not really have any for them coming into this series. And I still think Gen.G is likely going to close this one out in the next game, but that was really, really impressive. And if this is the day one look for DRX, it can only get better from here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the biggest test that they're going to have. Like, this is Gen.G. Domestically, they are the best. We've seen it all last year. They haven't changed the roster. Theoretically, we should not change that opinion, right? Until, you know, T1 with Pays just kind of stomp every single game. That could happen, but not so far. Gen.G looking real good here in game number 1, but we'll see what happens after we come back from the break in game number 2. See you soon.
그냥 구워볼게. 앞으로 나가볼래? 앞으로 나가줄래?
얘네 갈렸다.
천천히.
알리부터. 오리아나 노플.
알리부터 내려, 알리부터.
오리아나 노플이야. 알 잡았어. 미드가. 남이 일로 와.
일목 막는다. 일목 막았어.
에 넘어갈게. 괜찮아.
맞아.
여기 오리아나 노플. 어지러워. 와우. 시원한데요?
끝난 거 같은데?
끝난 거 같아.
Welcome to day 2 of the LCK Cup. DRX put a great effort forward, had control of the game, but Gen G wrestled it back for game number 1. Digon here, alongside Ox and Wadid to break down the action from the best game so far in the tournament.
You know, I think this is one of those moments where like a coach is watching it and it's like, oh, it felt like it was really close at times. I'd love to be able to say something to the players. They did. We saw them, you know, getting stuck in there during the game, having some comments. And I think DRX, despite losing this game and there obviously being some shortcomings, putting up a good fight against Gen G.
Yeah, and also you can see the draft that they always want to get the bot priority. That's why the Corki is again high priority in the draft as well. And also easily you can just go for the utility support to snowball the bot lane matchup. So I think every team knows that bot lane priority is everything for this meta.
I also really like the cannon that came out from Rich. Got some good value in the team fights, but the lane as well, you saw him really keeping Keen in check. There was that moment where you try to flash on him and he got stunned up immediately. So there were some good ideas here, I think.
Yeah, we've seen teams kind of just fall behind and then the game snowballs out of control. Not the case here. DRX had control, and then it was at this moment where they stumbled a bit, and so we have our first WA TV of the season. What did take it away?
Yeah, I want to explain about how you should do. Even though you're in the driver's seat, you have to think about your champion matchup on the mid lane. So I think what did they great is that they, even though they had the weaker matchup on the bot lane, they were really great in the bot lane matchup. So they could have 2 Drakes in the early game. So what the main point is that they have to secure 3rd Drake here. But what they do instead is they fight on mid lane. Yeah. You can see the positioning as well. Like they're gonna engage the fight because they want to get the mid priority. But at the same time, your jungler is fighting for the scuttle here, right there. And then where's your mid lane? Your mid lane is stuck on the top lane at the same time. So they're making 3 plays at the same time. And what Gen G does is that they know that they really want to fight the mid priority because they have the ranged champion on support. So that's why Azir was here already. Because Chovy knows that we're gonna fight for the mid lane, and that's why they were grouping. And I think Gen G did pretty well. And after this point, DRX couldn't really snowball after that. Yeah,
I think it was just really heads-up play from Gen G and just DRX, too many things at once. Needed to focus on one thing, and obviously having the 2 dragons already, I really think if they'd been able to secure that 3rd, game could have been completely different.
Yeah, felt like as a spectator, you kind of knew what was up, and you kind of wonder, coach's pause might have helped a little bit there, didn't quite work out. However, DRX battled their way back. They were able to get Baron and ran away from that. Then it led to kind of a stalled out phase into our final fight.
Yeah, I think this was a bit of a rough one because Handel goes in to try and peel for the team to create space, but just gets kind of left isolated and alone. You see, they're trying to kind of somewhat throw some skill shots out to help out, but you know, with already having taken out the Alistar, Gen G sense this is a great opportunity. They have the slows for the Nami, they're moving forwards. The shockwave doesn't quite do enough.
Oh, so close.
And that stun coming in from Keen just means the Yunara's gone.
I mean, again, I think DRX was in a good position where they lead the early game, and they had some insane combination with the Xin Zhao flashing in with the Orianna ball. But the issue is, again, whenever they fight for the mid lane priority, they always get chunked on the Alistar, so they couldn't really fight back.
One thing that we wanted to note, though, was, as I said earlier, DRX did get Baron. However, they lost multiple members in the process, and there was a change, Ox to Baron Gold.
Yeah, so they ended up taking the Baron and losing 2 members, and I think last year, a lot of teams would have been okay with that. The problem is now they reduced the gold you get from Baron. They cut the global gold in half. So global gold is the gold everyone on the team gets. Before it was 300 per person, so 1,500 in total. Now it's 750 in total for the team. You get a little bit more for the person who kills it, but in essence, you're getting way less gold than you saw from the Baron power play there. Even after those 2 kills and a couple of waves, Gen G were ahead in gold on the back of the play. So if you're getting Baron, you really need to make use of the buff and get some towers down, or you're just not getting the value.
So that's why you have to aim for Drake stacks more, because Nashor, it's up in 20 minutes, but it's a lot tankier than before. So you have to think about, okay, if we really want to do this Nashor, then we have to clean it, you know? Then after that, we have to play for the Nashor and also the Drake afterwards. But if you only aim for the Baron Nashor and then just get Nashor with the you're losing 3 people or 2 people, then it's not worth enough.
Yeah, you said earlier you want to see people snowball with the Baron. You can't kind of trade for that. DRX learned the lesson the hard way. Gen.G up 1-0. After a good effort, let's see if DRX are able to battle back.
Thank you so much, Frodigan, and I'll be looking for some TFT tips immediately after this. And yes, time to get into game number 2, if anyone got that reference.
I got it.
Yeah, shout-outs, Frodan. Gen.G looking pretty good, but DRX looking way better. I think that's what we learned. Really did like the first WA TV, though, Wolf. That was great.
Yeah, it was great. I think really showcasing some of the errors that hit at that specific moment. This is a DRX creator here.
Welcome, welcome.
I think draft has been so important in terms of how the bottom lanes have gone so far in, again, small sample size, but here at the LCK Cup thus far, we really thought that it was going to be tough for the Alistair lane to do well. I ended up talking to Umpty about it. I ran into him actually backstage. He's actually commenting on the Korean desk today. We talked about he was also pretty surprised and really impressed with how it was played out, especially those early trades, the summoners, and how much attention Willer gave that bottom lane, so it just could not actually fall out of favor for them. And the game plan coming in for DRX was so clean with their draft. They knew there were vulnerabilities, but they knew how to cover for them. And that's something we just don't see for teams that get formally a Rise Group Team DRX. We don't know what's going to happen this year, but I think this feels like an upgrade already.
Yeah, and we've seen actually DRX deciding to go for second pick rather than opting in for first pick or picking blue side or anything like that. And so it will now be Gen.G with first pick priority and also the blue side, which is, you know, what we used to get from first pick. So an unlikely sort of situation here, but we did see it not be unanimously just first pick every single time, with blue side being the response. So see what is going to change is already the Nico going to be banned away first, and the Rumble as well taken away. So same bans from game number 1.
Love to see the Ryu crouch. He's
he's zoning in.
He's not just going to make it a voice thing. He's making eye contact. As a Sylas ban means one thing and one thing only.
We want a first pick Malphite.
Well, it means that you're banning Malphite in this rotation. But yes, that is what it means. If you do not ban it, we will pick it. They banned Jace instead.
All right. Well, Jace has been, like, this is his 7th ban so far in the LCK Cup. Certainly has been something that's been happening a lot. Do you know what? I'm into, like, short-hair Chovy. I think short-hair Chovy might be a thing from now on.
Yeah, no, he looks like he's going through a new complete arc. Like he's on a reset.
Yeah. It was like, I think it was Arnold that like was tweeting about it. Like some of the shoots came out for like the new Gen.G outfits.
Yeah, it looks
good. And I think a lot of people were worried, you know, like, oh, they just did their basic training, you know, like they're not going to have, like, and then Chovy has like that photo shoot, like, damn.
He's got some bad boy energy.
He certainly does.
He's limit broken. And as his hair grows a second time, his power will grow with it.
Oh man, is that how it works? You sort of like trim it back so it can come back stronger?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy. All right,
he's gonna showcase, I'm sure, a 3rd item actualizer on this Rise here that he first picked to prove how much power he has.
Yeah, everyone's getting a glimpse into what was spoken about for the entirety of the pre-game before we got into today's matches.
That's a strong combo.
All right.
These ultimates will pair incredibly well with each other here for DRX, and they have the counter pick for the Rise, so they left it up. Banned away the Jace and the Malphite, then they get the Cassiopeia counterpick to the Rise. They looks like expected based on how quickly they lock those in. Let's see what the response is going to be here for Canyon.
We'll see what it is going to be. It's not going to be Xin Zhao, which we have seen paired alongside the Rise quite often, but looks like this is a possible monkey angle or the
a possible
Ambessa.
Ambessa jungle, which has been still popular in the LPL.
And something that Canyon has actually been finding a lot of success on in the new season.
So some strong flexibility here again for Gen.G.
Yep. Keen Ambessa is also, you know, very likely.
See what gets locked in here. Might give us an additional hint, as you don't want to necessarily split your bottom duo here. So we'll get either a jungler in the Wukong or a top laner, and it will be the Wukong to come through.
Okay, so Ambessa top, and the Wukong will be in the jungle this time around.
Let's see if Rich is like, I'm playing Gnar. Just going to grab Bard, just push that prio up and say we want a range support. Going to have Bard, which also pairs incredibly well with Cassiopeia and Jarvan.
Yeah, I actually kind of like this as like the combo, you know? Having Tempered Fate and the Cataclysm can be very, very valuable. Setting up for great Cataclysms is also really good with the Tempered Fate. I feel like it is pretty flexible with what you can do with it.
There's so many picks that do fine into Ambessa left in the meta. So, you know, you really can just pull a support out here and be like, try to protect the Ambessa. You only have 2 bans, and Rich has already shown he's happy to play the Kennen. They're not even going to try for it.
He is going to play Cassante, though, isn't he? If given the opportunity.
He might. I think it would suit the comp so far, but it also could be something completely different. Like, he could go Jax here, look for some side laning power. It's been an old favorite of his. The Gnar is a little bit niche, but making a little bit of a comeback right now. I don't think he's going to be the one to play GP. So support bans going down here. The Varus gets taken away. They don't want to lane into that Varus. It was banned in game 1, but Varus Bard, which is a very oppressive lane. And Wukong, Rakan, incredibly powerful too. And they already have a lot of dives set up here with this Ambessa and the Realm Warp. They can set it all up. So Rakan and Nautilus both kind of make sense here.
Yeah, I actually think getting rid of a lot of that engage is going to be a great option. There's still Rel. Duro, certainly a fantastic Rel player, so it could be the option as far as starting off fights, might be what they're looking for. But one final ban to come through here from Gen G, and it will be the Sivir taken away. So they're going to stay with the bottom side of the map as their focus.
I think you can't play Aphelios here. It doesn't work. It's too risky. It almost feels like a Zeri angle, even though Zeri Bard is not necessarily the lane where you're looking for all-ins. It would just be blind if they locked it here now, so they'll probably save it for that final pick. But I'm curious now where we're headed here for Rich, because he's the one who's going to get this lock-in here. And it's going to be Sion. Okay, so not going to be looking for an aggressive pick, a strong side laning pick, just looking for a tank, which reinforces the idea that it is going to be a strong scaling 80 carry pick like that Zeri here, potentially for Jiwoo in this final position.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
On the other hand, could be incredibly powerful for Gen G here.
Yeah, it's not. I was thinking Lucian, because there is the Jarvan, and Cataclysm can be, you know, somewhat mitigated with that Relentless Pursuit. Of course, Ezreal fits that bill as well, and the Lucian's more difficult to pick because you don't have the Nami option. Of course, Braum is still there, but it's kind of interesting that we've seen Nami picked up already in this series.
I think they're just going to Karma here. The movement speed is very useful. They already have tons of hard engage. They don't need an engage support here. The Rakan and Nautilus would have paired really well with everything they already have, but they're just going to look to crush the lane. They don't care what 80 carry it is. I'd say that, but it's the classic instead. Duro pulling out the Leona, the last one left, and it's just going to be Jhin here for Geo. So instead of going for that scaling hyper carry, is going to look for something to follow up on all this front line. They have the Jarvan, they have the Sion, the Cassiopeia will do a lot of consistent damage later on. Great pick into the Rise. Take the nameplates off here. I feel like these drafts are almost dead even.
I mean, I'm a little bit worried though at the lack of damage on the DRX side, right? Like, so much of this is going to come from Yukal, and he is very single target. Outside of his ultimate, he's going to be wanting to Twin Fang someone that's in range, and he doesn't have a whole lot of that. You look at Gen G, I mean, there are 4 threats.
There's 4 threats. Ezreal's range is going to be a problem for objective setup, so positioning is going to be really important. But I do think Ruler is going to spike pretty late in this game. The traditional 2-item spike for Ezreal has not really been as powerful on this patch, but we've seen double tier builds as well coming through, which might be what we see. We saw that from Smash yesterday. I'm not 100% sold on that right now. I think it's a little bit slow, but with a draft like this, he could certainly pull it off. If he wins as hard because of his mid laner as Showmaker set up for Smash yesterday, then maybe it just doesn't matter, but I'm really curious about Chovy's build as well, because that is going to be an insane amount of damage output if he hits 3 items, gets that actualizer online. And like you said, there is a bit of a range issue here outside of the Jhin, which is so easy to engage on with the comp that Gen G has.
Yep, and if DRX can get a snowball rolling, then nothing of what I say about scaling and damage and all that sort of stuff is going to matter, as here we are onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, let's get into it. See whether DRX can once again have a good start. I think the bottom side, like lane matchup in the first few levels, way better this time around for DRX. And we'll see whether they can leverage that. As Chovy and Yukal doing a bit of battle here, but not too much to worry about. And there's already Coach Voice Wolf.
Yeah, I actually didn't hear who, in fact, pressed it. DRX pressed it.
DRX are really good at pressing the Coach Voice button.
Yeah, they did press it a lot. They pressed it all 3 times. Joker may have even pressed it a 4th time and then was told by the referees, in fact, he's used all 3 of his voice comms.
That may have actually happened. Well, let's see what the plan is going to be. I think, like, isn't it a little bit of a waste? Weren't you just talking to them in the draft? Could you not have, like, you know, all of this is pretty pre-plannable.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk about, like, coach voice meta, this may have been a misuse. As Duro goes in, level 1 is not exactly the highest value there, as both heals are going to get popped. Actually a decent trade there for Gen G, despite them having the melee support. Ruler is actually sneaking in a lot of these Mystic shots. As I said, he misses one, but has been pretty good at evening up these trades here in this lane.
Yeah, now the level 2s here for Duro. There's a little bit more fight in this bottom lane, but with the minion advantage here for DRX, that is going to be the end of any opportunities. Just going to back away and look for Mystic shots to clear those minions first.
Yep, of course you do want level 3 so that you can actually press Eclipse when you go in. Having the Zenith Blade, shield is going to be good, right? The combination for the stun, but if you're just then immediately going to die, it can be problematic, and maybe just Aftershock not going to be enough. So you do kind of want that level 3. See whether they do go for any all-ins at that stage. As now Willa is looking for this invade. Might actually be able to steal this one away. Okay, Canyon moving on now towards his Krug camp. I don't think Canyon wants to give this up and does still have the vision here. There is a magical journey and actually great use of the cosmic binding. Of course, that is a problem with the warrior trickster, is the fact that you can set up for that stun, and great use of it there by Andil.
Did not even notice until it procced that Andil has taken electrocute here, which is pretty aggressive. Did end up doing a little bit of extra damage there, but doesn't amount to a kill.
Yeah, let's have a listen, see what Joker is saying here.
He's not happy, I think, about the fact that they lost brush control there, but he's talking about the lane setup at level 1.
Yep. Just making sure that they know exactly what they need to do. Get that early setup sorted out. And for different compositions, it can be different, so maybe they just didn't have enough time to discuss it before we actually loaded onto the Rift. Making sure that everyone is on the same page is going to be a good thing. As Gen G currently behind about 200 gold, so Coach Voice worth 200 gold so far in this game.
Indeed.
Don't know whether that's entirely true, but you know what I mean.
We have the cocoa potions and the special cookies as well on this patch. I didn't realize that was still a thing.
Oh,
at least in the UI. I don't know if that's actually in game. I don't think it is. I thought the Rift. Yeah, the Rift's changed. Anyway, in the UI, it's cool. It's still Christmas.
Yeah. And it's not. It's actually a really long time before we've got Christmas. Because as soon as Christmas is over, then it becomes like, you know,
no, Alice,
300 days until the next Christmas.
Gingerbread cookies in the inventory, it's still Christmas season. Nobody's ever eaten a gingerbread cookie outside of the holiday season, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just not quite as good because they're obviously a bit stale. But they are still fine. We do have a little bit of a battle here as Ruler Arcane shifting forward, finds the stun though, does Andil, as Ruler now going to flash over the top of G, will be able to lock down the kill. Grabs that one for first blood and is looking for another. Stays alive by getting into the brush to avoid dying to the minions. And Gen G already off to a phenomenal start this time.
I have to watch again. I think Gio was like just moments away from hitting that final shot. He's flashed on there, does not get the fourth shot there. Ruler survives with a sliver of health, and is then able to clean up with some help from Duro there in the final moment, as Andil is unable to get that last auto. The brush as well, you mentioned, preventing the minions from really getting involved, and it's 2 kills here to Gen G. So the initial setup here is on to Jiu. First shot, right? He's trying so hard to get that fourth shot out. Flashes on him.
Man,
he's so close to it. And then Leona here gets the stun, gets into the brush. The minion aggro is dropped. And Ruler survives with, I didn't see exactly much health, but it looked like sub 20.
Yeah, it was definitely the lower end of the double digits. We'll say that. So Ruler really playing that one to the limit. And if he had have died, would have still been a huge win.
Yeah, no.
That's the ridiculous part, is now Chovy trying to sidestep some of this, but the ulti does come through from Yukal. Now Chovy with that phase rush is looking to try and run away. Can he get back into the realm warp? He can, and that is going to get him to safety. Nicely done there, but does have to use a whole lot. Not the flash, though, just Ghost.
Yeah, just Ghost. He did take Ghost this game. We've discussed this a little bit, starting with the pre-show even yesterday, but Ryze takes Ghost most of the time in this meta because of the empowered recalls you get and home guards.
Home guard power, as Canyon will be backing away. Good sidestep from the Deadly Flourish, but still Andil going to be able to get that electrocute proc with a bit of a meep slap. DRX now setting up for a dragon by the looks of things. As Chovy looking a bit worse for wear here in this mid lane, but we'll be able to get that wave shoved in. And that means that Yukal will be able to make his way back there to pick that one up. And so a little bit of respite given to Gen G. So we do have that reset coming through. So Chovy looking to home guard his way back to this mid lane. Doesn't quite have, you know, anything put together just yet towards that Rod of Ages, but we'll have that one coming relatively quickly. In this top lane, haven't really seen too much of it, but you can see Keen having a better and better time as this game goes on. Ambessa doesn't really worry too much about tanks.
Keen's like, imagine trying to hit a charged Q on Ambessa.
Yeah.
Good luck. He dashes 17 times.
Bit of a release date situation here.
Oh, almost on that one. Not quite. They still got the slow.
Wait. So, but, you know, Sion's a really old champion, right? Was out like in the release of League of Legends, but he wasn't this champion. So release date is not actually release date for Sion, is it? It's release date for the rework for Sion, which was like a few years ago.
Wasn't Sion like originally green colored as well, like his face?
Yeah, he was a bit odd. He did have only one button as well. As now Chovy going to have to flash out of the way of that Cataclysm. Nicely done there from Willa to get that coveted summoner spell from this Rise.
At a heavy cost, by the way. This is why supports don't roam that much. It worked out pretty well for Ondil last time around, but this time it's going to cost him 2 plates, right? 2 plates.
Oh, I think it may have gone, but we can't actually
move, Jen. I can't see that.
I think it might still be there.
Yeah, it's still up. I saw like the edge of the 4, I think, on the mini-map.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see any gold go over, so that was kind of the biggest tip, or a hint, but
the 4 is the big deal. And having a Jin standing next to a 4 feels correct.
He just doesn't want us to see it.
Yeah. When that plate does go down, Gio's going to have to go to the top lane where it says 4 still.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what's going to happen. Then convince Chovy to take a plate in mid lane so that then he can park himself there.
Coach voice for Gen G, by the way, this time around.
All right. We'll be able to have a listen to what Ryu is going to be saying. One thing that is kind of cool is the fact that it's Joker versus Ryu. These guys have worked together before, and that's why you saw the camaraderie when they did that fist bump walking back both times after both of these first games. Certainly still remaining friends, even though now on very different teams as it was being K-Furex before this. So pretty cool.
Yeah. Ruler's going to easily be able to sidestep that one. I think that the discussion probably was around setting up for this dragon with the prio they have on bottom side, as that is exactly what they are doing now. Canyon is on vision, but he's also very aware that no one can really come over here and stop him. He has flash and ult, and he is ready to use it. Yukel, he's creeping over, but I don't know if he should be.
Yeah, he's on vision himself, but you got the miasma going down. There's the knock up onto Chovy, remember. Doesn't have the flash. True Shot Barrage sails through, though, as Yukel has to flash away. Does manage to find the Petrifying Gaze, but it is still going to be him that falls down. And the Cyclone is going to lock up the Bard as well. So sad meep sounds and 2 kills to Gen G.
I mean, Yukel went for the 1 in a million play there on trying to shut down the Wukong. It was very cool. It did still not work, unfortunately, for him. It looked very impressive, the timing of that miasma coming out. Or Petrifying Gaze.
There is the barrier going to be used as G now looking for it. Oh, the reloading! So problematic! As Ruler is going to be able to dive off to the side with the Arcane Shift. Still, Jiu is alive, and that is good news. Deadly Flourish not going to quite land.
Jin should have upgraded his clip.
Yeah, this is the problem. One day.
Wait. Actually, no way. If he, he saves it.
I mean, Duro's coming in. There's the flash out, and Andrew just slaps him down. Just overstaying the welcome as now Keen could actually be there. The flash forward, and Rich is able to lock down the solo bolo. Chovy is going to be able to answer it here most likely. And we'll just need another Q or 2, and Rich will be going down. Does get the Soul Furnace, so we'll be buying a little bit more time as, don't tell me he gets out. Do not tell me he does not get out. Thank goodness.
Well, in exchange, Yukel is going to grab that outer plate, the first one, which is really small, and is working on a second one here. Doesn't really have any AP, so it's going to take a little while, but is getting a little bit of a chunk into this one. Not quite able to get the second plate, but still a significant amount of damage goes over. Oh, a little grubby!
Oh, there we go. And that's with 3 grubs, so that is going to tick down just a little more, but let's have a listen to the coach voice here on the Gen G side.
잠깐 나오는 거 맞대도 될 것 같아.
오케이. 집 안 갈게요, 그러면.
I'm not going home.
나는 집 갔다 올게.
So just talking to Duro about how Duro has been playing this one out. So that is basically what it is. Just giving him some tips on what to focus on moving further forward. And obviously, it did kind of work because then they got 2 kills.
Yeah.
You can't fault it.
Yukel is able to stop Canyon initially there, but they just don't have damage. They don't have the setup there. I think it was a very optimistic contest, and it backfires in a big way. Gen G 2,500 gold up way faster than they were last game around. They're the ones who have the first dragon. DRX do get the grubs. which eventually got a second plate for them in the mid lane, but the situation here looking fairly dire.
Yeah, the problem is that the money is on Chovy and Ruler.
Yeah.
That's precisely not where you want the money to be.
Ondo got the kill on the Ruler earlier as well, not Juke.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. I'm sad we didn't get a full replay of that one, of Ruler being like, maybe he'll use his last shot and we kill him. And then he dies.
And that didn't quite work out. But watching a very bloodthirsty support go for the Flash Meep Slap, that was definitely very fun. So glad we saw that as he takes the Magical Journey out.
Yeah, the Electrocute Bard Jin lane did not generate the lead that DRX were looking for in this one.
Yeah, getting cleanly duo-killed was probably not the thing they wanted. As Tempered Fate goes down, Curtain Call comes in as well as now Gen G looking to try and turn it. The Cyclone is enough just to kill Andil outright as now Willa inside the Cataclysm, but who's trapped in where with who is now Jiu looking for a little bit, but Ruler is right behind him, and now Canyon just going to transfer over towards killing Yukal to keep himself safe. True Shot Barrage onto Jiu, the flash forward from Chovy, the easy 1-2 punch here as Genji throw out the alley-oop, and it's 8-2. Genji really rolling over them now.
Yeah, nearly doubling the cold lead that they had moments ago. From 2,400 up to 4,200 here. Very much a disastrous early game here that is probably just going to spell the disaster, the end here of DRX. As we've talked about like game times and stuff like that, the game time where the Nexus explodes hasn't changed as much as maybe people have said, but your ability to come back in games like this that gets so off the rails. So I'm looking at you, Romer, yesterday. It's just not really possible. As you know, there's not a great target for Gio in this fight. He like shoots at Canyon, and he's like, yeah, my carry on the top, Yukal, I can't really appeal for him that well with this. And then Yukal just kind of tries to rejoin and dies, and they chase here for some reason, which is kind of absurd. Gio gets hit by the True Shot Barrage. Chovy gets the flash finish. And it's starting to look like a little bit of Harlem Globetrotters at this point.
Yeah.
Some quests start to get completed.
Yeah. This is going to be an uphill battle. Let's just say that 4,000 gold is the lead. That is kind of where, like, I feel like DRX got out to a pretty decent advantage at the beginning of game number 1, and it was turned around by Gen G. But it's really going to take some heroics here in this game. And I mentioned already that this is a kind of composition where they will have damage issues if they are not ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
they are not ahead.
Cassiopeia is just kind of hoping the game doesn't explode, the Nexus doesn't explode for a while. And, you know, when you look at what the Jin is trying to do, it relies on a front line that, I mean, Sion's ahead.
Yeah.
There's,
there you go.
That's kind of a thing.
Almost 400 gold.
Yeah.
Absurdly good. All right, so Rich just needs to try and transfer that lead into getting more done as the Magical Journey will get Andil to...
Now you've just got a Hail Mary, right? Look for that Chovy side lane pick again. Maybe that'll work. It worked out kind of okay on the Azir in game 1.
Oh. These Mystic Shots are really starting to hurt. Ruler is doing some damage now that Trinity Force is now complete. He's almost 2,000 gold ahead. Golly.
Yeah, he's kind of large. That's a bit of a problem. They wanted to try to collapse onto Chovy, but Chovy stayed back, played safe. The rest of the team comes over. And now they have Prio on Dragon. And they'll gladly take another double Dragon here. This DRX is in game 1. This time it'll be Gen G's. And I just don't think there's a real contest in this one. DRX tried last time.
Well, let's see what they can actually get done here. It's actually Ruler that takes down the Dragon. Tempest Fate does nothing, and down goes the Bard. Now Willer is in a lot of trouble himself as he has to flash to get himself out of the way. Yukal not going to be so lucky. Petrifying Gaze onto 2, but it does not matter. There is no follow-up, and that is another couple of kills swiftly going over to Gen G as all of their quests have now been completed. And Jiu does get a bit of a wave shoved in towards this turret, but I don't think in the neutral he's really going to be able to fight against Ruler here as Willer comes down, does find the Cataclysm.
Ruler has flash and barrier, and Jiu is reloading again. Ruler's like, try me.
Oh no. Well, he will find that bullet. Ruler is going to have to possibly use something to get out of the way, but there was no vision, and so therefore it is just not going to happen. Canyon moves in, but he's just trying to deter them from sticking around. And yeah, we don't need to look at the top lane. It's not all that interesting as Andil might be dead again as Shield of Daybreak, not actually quite enough there, but they're just going to follow him through his Magical Journey. So there goes the Bard once more.
You know, the analogy, you miss every shot you don't take, doesn't necessarily mean you need to take every shot. Gio has been, certainly he's been pulling it out. Every time he gets a chance, he's going to escape here, but his turret is not long for this world. Rich is getting collapsed on. And that candle analogy, you know, maybe it's a bucket of water this time for Gen.G.
Well, you can see Rich is just bailing himself out of there, as Gio is also going to die. Chovy and Ruler making short work of the Gen. The Scion, as we can see, is defecting. Just thinking that maybe Gen.G is going to be the right call for this game. But he is just going to be able to make it out. Cute little use of the Unstoppable Onslaught to make sure that he is going to survive. But Gen.G, in the meantime, will be taking the Rift Herald, and it's a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah. This is the second Dragon contest where we're like, not sure what the plan is here. We do have a Cassiopeia and a Jarvan setup, but we don't actually have the ability to close the gap. We have no setup here. Send it anyways. Like, they have so many tools. If this game state is closer, and if they had Prio, it could have worked out.
Oh, in the meantime, got a bit of a fight here towards this bottom side. Solar Flare not quite getting the stun onto UCal. Looked like it was very, very close, but good sidestep there, avoids that. But it looks like Duro and Keen will be able to absorb this pressure, actually doing a bit of damage back towards UCal as well. That Eclipse now completed. And Ruler with some spare time. This is what happens. I mean, DRX overloaded the bot side. They had a few extra members there. But now Duro's actually going to go for this, as now UCal could be in trouble. The flash out of the way from the Tempered Fate means that UCal is just dead, and Willa tries to get back towards that side of the players. Okay, Duro. Straight underneath the turret, is actually surviving for a very long time and uses the Rift Herald to get himself to safety. Willa is going to be ran over by the Rift. What the heck was those coach comms? They go into Duro's ear and say, all right, can you just pilot the Rift Herald to murder someone as you are almost definitely going to go down, and then watch Ruler get a solo kill in the mid lane? That was probably not what was said, but we did hear that he was giving Duro tips.
Yes. Wow, that was everything. I was going to say that was something, but I think it was actually quite
That was
everything.
a lot of things.
Yeah. No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Yeah, he is. Willa might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's a Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo. Rich is going to turn up, and that's going to make it too hard as Deadly Flourish does come down. But I think the damage has been done, as Gio is immediately punished now for killing Prince Ruler. And Canyon will be able to deal with that as he flashes forward to pick that one up. Now, Rich, oh, they just left. As UCal was teleporting in,
yeah,
that's why.
TP is just a little bit too late. I want to get an instant replay of the fan cam, because the fans were like loving that Ruler play, but the second they wanted to give the support, he just got shot by Ju there, and they just promptly had to look sheepish and be like, well, I mean, it was a good play, but you know, the timing was awkward. And yeah, right now, I feel like the only thing we don't know about the end result of this game is whether Ruler or Chovy's going to get POM.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because, like, Chovy, game 1, 100%, game 2, perfect KDA, but it's kind of been the Ruler show here.
And Ruler had a pretty good game 1 as well. So, I mean,
recency bias means my prediction is Ruler's going to get it, because, I mean, watch this.
I mean, he does this, right?
Yeah.
And that might be enough just to get it regardless. Man, that was a sick outplay. What was that, is what he said.
I want to say he called him a youngin as well there at the end. If I understood that correctly. It's like Will, he's like so much older than Will, and he's just like, I guess I have better hands than you, bro.
Yeah. That is a very Ruler thing to say. I would not put it past
like
whatsoever.
Who's the younk?
Yeah.
1 year off, that's what you get.
Damn. Well, I mean, just shows that, you know, some of these hands that have been around for a little bit longer are still working just fine. My excuses are running thin, let's just say that.
Oh, God, Ruler. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe with the smack talk on top of it, he might get my vote. We'll see what happens to the rest of this game.
All right. Well, DRX, they're not out of it just yet, but they're very close. It's 11,000 gold, and we do not want to, you know...
they are out of it, Alice.
Yeah, we don't want to say anything that may lead to us sounding like we are not being a bit disingenuous. We don't want that. This game is borderline over. As Canyon is going to get engaged on here. Let's see whether he can find something as the Cyclone does get a couple of knockups. surviving for a very long time, however, will be taken out. But look at these health bars. They're so low. Great sidestep there from Chovy at the same time. Does get interrupted, so he's not realm warping away, but that might be a dangerous thing as he gets a big old shield from the Seraphs, and in goes everyone. Ruler's now showed up. That's a bunch of extra money. I mean, Giu does manage to get the kill onto Chovy, so that is a big deal for picking up that cash, but I just don't think it's going to be worth it when Ruler is going to be picking up his 9th kill in a couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, does this really change the landscape of POM votes that much? Like, it was really impressive from Chovy, but it wasn't an actualizer highlight, you know? It was.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, he ghosted, which is cool
There
on
it
the
is.
patch. I mean, yeah, Ruler killed Scion, so that's not really like that many points in his corner either.
Oh, but he tanked.
The outplay!
He tanked the zombie Scion, which I think is a big deal.
I mean, some points in Ruler's column is also not going. He's not going for the double tier build, which you know, I think it's fun and double tier is back and that's cool, but I don't think it's that good. Chovy here doesn't get the realm warp and then they regret it, as you said in the play-by-play.
Yeah,
he does massive amounts of damage here, and then Duro shows up, gets on the back line, and Chovy's sacrifice was not in vain. Rich survived for a really long time, which is kind of cool. Are we just gonna
wait? We're gonna go for this. Oh, the Pro View. Okay. Didn't we have? Never mind. He was saying something, so we'll be able to get all of the info.
나 아직 젊어.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He called him a youngin, essentially. I was right.
It's like, oh, he's like, I'm so young, and now I'm older. As he died. As we've got a little bit of a fight here towards the top side. There's a public execution. Tempered Fate locks up a few of them. But unfortunately, Andil is still going to die. UCal also looking a bit worse for wear as it's a triple kill already for Ruler, and let's see whether he can lock down the Penta this time. Rich is going to go down for the Quadra, and Giu is just running for the hills. Another denied Penta here for Ruler, unfortunately. They are still going to run after him, but it's just not going to be enough, and he gives up, says that he'll take a purple worm instead.
Close game.
Yeah, I would look.
Well played. Good try, DRX.
Yeah, it's another Infernal Soul, Wolf.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's cool. Twice in a row.
I think
what are the odds?
The game will last long enough for that to come through. Oh, Jin versus Turret. Turret wins!
Oh no! There's the Penta! There's the Penta! Unofficial Penta for Ruler! Put it on the stats page!
Oh my god, turn it off, I can't! Like, that's just inappropriate to show that.
It was definitely inappropriate. That was a sad time.
Like, that might have been the lowest point in Giu's career. Like, that specific moment might be like the worst he has ever felt in a pro game.
Oh no!
Oh no!
And if
maybe it was when Guma sniped him.
I was gonna say, like, if you've been watching for a while, then you'll know that that is a big call. That's a big call, unfortunately.
Guma killing him on the Smolder game might have been the most low point, but
yeah.
Oh god,
it didn't feel great for anyone, I think, involved, as Ruler does one shot towards that turret to do 1 billion damage to it. Willa almost just dies as an afterthought, as in goes Canyon, finds the Cyclone, and down goes Willa. Now Ruler is moving forward. Tempered Fate does not find him, but Petrifying Gaze, it does. Public Execution gets right in amongst it, as it's a double for Ruler so far. Chovy grabbing a kill himself. And man, this Ruler guy is pretty good at this video game. 17, 2, and 6, and finally, Gen G will put DRX out of their misery.
Yeah, pretty quick game 2 here. 24 minutes in. Game 1 a lot more interesting. DRX decided to send it big on those 2 Dragon fights. They came up with nothing. And when it comes to the best team here domestically in the LCK, you give them an inch, they take a mile, and they smash game 2.
My goodness.
In very convincing fashion. This is our first look at this roster post-Worlds, and it looks pretty scary.
Yeah, it looks kind of the same. Yeah, and it was very scary. Remember how many games they won in a row? It was like 29 matches or something absurd. And like that included EWC and MSI and all sorts of stuff. This was a team that just did not lose throughout most of last year. And obviously they didn't win Worlds. And so you can say whatever that means to yourself. But I mean, this roster is absurdly strong. So kudos to DRX for their game 1. Game number 2, I think maybe they used all of their energy in game 1 and unfortunately didn't have enough left in the tank to withstand Gen G the second time around.
My comment, I've got it ready. sending it in. I'm locking it in.
Are you just going to copy exactly what Dan said yesterday? The stop it, he's already dead? Because that's basically what happened this time around as well. Was there a ruler that got it for you as well? Is that how it went?
Yeah, I did go with ruler.
Okay. I don't know who I would have voted for, but I don't have a vote, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to know who I would have voted for, so I'm not salty about it.
It's not an easy one, but I don't know. Ruler did do a lot of stuff in game 1 as well.
I mean, he had like an incredibly pop-off game in game 2, so I think he probably deserves it for that.
Like, you know,
plus we get to talk to him about those crazy comms, which I think is very important.
Chovy,
yeah.
He always gets it, man.
Yeah.
Like, just give somebody else a chance. Like, that's not even the first time we've made that joke, but this also happened.
Yeah.
Okay, no 4th shot for you.
Look at this. Look at his
kite back.
Okay, this is just
where
DRX
DRX
going to be a
decided to
ruler
send it.
highlight reel, isn't it?
Yes.
Missed a mystic shot. Probably should go to Chovy.
Yeah, maybe.
Take it all back.
This one we've seen like 4 times now, but it's always good for another rewatch.
Yeah.
Watch this guy.
Oh, barrier value.
Flashes the Cataclysm. See you later. And then Duro here sets this one up. They're so split.
다시 노플.
And like the Bard ultimate, it kind of almost did a thing.
They were so far behind.
He wants the Penta so badly. Look at G.
Yeah, G is just like,
All right,
no.
so Gio gets away, but is he really the winner in the end? Because if we speed up,
Oh no, that's not going to be
Ruler
highlight.
does eventually get the unofficial Penta.
No.
The unofficial Penta.
Whoa, we're not going to. No, we're not watching it again. We're not watching it again. We can't do that to him.
Oh yeah, we are.
Oh God. All right. Well, I mean, he's still there.
Surely we watch it again. Surely
We're
the
watching it
unofficial
again.
Penta.
We're in the midst of watching it again.
균형.
What's he going to say?
죽여달라는데?
I think he's gonna die, and he dies.
Yeah.
이공식 펜타네.
Yeah. He's like, that's my Penta. That's my Penta. Give it to him. Give it to him.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about my ruler vote.
Yeah. I would say that the ruler vote's looking pretty good, and the damage numbers are not looking great on the DRX side. Genji really just kind of running away with it that time. All that DRX got in that game was some grubs, basically. As POM will go over to ruler. 6-1-4 actually on the Corki as well. So
yeah, his Corki was pretty insane.
Yeah.
Like a little bit overshadowed, I think, by the Azir play to a certain extent, but it's a ruler day, and I'm happy that he's back because we didn't get to have him at Kespa Cup. He and Chovy got haircuts, and the limit has been broken. Let's see how far they can go.
The double limit breaks is just so dangerous here on Genji, and both of them have now popped off, and looking forward to seeing what they can do later on in the week. It's not exactly the most difficult week for Genji this time around, so maybe we'll have some more Harlem Globetrotters out of them. I believe it's tomorrow that we have the first real barn burner, but of course our match coming up next is also going to be very similar to that. But man, Genji, yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's surprised, but I think we're just glad that they've kept up the form from 2025 and brought it forward here for 2026.
I think the carries are scary, all right? I think the early game for DRX, the pre-plan that went into that, very strong. I like how much utilization they had of coach comms. Game 2, that game was kind of unplayable after the first disaster, and then the second one got worse, and then the third, like, Dragon contest made it just so it was 100% done.
Yeah.
But I feel like you can look at Game 2 and be like, I guess DRX aren't as good as they were in Game 1. Well, that game state was pretty unplayable. So I think, let's see what DRX have in store for us in the next series.
Yeah, and I think maybe things can be looked at as far as the draft and all that sort of stuff. So there are certainly some things to be looked forward to. And this was their very first match in 2026. This is a new roster coming together, trying to figure things out. And as soon as you add in a new jungler especially, it is a bit of working to be done to try and get that synergy back. Because, of course, largely the jungler is a lot of the glue that can make things work. There's a little bit of a delay as far as the interview is concerned, but I know that
Chovy's like, it's my interview, right? Like, I always get these.
Yeah. But also, we need to make sure that we're around for it because Ruler needs to explain what he was talking about. As you can see right here, preparing for it now, and we will have Hedgie alongside him, asking him all of those big juicy questions to make sure that he can let us know all of that information. I'm pretty sure he's going to be ready pretty soon.
Yeah, maybe he had to take a quick restroom break after he just chugged his water after the Penta was taken from him. He just one-shot his whole water.
He like one-shot 3 people on DRX and then one-shot the water immediately afterwards. That's sort of how it went.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a pretty good explanation.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to the second series. I'm also looking forward to this interview.
Yeah, let's get into the interview now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We are here joined by Ruler on the side of Genji, who just secured a 2-0. Congratulations! Thank you, thank you. With Genji's victory, Baron Group takes their first win. So, you won your first match of LCK Cup. How do you feel? Our first match was a victory. It just makes me really happy, and I want to make sure that we're ready for our match. From game 1, DRX was absolutely locked in. And they also chose second pick from game 2 and seemed to utilize Coach Voice pretty well. So, how did it feel playing them? You know, it wasn't easy. It was pretty tough facing them. And I think we had a really good match against them. What was challenging about today's match against them? I think it was overall pretty tough. So, winning that tough match must make you really happy. And game 2, you're Ezreal. You got an early duo kill in the laning phase and got many more solo kills. And going lethal tempo really must have paid off. So, did you consider this kind of skirmish? Yeah, I think lethal tempo Ezreal is really hot right now. And I really wanted to play more aggressively and push into the enemy, so that's why I wanted to just go with lethal tempo today. Yeah, with these montages and highlights with your Ezreal, we want to take a look at these replays. That's right, I'm still young. Suddenly I'm old again. So Ruler, you said I'm still young. Did someone hurt you about your age? What made you say that? You know, Duro. Always tell me that I'm so old. He just calls me an old man, so that's why. Yeah, Ezreal is Ruler. Ruler is Ezreal. You got an unanimous POM vote with your Ezreal. Please give it up for Ruler. And that unofficial Penta as well. You know, was it a bummer that you didn't actually get a Penta? Yeah, it was, but you know, I'm sure I'll have more opportunities in the future. And everyone's been saying that this is the biggest bot meta update, so how important does bot lane feel after playing on stage? Yeah, I think the laning in bot definitely has become more important. I feel like in the early to mid game though, the upper half of the map is more important, more crucial as of now. And your roster stayed the same, but head coach Ryu actually joined the team, so how have you been getting along with him? You know, in-game, he has been giving a lot of help, so I can feel that I have been getting better, and yeah, I can feel the difference. There are so many fans on site today. It looks like there is this cheer fan sign. That is very supportive of you, 두존젠, which is a wordplay about how Genji has double buzz cut. How creative. You know, your parents are even here today to cheer for you. What do you think? I know everyone's all so attentive about my hair. They're always focused on my hair, and I could really use less attention on my hair, but you know, any attention is good. Thank you so much for your support. And any word for your parents? I feel like they didn't really cheer me on that hard today. So maybe next time, please cheer for me harder and louder. Okay.
하셨네요. 좋습니다. 아, 또 이렇게 애정의 한마디가 롤파크를 따뜻하게 만드는 것 같습니다.
How
다음 대결
affectionate of a message. And your next match will be against KT. I'm sure you're eager to win. What is your mindset? I want to be well prepared, just as how well prepared we were today for our next upcoming match. Thank you so much. And that's the end of the interview with Ruler. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dears. We do a hair check. You all at home do the hair check as well, while we remind you that Gen G take the victory 2-0. Ruler, there you go. Hair check. Yeah, hair check. Everyone's got it, but we don't have the skills that Ruler has. He gets himself the POM, and he leads the world in kills per game, 11.5. It's just a fun little stat there early on in the season.
Pumping the numbers a bit. But yeah, not really surprised you got the 13 out of 13. A very showy performance in that game too. A lot of moments that we saw in the highlights where he was really styling on the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, beginning of the season, it always happens. You know, the stronger team, a top-tier team, always storm the lower-tier team because of the meta change. And I think they need to figure out what champion works, because I don't think we're gonna see Ezreal, Leona versus Jhin Bard matchup on the bot lane at the end of the season. You know, that matchup is really unplayable.
Yeah, well, let's see how this match basically unfolded in the first moments here. It was Ruler taking hold of the POM in this amazing 2v2.
This was such an intense play because Duro gets his initial engage.
Yep.
And then we get Ruler going aggressive. And this is actually a great stun that comes out
Oh,
from
the Q
Andrew,
flash.
the redirect, which makes it look close, but then Duro blocks the deadly flourish here. And then this flash comes out to make sure the Mystic Shot is secured here from Ruler. It's super tight. It's super close.
Oh my god, it was so clean by both players, you know, and also, I mean, I think Ruler is gonna die here.
Yeah, look how low he gets. The minions are hitting him. Oh, gets to three health. No! It's 17? So close.
Yeah, actually,
That's so crazy. It's so insane.
Three's in the chat, please.
I feel like so many people would just back off. I would have assumed you're gonna die there. And
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I feel like Ruler, he had 3 health. That meant he had 2 extra health.
I mean, I guess,
needed, you know?
I guess it was the value of the lethal tempo, you know? I think if you had PTA or anything else, then I don't think you can survive in this moment. But I think the reason why he could survive there is because of the lethal tempo, and also like keep auto-attacking enemy team was like really impactful.
Yeah, and my comment, you know, new year, new season, it's the set. He was doing this last year. Ruler is just extremely good at the game. That hasn't changed. You know, you can change the game, you can change the rules. He's still gonna pop off.
I mean, what can I say? No hair, no problem.
He did specifically.
Yeah, we did. He said let's stop focusing on the hair, he said.
I mean, I already
did. That's messed up.
I mean, I already wrote down the poem before his interview, so I'm sorry, Ruler. But yeah, I mean, I had to do it.
Next Mystic Shot is aimed at you.
Oh, okay.
That was good. That should be a pommet. The pommet of the pommet. Let's see what else that we had for pommet. Oh, God.
No, this is not from me, by the way.
it's
not from me.
It's
not from me. It's not from me.
Wait, let me check. I saw. Yeah, we did requested this. I see a
Wait,
comment.
what? Yeah, you're looking at the black screen. No, you're not looking at the Slack. You're not looking at our messenger app. Don't show me like that. I love you, Ruler. You're one of the best AD carry in LCK. You're my favorite. You know, like you can't do that.
Is he telling the truth, Chad, or did he turn it off when he turned it
No,
off?
I didn't.
I think he broke it. Why
There's
you gonna have
Wolf.
to pay for this with it?
Wolf with the translations while we heard everything, all the comms on there. The youngest man on the Rift showing why with some huge outplays there on the Ezreal. It was great to see, and Wolf keeping track of that one. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This is wars.
This is so
This is wars.
This is so much. Oh,
Helios, you can't.
You know
do
what?
this.
I lied. We
bad.
did. Next Mystic Shot is
Yes.
coming for you.
Oh my god.
Next True Shot Barrage is coming for Helios as well.
Oh no.
Oh, man.
That's messed up. Well, I mean, Chovy at least was on that last graphic. Overwhelming power, 50,000 strategies there from Prince.
I mean, there was a lot of overwhelming power, you know.
Yeah.
Hard to out-strategize that.
Oh my god.
I'm just stunned that everyone had the same idea. Everyone had the same idea for their opponents. I would love to be beaten to death by Ruler.
Oh.
I'm not sure about that, bro.
About Templar starting the season early. That's all I'm going to say is there. And then Upti over on the Korean side saying, I want Ruler Ezreal on my team for once.
Yeah. I mean, Ezreal is such a high skill cap champion, and it's one of those their Ezreal, our Ezreal sort of picks. You know, we've all seen it when they miss every Mystic shot and Arcane shifted and die. So yeah, Umpty, yeah, we all want Real Ezreal on our team.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you have it. Gen.G, they got pushed in game 1, and number 2, they did the pushing, and it does mean that Group Baron are on the board up against Group Elder. Again, all these matches just worth 1 point, and going the way that is expected so far.
Well, Gen.G topped the table, undefeated on a win streak. I wonder if they'll maintain this, you know? Wow, what a surprising sight. How often did we see this last year?
Yeah, I mean, they got the first win for the Group Baron as well, so we'll see what happens next.
All right, well, we're not done yet with the action. One of the closest matches that we'll have here in Week 1, it's Nongchim versus B&K Fear X. We'll have that after the short break. See you in a little bit. Let's quickly touch on LCK Cup because I think we're probably going to have to call it for this episode relatively soon. Coming in, I think that we've all been pretty adamant about the top 3 teams. Are there dark horses, though? Outside of Gen.G, T1, HLE, who we think are very strong.
D+.
Is it just D+?
Yeah,
do we have
so
to
ready for
do
D+
it?
to build up expectations
Yeah.
and
5-0
smash him
start.
down.
5-0 start into
Really...
don't know how to play the game.
Yeah,
in
they'll
the
look
playoffs.
great in LCK Cup, won't they? So if this is just predictions for LCK Cup, then like D+, like maybe it's a top 4, actually, you know, because
I could also see KT doing okay. They still have Cuz BDD.
True.
I mean,
and
maybe,
like that was basically all they had last year, and they made, you know, runners up.
Maybe my hot take, like, because we already talked about we think the top 3 teams are the top 3 teams. Like, maybe I expect Pays to run the tournament again. Like, I know that he played in Guma already and smashed him. Ruler and Duro is
smashed. I get it.
Yeah. Ruler and Duro is a different beast entirely, but I kind of feel like based on what I saw, even though somewhat of a question mark in terms of current form for Ruler and Duro,
that they will just beat them too. I think Pays looks insane. I kind of feel like I'm confident. Like if someone said you have to pick a winner for LCK Cup right now, I would definitely like lock T1 in.
Okay,
Feels the safest to me.
Here's my interesting question. Out of BNK, Brion, DN Supers, DRX, and Nongshim, who do we think is going to be the best? Is it just BNK?
It's BNK.
Okay.
Yeah, because Daystar is listed on the roster. So you can just bench Vikla.
It should be Nongshim, but I don't think it will be.
Have we, Dagon, how much Daystar have you watched?
I've seen enough Vikla.
Yeah, I know. We've all seen enough Vikla, but when you haven't seen enough Daystar, that's a good thing, Dagon.
Okay.
So I don't know.
You know, it's crazy.
Honestly, towards the end,
less Morgana mid would be nice.
It's
but
crazy.
I mean,
like
Vikla looked great on that.
DN Supers could kind of be like the Rise group sleeper, right? You know?
I mean, I'm ready to get there with you. As far as like the Rise group is concerned, I think that there's a lot of fun stuff. You know, there's also the Vincenzo effect that we might get, which I'm pretty hyped about as well.
You know what? I've missed Rise group. I'm so ready.
We've got a couple of months before we're getting into there, but oh my goodness, I also cannot wait.
I don't know.
Maybe like, you know how like we've got Baron and Elder, maybe we could like work out which one of those is the Rise team, you know? Like we can bring the Rise group to the LCK Cup. Maybe that's the way to do it.
I don't know what to make of this, my bros, you know?
I do.
It's
going to be...
I've got Gideon Grubbs, who was good early in this season, and then, you know, fell off.
Have you thought
Fisher was flipping a coin. Teddy was like waiting to like 50 minutes to.
Have you thought of names for them?
I thought you were going to say waiting to 50 to retire.
No. I saw the roster and I was like, I'm just going to wait.
Maybe that's what we need from the comments is like names for all of them.
Yeah. Let us know in the comments the nicknames for the bros, and also if you're a Hanwha Life fan, how much you accepted the new fans that have joined recently, specifically over the last like 2 months.
Oh, that's okay. Can we close another can of worms?
Yeah, okay, it's closed.
All right,
you got to do what I wanted to do.
Yeah, fair enough.
Bro, outside the support, which is, you know, I mean, you get who you can find. It's a role that's not readily available. We didn't talk about what could have happened to Hanwha if Kanavi decided not to come back, because that was really
crazy.
interesting. That was the other thing we didn't touch on, but I think we've talked enough about it. I think Bro on paper, like I feel like on paper there's a lot more potential than what we'll actually see. I think Bro will probably be not great, but there are some good players on this roster, which makes me sad because I'm like, Fisher could have been on a top 5 team. Cassian could have been on a top 5 team. Gideon was on a top 5 team. You know,
Wait,
like
Fisher
who is?
Isn't Fisher on the roster?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but like I was more just like saying like Fisher though
on his best day.
All right, there was
Good
that
Fisher
day.
was good.
Good Fisher
I
was
did
good.
like
When
that
he played Corgi and
Nefiri
Tristan
game. That Nefiri game was dope.
You guys have seen like the potential man memes, right? Who do you think is going to be the most potential man team?
I like basically right now. Ox is making a bunch of different shorts, like YouTube shorts right now. This episode.
It's wicked.
No, it's the Super Troopers. It's got to be the Super Troopers.
You think they're going to be the most potential?
I mean, this could be like they could be good.
No, but it's like you think they're not going to live up to it.
Oh, absolutely not. No.
I don't know.
Okay, Riot Fist. I guess maybe.
Time's up.
Maybe it's career. I guess so. Like,
Yeah. I think maybe.
maybe.
Yeah.
You know,
might be
Thanks
right
for your input.
Whoa, who?
Potential? Is it Nongshim?
No.
Because Calyx
I thought we were
and
talking
Sponge?
about a player, not a.
No, I feel like the team, like it's the potential man meme, but I think the whole team,
Okay.
like which team do you think there's all that potential and they're not going to live
it's
up to it?
Nongshim.
It's
Nongshim.
Calyx, Sponge, Taeun, who got the reform. You know that Kingen has been good, and then it's like, well, Lahen's he's one MSI.
I mean, the thing is, like, you've got Kingen, known quantity, Lahen's known quantity, Scout, known quantity, and they're all known to be pretty.
Yeah, that's the thing is that I
You
feel
know.
like my estimations are kind of low for Nongshim.
I think the supers, baby. Give me some more supers.
Let's go with supers.
No, I want them to be
No!
No, I want.
What answer do you want?
I don't know.
So maybe
what you don't want.
Is it DRX? Because like Vincenzo's great, guys.
Yeah, this is when Ox is like, he's, you know how there's those memes where it's like, okay, blah blah blah, no wrong answers. Ox is like, what's the potential team? No right answers.
You know what? Maybe it's gonna be D+.
It could be D+. It could be D+.
I mean, they should. Yeah, I think it's probably
Especially,
that's the safe money, isn't
especially
it?
because of Showmaker and the Casper Cup.
Yep.
Everyone's
so good.
everyone's feeling good. You know what? They're gonna come the LCK Cup again, and they're gonna look great.
Oh, he's gonna play Tryndamere mid again, and like Tryndamere's
man.
broken as heck right now. So, oh my,
yeah, crit on Tryndamere.
Who would have thought changing crit is gonna adjust a lot of these champions? Although not Yone and Yasuo, they are just the same. All right, I think that's going to have to wrap it up, gentlemen. I think we've got some LCK opening to do, but of course, this is not it for the Pog State. We'll be back for another episode, and we can break down exactly what has happened over the next couple of weeks. Probably we'll have a week of LCK Cup under our belt and a whole bunch more information as well. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you very, very soon for the LCK opening and LCK Cup and more Pog State. The year is beginning, 2026, and it is absolutely beautiful. Bye-bye.
작년 LCK 컵 때 퍼스트 스탠드
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
레드포스 화이팅!
레드포스 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup here at the beautiful Chijijik Lol Park. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Wolf, as we have not switched casters because it is just a regular day of LCK and we haven't changed how all things work. And now it is time to get into our second series of the day. This one is once again one team that has not changed their roster versus a team that has definitely changed their roster. But I think this one is going to be a little bit closer this time around. Well,
I think this is the best game that like on paper, the best game of LCK Cup so far, because you have a roster of BNK players that looked really strong at the end of 2025 against a Nongshim roster that's massively upgraded, but also struggled a little bit in Kespa Cup and didn't really reach the ceiling we were hoping for. So with some of these things kind of mashing up against each other, it's really tough to predict. This was definitely one of our more contentious predictions of the week as well. And if you take a look at this, our standings, of course, neither of these teams have played just yet, but it is going to be interesting to see the level of Scout here, because you had some rough starts in Kespa Cup, but he did have a few really impactful games there. Outside of BNK, like, what form is Vikla in is a question we always have to ask. Like, what's Raptor been playing in the jungle? Because he's a big thinker. He's one that is somebody who's pushing the meta forward faster than others. And they don't have Ryu anymore either in the coaching booth.
Yep, and another thing that we did see as a bit of an issue in the Kespa Cup was Taeyun. He did have a great time on WE over in China, but unfortunately our first look as he came back to Korea was very similar to when he was back in Korea. So we'll see whether he has upgraded that form just a little bit, because I think he has the biggest challenge on the Rift today. Because Diablo, like, BNK managed to hold on to Diablo. That is the biggest thing of the offseason.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In my opinion.
I actually cannot believe they were able to keep him. Sponge looked pretty good, to be honest, in Kespa Cup. I was very impressed with
Season opening, even better.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sponge, yes. I was talking about Scout. Scout looked like a great jungler in the season opening as well. Unfortunately, in the mid lane in Kespa Cup, like you were talking about, not necessarily as good of a performance as what we saw out of Sponge. But now, it is time for us to actually hear from Scout. So here is him in the interview.
안녕하세요. 농심 미드 스카웃입니다. 오랜만이라 기대되고 재밌을 것 같습니다. 제 개인적인 느낌으로는 대회 준비선이나 대기실이나 아니면 로비에서 약간 좀 더 가벼운 느낌이 있는 것 같고 LCK는 LPL은 좀 직원분들이랑도 마주칠 그런 상황이 별로 없고 좀 더 살짝 좀 더 무거운 느낌이 있는 것 같아요. 팀 분위기는 제 생각에는 좋은 것 같아요. 저한테는 다들 잘해주는데 다른 선수가 느끼는 건 모르겠네요. 많은 기대를 받고 있는지는 잘 모르겠고요. 아무튼 뭐 잘 해봐야죠. 열심히 해보겠습니다. 감사합니다. 농심 화이팅!
All right,
pretty succinct there from Scout, you could say.
Yeah, let's talk about this roster. So Daystar is an official player here, but that's the only change to the roster. Edo, though, is getting called up. So for those who don't know who this guy is, this is kind of one of my weird collisions with another esport. Edo was actually the coach for Live Sandbox Kartrider team.
Wait, really?
Yes, he coached Live Sandbox and Neil, arguably the best Kartrider player of all time, and has a ton of experience there. He was actually a Clash Royale pro gamer before becoming a Kartrider coach. So this guy kind of, whatever he touches, he's a thinker, he's a very smart person, has been with his org through Kartrider, right? And moves completely differently now into League of Legends through the CL system and now into the LCK. It's a very unique coach, though, very different from Ryu, who's an literally League of Legends pro gamer, LCK pro gamer, of legendary renown. And Edo is just kind of a different beast entirely, and I am curious what he is going to bring to the table here. I think the input from Rather, and especially Lyra, is going to kind of guide him through this period, but I am really curious because his Kartrider team was extremely dominant, had some of the best players.
Yeah, B&K were kind of dominating. I actually think it's really interesting that we have two Kartrider commentators here today, as Sunke is over there as well.
That's true.
Also another of the Kartrider commentators here in Korea. So very interesting that Edo will possibly get a shout out on both of the broadcasts. But here we are, as the players are making their way out. Nongshim do have the right of selection in this first game, and we'll see exactly what they do decide to choose as they are making their way out now. Kingen versus Clear is a fun one. I think Kingen has shown great form throughout the end of 2025. I don't think that is going to change moving into 2026, but I think Sponge is that big uptick that we saw find great success in the Kesper Cup, and he might have just developed into an even better player moving into this year.
That is the crazy thing, though, that the truth of what we were shown is this is very, very awesome to see.
He's also so large.
He is extremely huge.
So big.
Like, he can
Wait,
not
they're
really
just behind us. Yeah, they're just behind. We could almost touch his ear.
Yeah, he's that tall.
Damn.
We're just above that. But it is crazy that you mentioned that of the changes to this Nongshim roster, so far from what we've seen from Kesper Cup, which I think is going to be a pretty good indicator, Sponge has outperformed Scout and Taeyun, who were, Taeyun didn't have the greatest LPL year, but he's Scout and has had some incredible years in the past. And Taeyun, who everyone was telling us has found great success, and we saw the Ezreal clip, but the meme of when Koreans are watching, he's like Boo from Mario. If you look at him, he disappears. But when Koreans aren't watching and he's playing the LPL, he apparently does good stuff, and you hear about it. But we did not see him have a great laning phase. And my biggest concern is Diablo's on the other side. Diablo and Kellen really boosted their laning phase massively at the end of the year last year. And laning is seemingly, in the bottom 2v2, the most important part. And Taeyun's laning was one of the worst at Kesper Cup, so hopefully he's had some time to build some of that synergy up with Lehens, who we know has been a very outspoken, very critical support of his new AD carry partners. He's had quite a few over the last few years, so I'm sure they're going to have a stronger look here than what we saw at Kesper Cup, but they're going to need to if they're going to win this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's some things on B&K that are going to really work in this current meta and some things that just won't, right? You mentioned the bottom lane already. They were our highest duo kills in the league. Like, this is exactly what you want for this style of play. But then they have Vikla, who just wants to play Morgana and put shields on stuff and be like, it's okay, I don't need to win lane. But yes, you do actually need to win lane now to avoid getting snowballed on. So I think that there are some positives and some negatives, and I think that Raptor, if he works with Vikla, can make things happen. Because honestly, Vikla wasn't as bad towards the end of last year as he has been in the past, right?
Yeah. That's 100% true. I think he had some big improvements. Don't ask any spacers about the Taliyah games, but We will certainly...
It's all right. Talia's like 0-2 now. Like, that champion's done for the year, I reckon. It's just no one's going to be trying that anymore.
I will certainly be watching his potential growth here with great interest this season.
Yep.
I'm also feeling like it's a great meta for Kingen. A top laner who loves bruisers, loves to get ahead on Rumble. It's been one of his best picks, still incredibly relevant here. As Edo takes the stage. Edo famed in Cartwriter for his map selection in draft there, or the track selection, I should say. And so maybe that's part of why he ends up
so
being
is it interesting
used for ban picks here.
He chose Summoner's Rift for today's match. What do you think about that?
I think it's a really great track for League of Legends. I personally like it more than Howling Abyss.
Okay, fair enough. I kind of like the Pirates one. That's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, not necessarily going to be leaning into that particular part of his skill set, but will still be very interesting. That's a pretty cool Taeyeon picture.
Yeah. Says Big Bro is here.
Well, stop watching. That's all I'm going to say.
No, don't do it to her. She's been waiting for this moment, okay? She may have missed Kespa Cup as B&K are going to choose second pick.
Some second pickers in the chat. Okay, this is interesting because we haven't necessarily seen this work just yet. Nongshim have decided to hop on over to the blue side, so they will have first pick and blue side, which is, normally that's kind of what you want.
Some Edo strats coming in
already. Coming in hot already, Wolf. Let's see what the counter picks are going to look like here. As we could just be loading up into Twisted Tree Line. We don't know. We're just playing Dominion out of nowhere. Oh my goodness, it's going to be so much fun. Okay, some first bans are likely to come in soon, but we don't quite have them here just yet, as we are just taking our time momentarily.
When I saw Kingen yawn, I knew there was a problem. Kingen is like the most pause yawner. You know what I mean? Every time there's a pause, Kingen just has to let out the largest yawn.
And he's almost always on camera as well. Whenever there's a pause, it's very, very good. I'm glad that we've got him here.
Production knows. They're like, all right, hold on. We got to pause. We're going to have to put Kingen on.
And actually, all of our camera guys, if there is a pause before we get into draft, the camera guys are always on the top laners, right? Because they're the ones that are choosing the first ban.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're going to look almost every single time, which is probably why we get that to happen. We're going to be panning over because we are into this pause now.
You should also be an analyst of production. You were able to pick that up and figure that out and lay it all out.
I've worked out some things in my time, Wolf. Mainly cameraman mechanics, not too much more than that. But I've almost finished cameraman mechanics. I'm almost ready to get on to the next lesson. I'm a slow worker, but once I get there, I really get there.
Hoping for a POM on Scout's 10-year anniversary of his debut.
Very cool. That's very interesting that it's the 10-year anniversary on his debut and his first 6 months playing in the LCK or something like that. He did have a very, very brief stint behind Faker on T1 very early on in his career, but then very quickly moved over to China. So it's kind of crazy. It's super weird as well, Wolf, because I remember he made the move to China after I'd stopped casting the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, players like Poby, EasyHoon, they just haven't quite got the same renown as Scout. He seems to be the one that was in Faker's shadow that ended up doing a lot.
Yeah, and it's interesting because EasyHoon has a skin. For
what was the
SKT?
What was the player reverse legendary that was also one of Faker's subs? Why am I not remembering his
Pyrion?
name? Yes.
Yeah.
Pyrion. He did not quite reach Scout's levels of success either.
Why does not very many people remember Pyrion, and we all remember the Pogo? It's interesting. I just feel like Pyrion didn't have the same level of atrocious situation to be in, where it was, everyone was worried about Faker and it was the injury and all that sort of stuff, and that's why he had to step in. Pyrion, it was just let's experiment, and it just didn't quite work. A little bit unfortunate there. We have gone on a massive tangent as we look to get this Champion Select back on. I think our players are very close to getting back into Champion Select once again. We'll be starting it back up again. Having a little peek over my shoulder, we don't quite have lobbies sorted out just yet.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a small issue. I haven't heard anything about hardware or anything like that, so I think it's just the lobby itself that needs to be rebuilt.
Yep. It's just all a little bit client related, so we don't have to replace anyone's mouse or anything like that. We are
this track
fine.
slaps though.
Yeah, I mean, how have you felt about the new music? I feel like it's really adjusted where my brain's been at.
I feel like I'm the person who cares the most about music for some reason at the LCK, and I think that the theme that we have with like post-draft with the Demacian banners and the music that's played then is really good. I like the second phase of the draft, the kind of drop that we get there, because the draft music is otherwise very similar to what we had last year, but it kind of hits a little bit harder.
Yep.
It's a remix track, so I've been really enjoying LCK's production value in terms of the the soundtrack and the music and the ambience. Like, pauses usually aren't this epic, but I feel like I'm like, yeah, we're gonna mention Pyrian, we're gonna go into some history, we're gonna look at the solution drawing, like, yes,
we're gonna talk about like
we're gonna buy some time real hard.
Cameraman mechanics, let's do it. I'm inspired. Let's go.
About to start talking about Dark Souls 3 if this doesn't start soon, though.
And we've got a guy in chat saying, casters, start the game already. And we just need to apologize on behalf of us as casters. We haven't started the game yet. We're going to work on it. We're doing our very best from here. I do have a pen. What I need is about 1,100 more pens, and then I could attach them all together to use the keyboard of one of the players to start the draft.
You could just like Pantheon Q, hit the enter key from far away.
So yeah, you can see my pen here. I would be using that in order to, if it could, like Go-Go Gadget pen. Wow, Matt, like Inspector Gadget would be able to do that.
There are like people,
guy in chat.
There are like people going in and out of the tunnel below. I was really nervous you were going to drop your pen and hit an unsuspecting spectator.
No, it's okay. It's a Jeju Air pen because it can fly.
It says, from the opening day, the spicy flavor of Nongshim. Show us the spicy flavor of Nongshim. And see the bottom part there. And the power of Raccoon, it says there on the bottom left.
Oh, it's
a foreign
Raccoon?
fan with a Korean sign.
That's
really
pretty
impressive.
Cool. Very impressive. She can't hear us, though. She's only listening to the Korean broadcast, so we can't really give her a...
Clearly, she doesn't need us with a fan
I know.
Like
And, Sunkei today, he's got such a beautiful voice to listen to, I believe. He is flanked by Cloud Templar and Umpty on the Korean broadcast. Man, that is stacked.
Here we go.
Thankfully, they're not, competing with us on Twitch or YouTube anymore, so we can big up the Korean broadcast as much as we want.
We're not going to get any King and Rumble in this first game, and something tells me we probably won't be getting it in this series, or maybe not for a while, for more series to come. As we'll see, second selection here for B&K, or second pick. So they actually have the R5.
When are we?
Clearly,
is it ever going to be not awkward to talk about the first selection, first pick, side pick selection?
I was thinking, my shower thoughts moment today was trying to figure out, is like ROFS easier to say than right at first selection? I'm like, no, actually it really is. I don't know, we're going to figure something out.
We'll work on it. We'll
Maybe
work on it throughout the
Rofs?
season.
Is Rofs roll off the tongue?
Whoa.
Malphite.
Rock.
Malphite.
Man,
Jace instead of Malphite.
The pause has really broken my brain, but that is going to be a sponge rock.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite work, does it?
Could be a porous, it could be a porous rock.
Oh, true. Like coral or something like that, from the ocean. No, it's the
limestone?
Yeah, no, there is like a very specific like volcanic rock that does look like a sponge.
Yeah, it's not pyrite, is it?
I have no idea what it's called.
Let's back to this draft, though.
If anyone in chat knows exactly what the spongy-looking rock is called, please let us know. If you're a geologist, you probably are not watching. But if you are, please let us know.
They did not pick one of the safer 80 carry options into the Malphite. I mean, Yunara has a dash when she's in her ultimate, I guess. But they could have picked Corki and tried to dominate the lane and play through that instead. But they are playing this hyper carry into a Malphite.
Pumice!
Aphelios.
Pumice is the name.
Pumice, that's right, that's right. Thank you.
What is this? Daijo DJ. Thank you so much.
That's exactly the rock I had in mind.
Good luck on the decks.
That's exactly the rock I had in mind. All right, that's all fair.
And Brendan Valdez just pointed out that coral is not a rock. However, it does kind of...
Yeah, it's actually a living...
it is.
I wasn't going to say anything.
When it's not alive anymore, it is rock-like, okay?
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah,
Valdez
definitely did.
So we're turning this Yunara comp into a dive comp now, where Vikla pulls out his famed Ahri, and, there has been famed on both sides. Some great games, some less great games. They have the Nautilus. They're going to look to try to, just get on top of this Aphelios and blow him up, and hope that the Yarn does not get caught by the Malphite or a shove in the process. It's a little janky of a draft here so far for B&K, whereas the identity, I think, a little bit more clear on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting, the priority on the Nautilus, for me.
Also, the Thresh probably should be banned here, since it's an Aphelios comp and you're running Ahri.
Yep.
So probably you want to be able to have the Thresh to keep him alive.
Lehens was the guy that was playing Thresh when Griffin came up with the really cool like Impale Lantern strategy like 15 years ago or something. But he was that guy. That's what launched them into fame at the very beginning of the Griffin days.
Now if you ban Thresh, they just play Lulu though, right? They banned Nico, which is another thing I actually kind of forgot. I got this deep into the draft.
That got through.
I feel like Nongshim Red Force have so many angles here. There's so many different things they can play that actually feel all great right now. Aphelios is incredibly strong on this patch. And the Ambessa is taken away. It's another tool for dive that's gone. Mundo's surprised about that. A lot of people are saying they don't think Mundo is that strong in this meta, but will be taken away from Raptor.
Yep. Seen a bit of it looked at.
Also doesn't
so
really suit this draft that much to me, but they're going to take the Lulu themselves.
Wait. Where's Nautilus going? That's
Jungle?
fun. Is Raptor, like, is he cooking in game 1? That's really cool. Okay, well, unless Clear is going to be playing at top lane, that is going to be a Naut jungle. It's been a while since we've seen it. Did used to dabble in the jungle. I think it was more recently outside of support, a mid laner. All right, Sion going to be the look here for Kingen. Not exactly the most fun.
But it makes a ton of sense when you're running this Aphelios comp, and
it
feels very safe.
Put some big tanky boys around the blender. That's what you kind of want to do. Let's see what Lehens is going to be picking up here. Going to be picking for himself.
I mean, Thresh is not going to feel great into Lulu, but it's not Lulu, so I think it's fine.
I think it's just singed. I think it's probably a singed game.
Karma Aphelios, just to shut down the Lulu. No, it's not Lulu. I don't really understand why they're going to go for the Karma here, to be honest.
Well, I mean, it adds range, right? So pretty much what you want to do is fight for lane priority, and that's what they're doing. Karma is sort of the classic, like, I can win lane style champion.
Yeah,
imagine that's sort of the school of
It's
thought.
a neutralizer for sure, and can get you a pretty big advantage over the Nautilus. If that, we don't know where this is going, but let's find out. Yep. It's Rek'Sai in the top lane. If it's Lulu in the bottom lane, which
I mean, it is.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, is there some Lulu tech in the jungle?
I mean, is Peanut here? Is Spirit here? Because they were the Lulu junglers. If you watch the Lulu Champion Spotlight, Freak does say that you can build a Trinity Force and player in the jungle.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like I overthought this draft a lot for the side of BNK. I thought we were going to see something crazy. I was even trying to consider, like, is there any way where you can play Lulu into Sion? But
it is Nautilus jungle. So there's that.
It is Nautilus jungle with Ahri, which actually feels pretty good if you can connect your dredge lines and set up charms that way. And that is certainly a strong setup. Trying to get on top of this Aphelios through the insane front line, though. Nautilus hook doesn't reach that far. Karma doesn't protect you the same way that it would in a... Right, honestly, it just doesn't protect you at all, like the way a Thresh would, but if you're laning into Lulu, then that's a tough time. They just want to neutralize that, to get the bottom lane quest online, get the Aphelios to 2-3 items. You get the quest, you get that big surge of gold, you get more gold for minions and takedowns. Try to get the Aphelios online here for Taeyun. And for this comp, it's a dive, sort of, with the Yunara on top of it.
Yeah. I'm very interested in how this one is going to go. I think Raptor has certainly been cooking a little bit, but on this patch, you can kind of jungle everything. Who was it? Was it Evandrel?
Diablo's not even going to play you, Atlas.
Oh, wow. Diablo's insane. We do have the zoom in on the fact that he is just not there.
Guys, all right.
Oh, no.
It's you know what? I've been waiting for this because we've been having a lot of bathroom pauses while I'm not here. Guess what, Diablo? Wolf's here this time.
Yeah.
You got to go before, okay?
Yeah. And look, I know there was a pause. There was a slight pause before we got in, right? But that was not that long. The game was long. Would have been longer than that.
It's game 1, all right? You got to go in. Okay, this is what you do, by the way. This is what you do. If a player, this is actually the correct response, all right? I'm going to give you guys a little bathroom pause analysis. 100% the correct response if the enemy team bathroom pauses, 100% you send someone to the bathroom. Oh, wait, it's his teammate, actually.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Wait, hold on. What you do now to delay, though, if you are, in fact, on the opposite side as Nongshim, Kingen goes, you know what? I want to wait till they come back so there's no awkward moment in the bathroom. I got to go now.
There's something to be said about the moral high ground play of like, well, we don't need to go, for we already went.
That's just not efficient,
out of
Atlas.
respect.
That's not efficient.
I mean, it's absolutely not efficient. However, it is like playing the mind game as you're about to load onto the Rift can be powerful. We'll see, because, you know, maybe they've got something planned, some like weird Scion tech, get them on the back foot, you know, look like you are the more solid team by doing that.
I will never be okay with bathroom pauses in esports. I actually will never be okay with it. No one can convince me it's okay.
I think there needs to be ramifications.
Yeah, I don't know. It keeps happening.
Yeah.
It's happened so many times. It happened at Kespa Cup, and then I think it was D+ did the delayed bathroom response I was talking about.
Did.
They're like, oh yeah, you want us to wait? Oh, okay, you guys are back. Oh, I think actually I gotta
And then
go.
they all
Are you
just
gonna
kind
tell
of
me I
left
can't
one
go?
after the other as well. They really milked it. They made sure that was happening. There it is. Okay, welcome back, guys.
Luckily, League of Legends is not decided by bladder strength.
True.
And they've got a good comp, sort of, maybe, I don't know. They've got a dive comp. Diablo's a really good Inara player.
I mean,
let's get on the Rift.
League of Legends has now developed into a bladder strength type game, though, because now that you load onto the Rift so much quicker, you know, and you get into lane so much quicker, you can't do the loading screen bathroom. Like, it's just not
true.
feasible.
That is absolutely true, in fact.
Yeah, that's just not a thing that you can do. So you really have to plan out when you're going to be going to the bathroom if you are going to be having like a...
It's tough, too. You get like 3 dodges in a row.
Yeah.
You're like, I think I can play one more, I'll go to the bathroom later. But then you have like 3 dodges and you're kind of like, oof, it's getting a little long. Sorry to interrupt the fans here. It's not been the smoothest start to our second series, Atlas.
I like that you interrupted one fan chant, caught yourself, and then just went ahead and interrupted.
Well, you got to make it even.
That's a good point.
I got to be impartial. What do you think? I'm just going to interrupt Nongshim only?
I just want to let everyone know that both of the fan chants went through perfectly, and there was nothing that you missed. So there that is. All right, here we are. We are onto the Rift. We are seeing... I went to have a look at what Nautilus jungle is building right now, and I cannot see any Nautilus jungle that's really being played by anyone. So we'll just have to see what Raptor is going to do.
I didn't say anything about it before because I'm not 100% sure, but I had like this false memory maybe that Nautilus jungle was buffed a little bit when they gave everyone jungle stats. Like, remember they made Jace a jungler and when Ambassador was a jungler? I thought perhaps Nautilus was also on that list, but...
I think
it was so long ago, I don't remember.
He may have got the buffs a while ago, and it just wasn't enough to actually make it into anything.
Well, I think when you consider how this draft was looking, they were like, okay, we're going for a little bit of a dive comp. Also, we don't want to lose lane.
Tain's ghosting. Kellen's getting the heck out of there, and does manage to shield himself up. We have to remember that, you know, there are shields on both sides. There's no true sustain for either team, but this Calibrum is putting in a lot of work here as Diablo's really getting shoved around.
If we theorycraft a little bit in the draft, they picked the Lulu before picking the Rek'Sai, right? And perhaps if they had kept the Lulu hidden, they wouldn't have been landing into a Karma for the Lulu for their tech swap of the Nautilus. It feels like kind of a
they
miss.
also wanted to deny the Lulu from Lehens, right? Like, Lehens is a fantastic Lulu player, and then that would have been another enchanter that could have really helped this Aphelios. So maybe that's more the thought.
Yeah, it's not a positive result for them at this very moment in time.
No. We're not seeing it really working out as Nongshim have the shove entirely here towards this bottom side. A 10 CS advantage here for Taeun. And so far, so good here for the Nongshim bottom lane as they will be able to get, you know, their first crash, first plate, and already about a 200 gold lead here for the Aphelios in lane. And that's going to scale quite comfortably alongside this Yunara as well. So a little bit of a scary start. Not exactly end of the world or anything like that. You can see only 100 gold is the lead across the board.
Yeah, starting to build up a little bit of an advantage. Raptor is seen on this ward, so not really much he can do to impact this, especially because Sponge is also here.
Yep, some tanks going to spot one another here as they move into the river.
A very funny little interaction now around the scuttle, but with the bottom side prio here, Raptor's going to have to run top.
Yeah,
he does have mid prio at least.
Lands moving up as Raptor is going to back up Vikla, who is taking a fair bit of damage. Does mean that this crab is going to be successfully taken by Sponge. He's going to look to go back as well as now. BNK fresh off a bit of a reset here. It's just a cull for Diablo. And Scout just channeling the back here. I think was never intending to actually go home, doing it right in front.
So first consolation cull of the season.
Yeah. And honestly, respect. I think it sounds like a good idea. They've been having a bit of trouble in that lane so far.
Calm down, Karma.
Yeah.
Karma is a chatty support.
She certainly is. I mean, it's no Lissandra. Thankfully, we're not in a Lissandra meta anymore. As in Korea, that is definitely a more difficult one.
I think only Ezreal understands what Karma is saying. Like, the other AD carries are just like, I have no idea.
Does he have a map to know what she's saying?
Yeah, is that how it works?
I don't think that's how it works. This pause really has broken my brain a little bit, I'm not going to lie. It's a difficult one.
You mean the multiple pauses, of course, thanks to
yeah.
some certain players who did not go to the bathroom before the
dear.
All right. So, the lane is lost. The CS is starting to stack up, but at least they have the call to fall back on, as we'll have a little bit of a tussle up here. No ultimates yet.
Yep. Kingan doing a pretty good job. You can see Clear taking some bites out of the Scion over and over again. And as this lane goes on, the Rek'Sai is just going to be more and more immovable.
Yeah, this is a really common response to the Scion. We've seen it all throughout the end of 2025, where it became meta again when Scion was king for a little while.
Yep.
We'll see what Malphite can get done at level 6. Obviously, that's where he actually starts to impact lanes. Otherwise, he just kind of covers. And he does have his Kendall Gem online. Rest of that first, you go Zeke's. That's the thing. That's the new meta. We've seen a few other different builds with like Malignants for full AP, but in Pro, I think it's going to be Zeke's Convergence inevitably. Lehens
getting slowed down by that Slurkle quite a bit, as he does manage to connect the tether onto Kellen. Gravitum doing a fair bit of work there as well as Taeyeon turns up. Kellen's still sticking around, but Sponge is here. Only level 5, so doesn't have the unstoppable force just yet, but there's a Nautilus in the area. And Raptor not really going to be able to offer too much back, especially with this Lulu so incredibly low. It's a dangerous prospect to go for a 3v3 here. So another plate likely to go over to Nongshim here, as we can see.
Yeah, just really stacking up the advantage in this bottom lane with the Karma pick. And, you know, it's not going to be safety. Like, I was kind of trying to eventually figure out how to say that into words while we were having a lot of pauses earlier. It's going to be a lot of safety against the dive, but it is so incredibly powerful to get your bottom lane ahead. And that has just been the name of the game here on 26.1.
Oh, Sponge taking a little bit of damage here from Raptor as you got Diablo moving over. Lehens is very low as the Slurkle comes in, and now Vikla has popped the ulti. Great dredge line is going to connect. The charm lands as well, and that is First Blood going over to Diablo. Now Taeyeon has the Chakram stacked up, but it is not enough as Vikla is going to grab that essence back to heal himself up, and Flash has to be used from Lehens. BNK draw First Blood, and they do a great job of it.
I mean, this is a kind of scrappy fight where the Ahri is going to shine, has a setup CC, and even in the early game, deceptively strong is Yunara in these skirmishes. Has a lot of support here. And I mean, Lehens is incredibly low at the outset of this. Look at the mid lane. Like, where is the Talia? Showing up after the fight is already won. Vikla gets an extra ult charge, flashes away here. Taeyeon is taken out. Lehens is running away with his tail between his legs here. Has to use his flash as well. Just a really good roam from Vikla there, and a fight that Nongshim should not have been forcing at this point without their Malphite ultimate.
Yeah, and theoretically, with Weaver's Wall, Scout should have been able to get there very comfortably, but I think Vikla had control of the wave at that point in time, and the early Spirit Rush was allowing him to get in there. But honestly, Raptor hitting his first dredge line, that's what did it. And really beautifully done here by BNK, showing that early aggression in these skirmishes that we know and love from this team. And this is the squad that has not changed, right? And they were getting better and better as the 2025 season went on. And I'm really glad that they kept this roster together, because I felt like they were slow and steadily improving over the year. Looking forward that we get to see even more from this squad. As now Taeyeon with some red-white guns, so feeling a bit dangerous despite the lack of range. But now with a BF sword in the inventory.
That's the real thing. He's got that plus red-white, so one might have otherwise wanted to look for an all-in, but doesn't have 6 as another hook hits.
Yeah, fantastic one as well, as there is the flick back onto Vikla, but Scout's still in a fair bit of trouble. Raptor's still looking for it, but doesn't quite get another auto.
He did not commit his ultimate there either.
Wow.
Interestingly, I feel like he certainly could have.
Yeah, I feel like that. No flash had been used by Scout yet, so maybe not wanting to use it because the flash was still up. Bit strange. Probably could have been a way to at least get the flash. Never mind.
Either way, it still gets a huge win in the mid lane, and we'll be able to take the grubs off of it. As here comes Sponge, they want to turn this into a dragon in exchange on the bottom side with the prio they still have with this Karma. Now they have level 6 with Taeyeon.
Yeah. And Raptor is just going to be taking out these grubs, making Vikla work at them as well, as we can see.
They're pinging, please help. Vikla's trying to come over here, and he might be able to get here just in time. And all the time Sponge spends trying to threaten the dive but not going for it means that they're not actually doing the dragon.
Yep. And Lahen's taking a bit of damage here from Diablo as well, who is feeling a whole lot better now that he has a 400 gold lead after those 2 kills did come on through for him. We do have the rock coming down though, Unstoppable Force available. He finds the Yunara, and Diablo flashes and still dies. Very unfortunate stuff, as Kellen will be able to survive. Just the single pick there with a large investment, but still they get their prize.
It's a really tricky call in Diablo's defense, you know, on the initial flash, because if you can flash the ultimate, if you can react that quickly, that might be what saves you. But if you use it there, then you're like, okay, well now I die in the next fight when the Malphite ultimate comes through. Flashing late though, that one a little bit more difficult to defend, as he thought maybe it would buy him enough space. It did not. He doesn't have a ton of information, but he knows now, okay, Malphite's coming. Does not flash the initial ultimate. Survives here thinking he has enough, but just ends up getting taken out by a ranged attack from Taeyun. If it was only a Malphite that was attacking him, that flash would have made sense.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have it for potentially a follow-up in an upcoming fight. So Nongshim back on the board here. Won't be able to take this dragon, however, BNK in return.
Nicely done. So already this Nautilus has kind of worked out. Only 100 gold behind after that dive does come on through, and that is Grubs on the board as well. So nicely done here.
Oh man, Vandal Pipes already.
Whoa, okay.
Vandal Pipes on the Nautilus. We're getting attack speed. Everyone's attacking fast. Nautilus is going to be putting out the CC. We should have known. I was like, yeah, Nautilus jungle is a problem.
I can kind of see it.
Vandal Pipes exist.
I can kind of see Nautilus playing the bagpipes. You know, obviously they're under the suit, but I can see that. I think it's got like a bagpipey type vibe.
Doesn't it kind of require a lot more dexterity than I think Nautilus's fingers would allow, though?
Well, I mean, you just don't know how much dexterity they have inside those metal gloves. You know, maybe inside those metal gloves, there are actually bagpipes.
Yeah, maybe it's
Vandal Pipes.
Maybe it's Nautilus and Strongbad, the best Vandal Pipes players.
Exactly. It's just like, he's a closet Scottish guy, just in a suit.
Yeah, get the boxing
Currently
gloves
an
out.
astronaut.
Okay, this is a 3v3 here that looks like will not come to pass, but definitely an angle potentially there for Raptor to look for something. Fortunately, not able to find it, and we kind of reset.
Yep.
As I think maybe Coach Comms were used. Actually did not catch, but
perhaps cinematic mode on us again, which I really like. Raptor level behind here, as he does get a little bit of a snare onto Sponge. You got fights on multiple fronts. The Slurkle comes down though, as Sponge actually eating a lot of damage. There's the depth charge for the double knockups, and Vikla looks for the angle, and they find Taeyun out of nowhere! How did that even happen?
This was a bit of a disaster. Nongshim Scout doesn't, again, is unable to get Prio and arrive. TP's in late.
I mean, it's really hard to match the global presence of an Ari Wolf.
Yeah, like also the fact that there's a lot to unpack here.
There's a lot to unpack
Malphite
here.
also just leaves the Aphelios out to dry as well. He's like, I'm ulting out. You're dead, by the way. And Sponge is just like, you know what? I see Scout still hasn't TP'd. I see Scout still hasn't TP'd. I see Scout is just now TP'd. I'm out of here, bro.
No.
You ain't charming me, man.
Away from the charm and just throws Taeyun under the bus.
The saddest part is Taeyun had flash as well. But like, how could he have predicted his Malphite would just do him like that?
Yeah.
How could he have known?
Goodness. Wow, he got sponged. Sometimes you just get sponged. You can't really, sometimes you can't help it.
You would think a Sponge would soak the charm.
Yeah.
Instead.
And Raptor the whole time was just playing his pipes, having a great time.
With immense dexterity.
Yes, exactly. And you wouldn't even know that he's playing them because the fingers on the metal gloves don't even move. Oh, it's so cool. All right.
Supposing he plays it with the giant dredge slime.
That's where the bag is, I think. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have
this
to work
was
out the
kind
mechanics later, as Taeyun misses a cannon, unfortunately. Kingen does manage to knock down a bunch of health, but doesn't quite get the second plate.
Okay, so... Okay, we might have some action here. I'm going to wait a second. But if the Malphite ults aggressively there to try to save the play, I don't think it necessarily works, but it might have been able to. Hold on, we're going to fight.
Yeah, Diablo is definitely fighting. This is what he wants to do. Another depth charge is going to connect onto Taeyun. Is there the follow-up? Oh, good sidestep. No dredge line for Raptor this time.
And no flash required for the Aphelios. Raptor had to use his, so ends up being a trade up here for sure.
Yep, really nicely done. Scout is also this time going to be able to catch Vikler in transition, which is definitely something he hasn't quite been able to do so far this game.
Scout fans were waiting for this guy to come back to Korea for a really long time, and it feels like they're still waiting in this game.
Or at least waiting for him to come down to bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll do it this time. He's got his Weaver's Wall. They're trying to make a play. Not quite there, but they're going to get all the plates.
Oh, yeah. This is crescendum into a turret, and that means that one is going to be a lot of plates. Scout now going to take a fair bit of damage as he does face check a charm. But Taeyun going to be able to claim that first turret as well. Once again, extra gold.
Yeah.
And so that is going to put them ahead by about 500, which is not too bad.
The top lane quests have been completed, but we don't really want to watch this one.
Yeah, Scout's still waiting for his mid lane quest to be done as well. So Vikler is already there on that one. Malignance is now done, but Rod of Ages is now ticking up for Scout. And so a very even game, honestly. And there was that slight gold advantage built up by Nongshim by taking that outer turret, but since the reset, BNK have been able to put a bunch of that money back into their coffers. So nicely done.
It's a pretty much dead even game in terms of gold. The Aphelios sitting on red-white here for this dragon fight, potentially, as the setup is not there without Scout. Does get his boots now. Still hasn't finished his quest, so doesn't get tier 3 on them, but is going to run back as fast as he can. Weaver's Wall at the ready, but if the rest of this game is any indication, I'm not sure if he's going to use it. The rest of the team is kind of posturing like, please use it! We need you to be here!
BNK teleport, another teleport to come through from Nongshim. There's the unstoppable force onto only Raptor. He stays alive for a very long time as now Scout turns up as well. Taeyeon's going to get knocked up. The double knockups as the Rek'Sai makes his way, and Taeyeon survived for a very long time but will be taken out. And the Yunara is starting to pop off until she dies. Now Scout getting amongst it, and Kellen cannot actually help out. Will Vikler be able to land the charm? That's the question. No, he gets flicked back and destroyed. And Nongshim are able to answer back beautifully. Still clear as fire, and Scout will survive, and that will mean that they will be the victors in this particular battle. But man, still a pretty close one, all things considered.
Yeah, it really was. If they don't get that kill onto Diablo there, that could have been a disaster, but Scout does finally show up, ends up having that really nice flick, and ultimately it's a trade up here, and the Dragon does go over to Nongshim, so it's up working out for them. We'll see the quest now completed for Scout as well. So look at this, he has to clear the wave in mid. Vikler has a flank angle here, but he's not actually able to initially impact the play. It's actually the engage from Sponge. It gets onto Raptor, puts him low, which guarantees the Dragon's going to go over. On the other side of the fight, it's a wild growth here onto Taeyun, forces him back. He gets taken out, but Diablo is just so incredibly low. Kingen actually getting that secure the kill really turned things around, and Scout's able to defend himself. I thought we had something happening in live, but
not quite.
No, not really. Ultimately, this ends up being a win for Nongshim, as we just saw moments before. Clear really wants to get the kill here on the Scout, forces him to flash. Good flash angle. He does escape, but the flash is still expended.
Yeah, really well played by Scout, though, in that last fight. Really saving it for Nongshim. So showing up where it counts. We've got a Herald crash into this outer turret on the top side, and Nongshim getting even more plate gold there. Clear will show up. I don't know whether this tower is actually going to go down, because the knockup does come on through onto Sponge.
He has Gravitum, so it's kind of hard to do anything here.
Yeah. All right, Raptor, a dredge line that doesn't even really help his mobility too much there, as we saw. But still, Nongshim now with Kingen on the bottom lane, going to be pushing up towards this inner turret, and Nongshim kind of running them around the map at the moment. BNK, a team that is known for really wanting to skirmish.
Yeah, they like to kill the champions. They don't do as much of the killing of the turrets in the side lanes. It's a Scion, though, so even though Kingen had a lot of free time here, won't necessarily be punished too much. A few minions go by the wayside, and that's the end of it. He is on a flank angle here, but I don't think he necessarily is going to be able to turn that into anything.
Yeah, Kellen going to get knocked up, though, as we can see here. Looks for it. And Kellen is extremely squishy. Still going to survive, was very close to the turret and had Raptor and Diablo there to back him up. Vikler also now on an angle looking for a little bit of an approach, but was spotted on a ward and pinged out here by Nongshim.
All right, well, they're going to try to push Kingen away. They will be successful at it. We just kind of reset here. And at the end of the day, you know, you can see the gold here. It's about 1,000, the advantage of Nongshim.
Yep.
But the scaling questions we have get really interesting in this one because it's Yunara versus Aphelios. Aphelios with a Storm Razor, relatively safe, going for a pen and a second item to deal with this front line. Has the Karma for shielding, but I think otherwise this Yunara is set up for great success. A single target blow up onto this Aphelios that doesn't have a Thresh in this game. Like, so much of the peel tools here are normally used as pick tools. Like, Scout will have to use his flip and his rocks defensively. Sponge may even need to ult defensively, and then it's Kingen who's the front line here. So I think Taeyun has a really tough game to play here. We'll always have to keep an eye on both AD carries' flashes. They both flashed in that last fight, so both don't have it right now, but we'll have it relatively soon. But when the flash is down, you are vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerable.
Yeah, Clear is just going to take a little bit of a tunnel out here, but Scout is going to be able to catch him. Doesn't hit the seismic shove, but it won't really matter. Taeyun, he's got some red-white guns and will be able to cut down Clear, as we can see. It does take a little bit of time, but they will get there in the end. Let's see whether BNK can actually make anything of this, and the answer is no, because the teleport from Kingen is going to come on through.
I mean, at least
so Nongshima once again just running them around the map.
At least Vikla gets something back here on the top side. He'll pop that corrosion and grab 2 plates, it looks like here, but does not feel like it's worth in comparison, as Aphelios already headed back to mid lane, and Kingen is going to be able to come up to the top lane pretty quickly. Macro mistakes can be punished so heavily with these home guards right now. You really have to be very careful. As you can see, even Scout gets a huge shoved wave into that turret there in the bottom side of the map as well. Baron up in 30 seconds here, but it's going to take a lot more, I think, than just the kind of slow play we've seen in this mid game to start that one up right now, even though both of these carries do a ton of damage, the 80 carries in particular.
Yeah, there's also 25 seconds on the Drake as well. Cloud Soul this game, the extra movement speed, you can imagine for Taeyun's going to feel absolutely fantastic.
Kingen is just once again left in the side, pushing another wave through. There's no answer.
Is just kind of, speaking of no answer, not really with too much to do here as he's trying to get himself out. Redemption going to be helping him, but unfortunately, the rock is just cut down. Now Clear on that angle, wants to get on top of Taeyun where he can, but he takes the blast cone to get to safety. This should mean that BNK can grab themselves their second Drake of the game.
A bunch of pings tossed onto Kingen here as well. See if they can maybe collapse on him if he wants to try to go for the flank. But this is going to be a tough contest to sell.
Yeah, the weave as well does come on through here as now Nongshim with Kingen in that front line. He's very, very tanky. The BNK, they have the man advantage. Hook is going to connect onto Lehens, but he's now going to take the Nautilus for a walk. In goes Clear. There's the Wild Growth combo as Taeyun's going to get dove on. He does get a shield. He's trying to take Taeyun down, and he does manage to do it in the end, but he will actually be biting the dust himself. Kingen eating so much damage and will be able to survive. But Nongshim, they lose their 80 carry. Sponge is making his way back, though, and BNK are not going to be able to do this dragon.
Yeah, this is actually insane that what Taeyun was able to accomplish there with very little. I mean, he gets the shield, is barely able to survive long enough there. They get the trade onto the Clear. If he had better guns there, because his red-white expired, I think he might have actually been able to get even more work done there. But ultimately, like you say, it is going to be the dragon going over to Nongshim as a result of this scrappy skirmish. I want to watch Diablo in this fight because it felt like he really didn't do that much damage. Just going to walk through these rocks slowly, and as there's too many threats, he's actually just kind of hitting this Scion here. Kingen does a ton to peel for him. Because in the initial fight, I was watching Clear and the Aphelios, right, Taeyun, but Diablo just really could not actually get close enough to hit anybody valuable here. Kingen did a lot of work in that fight. Great peel for Taeyun despite his death. 100% was worth it here for Nongshim.
Yeah, and the huge Scion with like the massive amounts of armor is quite difficult for this Yunara to actually kill. Doesn't quite have the armor penetration built up just yet. It's Clear just getting out of the way of Kingen, who is 2-0-1 on this Scion. Man, like he is just very scary.
He also, has spent a ton of extra time in the side lane, and with the quests, that adds up. He has a whole level advantage over Clear.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Sponge, though, in a lot of trouble. There's the depth charge connecting onto Lehens. Sponge, the onslaught is not quite going to work. The unstoppable force, I should say, is now Scout could be in a little bit of trouble as Vikla looking to chase him down. There's the unstoppable onslaught that I was talking about before, as Kingen is going to look for it, channels the cube, but Vikla stays golden for a very long time. There goes the Aphelios as well, as it's Diablo's turn to pop off in this game. He got past Kingen and was able to actually do damage. Kingen is still there, though. You have to be very careful, Diablo, but he's able to now run his way out. And finally, BNK going to get themselves to a gold advantage off the back of a skirmish.
Kind of feel like we picked up right where we left off at Kespa Cup with King and his like, man, I'm trying. This fight was
and
so
on Scion as well.
Look at Kingen's angle he comes in on too in this fight. As obviously the initial engage is a little bit messy. The Aphelios ultimate not really high value. He's hitting Kellen, doesn't get the kill. But the angle when Kingen shows up is actually kind of perfect for Vikla's chase here. He almost hits the Ahri. Now he has this angle on him, so trying to focus Vikla down right. Scout is incredibly low, gets taken out here, and then Taeyun just sends it to try to get into the back line, but is unfortunately just not able to do it. There's too many BNK members here. Kingen almost, right? Like, it's like he could not have done more, and he wasn't even there for half the time. But yeah, this fight was just incredibly broken up. BNK had better tools. Their comp is so good in these scraps.
Yeah. And they just have a lot of follow-up CC as well. Like, there's a Karma, and on the other side, there's a Lulu. And the wild growth adds to these fights so much.
Yeah.
It's unavoidable CC. Oh, God. Yeah, speaking of which, Taeun is just dead once again. And the Malphite is not really doing what it said it was supposed to when I read that this champion is broken. As Kingen, he has so much. Level 16 Scion is just insanity. However, a lot of the damage is now gone. It's only really Scout that's doing too much. And BNK, they could rotate back towards a Baron if they would like to. It looks like that is not what they're into right now.
They want to get this turret first at least.
Yep.
And that's going to go down.
Oh, Hook is going to connect as well as Kingen once again trying to tank, but it's Scout that they want to take down first. Slurkle to try and stop him from getting out. Seismic Shove connects onto Diablo, but that's only going to actually gap close as he really does just want to kill Kingen. Not going to quite work out just yet. He now has Lord Doms completed as well. My God.
Like, the sale said 180 carry plus 2 TPs. Look at this. Taeun dies, so they get double TP, and then both solo laners who show up here for Nongshim are like, it's like the guy with the pizza, you know, that meme?
Yeah.
They're like, well, you know, maybe we just let this turret go, actually. And unfortunately, Taeun dying instantly means that there's just no way to win that fight. Like, Scout did his best, Kingen did his best to try to kind of keep it interesting and deny the Baron, which they were successfully able to do, but for how long is the real question, as this game is starting to feel... it's not about the scaling, it's not about the comp diff, it's just the way that BNK are playing. Their coordination seems so much stronger. When they have map control, they're finding picks everywhere, and Nongshim are just not able to scrap with this team right now.
It's not quite working.
Getting outplayed.
And this is exactly what BNK have always been known for, right? I'm really glad that they have stuck to their identity, even though they lost their coach. They've now got Cartwright, a coach, and he's all about going fast, getting stuff done.
Yeah, they're drifting into this one.
They really are.
I gotta say, like, the 2-item spike normally for Diablo is you end up getting that belt that gives you a big ult, but you know, it was hard to deal with the Scion. Now he has LDR. Now he can deal with the Scion. And Diablo is ready to fight.
Well, Weave as well going to try and break up this fight as there's a knock-up onto Taeun into the backline. Goes Vikla, breaks the chains there as well as Raptor looking to flash out of the way, and it's successful. Clear will be able to get into the backline as he looks for Taeun once again, but he's kiting as best he can. Diablo trying to stay alive as Sponge down so incredibly low. Kingen wants to be able to take him out, but the Arc of Ruin is so powerful, and Kingen is dead. Diablo's still alive. They do deal with the Rek'Sai as both top laners are now dead, and now Kingen, as the zombie version, still wanting to get some work done. Low health bars for both of these AD carries, and in fact, everyone on Nongshim is limping into this one, but it is a 4 versus 4, and Raptor is caught off onto the side. Slurkle comes through, Taeun trying to hit that moonshot, but will not quite be able to connect it. The charm! And down goes the Aphelios. It's a disaster for Nongshim. Look away, Korean viewers. Oh, the boo effect is happening real bad here at the end of this game, as now Diablo trying to run this one off, does manage to get shielded up, as Scout may have overextended the flash from the hands. Diablo's missed. How is this guy still alive? He finds the cooldowns. They go everywhere else other than him, and Diablo is able to lock down his target. And now Vikla has another Spirit Rush, so he'll use that to take down Scout. My God, what a fight.
I mean, what a fight. Who says LCK is not a hands region? Watch those moments. Okay, so initially, we're going to have coach voice for some reason, but I really wanted to watch the replay of that fight, as this is actually the BNK call. So we're basically talking about the item builds here, or the item spikes. Yeah. The LDR is done for Diablo. So both AD carries actually survive the onslaught, right? As you see, Scout and the crew is trying to peel for Taeun. Diablo also gets collapsed on by Kingen and Sponge. So kite back for both AD carries is fantastic, right? The wild growth keeps Diablo alive. It's massive. If he dies there, this is a complete wash for BNK, right? Taeun ultimately, ends up dying, though, in the ensuing fight, because it's a tightrope walk that he and Diablo have to walk, but Diablo has multiple forms of CC to back him up. He's playing it so carefully, so slow. Kites back, he has this Ludo to give him some little additional speed and shielding.
But Nongshim's position here is so much better with Raptor off to the side.
But then Vikla gets the CC, right? And it's that overstep there.
Yeah.
It's that one moment that decides everything, because once the AD carry's gone, they're like, okay, no one can catch Diablo. Like, he's super low, but no one can hit him.
Well, now BNK once again on a flank angle, as you can see clear, looking for Taeyun once more. Just finds the ulti to dive on forward, but Vikla, he's the one caught out on the other side, but my god! The Aphelios just exploded! Diablo is doing so much damage now. Kingen is melting as Diablo, yep, I think he may have hit critical mass as he collects himself a triple kill. And this Yunara is, 13, 2, and 6. All right, yeah.
He has a supporting cast, and it feels like on Nongshim that just the same can't be said for Taeyun. You know, he's constantly being focused down. He has 8 deaths in this game, and he has to step forward at some point to try to do damage, but there's just too much CC on the BNK side, and this Yunara is just too big to fail. He hit that LDR, and shortly afterwards, IE straight in the pocket and a pickaxe on top of it. That Baron is not going to last at all against this much firepower.
I just want to reiterate, congratulations to BNK for holding on to Diablo from 2025 to 2026.
They kept Raptor, they kept Diablo. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And yeah, Nongshim Coach Voice is just trying to pick up the pieces here in this game.
I think if I caught that, like saying like, watch for the Rek'Sai, cover for the Aphelios a little bit more. You know, in this situation, like what can Taeyun do? There's just too much CC. Vikla is on the other side of this fight, but that means there's no Malphite here. There's no peel. Malphite's not supposed to peel necessarily, but there's just nothing for the Aphelios, whereas Diablo's got all the resources, and Vikla dying there means nothing when your 80 carry that's incredibly fed cleans up the fight. 5,000 gold in the lead now, 13 kills, and BNK are very comfortably in the lead in this one.
Yeah, looking really good. Vikla didn't manage to collect a Baron, but of course didn't die during that, so we can see the Baron power play from Red Bull is sitting at about 2,000. We did have Orcs let us know that, of course, it is half the gold when you do take the Baron, but you can see now with the advantage that BNK has, it is only going to balloon as they take more and more of these structures off the map, and that's 16. The real value.
And look at Clear, he's caught up that full level of XP that Kingen had over him in this game.
All right, Weave as well just to play defensively here, but still plates are falling down left, right, and center. Raptor off on an angle, is spotted there by, I believe, a Scryer's Bloom. But they can back off to the Dragon immediately after this Baron as well. It's really good timing, actually. As, all right, Flash Unstoppable Force comes on in. There's the Wild Growth to try and keep Diablo alive, but it's not going to work. Vikla's dead as well. That's the combo
there you
that
go.
they've been looking for.
And, I mean, if you could take both carries out with a single 1-2 punch, you might be able to actually win the game. They're going to just push down mid with this massive wave, take these turrets out, and it's going to be 40 seconds till Vikla's back up, and that might have just been the 1-2 punch that brings Nongshim to the lead here. Now, 30 seconds left here.
Not. They can't
30
just
seconds
win
later,
off
they still
this,
have
right?
this wave. They do not have their ultimate, so if those respawns come through.
And it's crescendo, it does so much damage to these turrets.
They have to buy time somehow, some way. They don't have the Raptor ultimate. They have Clear.
I think now that there's 2 Nexus turrets to deal with, I don't think this is going to be enough. They should be able to get rid of the wave, but
just barely they defend.
Nongshim, man, incredible stuff. Now that Rebel Baron power play is down to -800.
Yeah, that was a big turnaround, you could say. As we move into this again, it's just an overstep. Flash, ult, Flash Unstoppable Force, Wild Growth, nice try. Definitely not enough to stop that much damage. Red-white here for Taeyun, but it doesn't even feel necessary. And they're both just stacked on top of each other, maybe just misreading the engage range of that Malphite with the Flash ult.
Beautifully done. And I think they may have gotten a little bit complacent because honestly, I don't think Sponge has really been finding too many of these angles so far this game.
It's the first big one. Like, he's 1, 6, and 8.
Yeah, he hasn't been having a good time. But BNK, they will be able to get themselves a soul point here. A Scout is going to be able to take down this outer turret towards the top side of the map. BNK do answer that with the Dragon. Somewhat even trade, and they still have about a 2.5k gold lead. Things still great here for BNK. Shield Bow now done here for Diablo as well, looking at another item. So it's going to be like the classic 6-item 80 carry.
Yeah, we're actually getting close to the... oh, we got the extra boot slot, and it's going to be really relevant here.
Yes.
I
think GA would be good.
The game state here is really difficult to define because the extra prio that this mid inhibitor is going to grant Nongshim, the lack of mid inhibitor is going to grant Nongshim the super minions they have, is going to be very relevant up until the Baron spawns. And if they can get a Baron, they get map control for the rest of the game, then suddenly, you know, it feels very playable. And Diablo doesn't have Flash. if he gets hit by another unstoppable force, I mean, the game can, and will, in fact, just end this time around. So needs to be really careful, where he has otherwise been so incredibly careful and great at walking the tightrope in this game. That was just a really unfortunate moment there, and a great proactive play from Sponge.
Well, there's another hook. It's going to connect as they're looking for the pick, and they will be able to find Lahans. Now the rest of Nongshim are going to turn up. This time Taeyun is still alive, but man, the Orb of Deception is doing damage. The hook from downtown, the double knock-up, and Aphelios just explodes! What the heck was that? This time Diablo's alive, and he lets them know, as it is only Kingen left up, and he is walking the other direction, as now it's BNK's turn to try and end this game. And he's not going to be able to teleport out of that one. And there is going to be the ace. Yunara picks it up 16, 3 and 7 for Diablo. And when he doesn't get hit by a Malphite ult, they are probably going to win the game.
Yeah.
They're going to do exactly that right now.
Yeah, this time we will see the end. This time they're in the base, and BNK, there was the one big slip up, but otherwise they were able to outplay Nongshim in this one. Better team coordination with the pre-built synergy this roster already has from 2025. As you mentioned, keeping the identity of the dive alive. Edo's debut, he puts the Nautilus in the jungle.
Incredible Edo performance to start this one off, Wolf.
And, you know, the Lulu support was shut down by Karma, so it looked like initially, like, okay, maybe this didn't necessarily work out. But this Diablo guy, you know, we've been kind of saying he's
good, man.
He's pretty good. Got hit by one Malphite ultimate. It could happen to anybody. Actually was hit by that other one in the bottom lane. Could happen to anybody.
Yep.
But otherwise, you know, really walking a fine line in this game.
And also our first Nautilus jungle win of the season as well. Wasn't what I was expecting to be seeing today, but Raptor actually looking pretty good at it. We do have some pretty great Nautilus players in this game as well, so as far as Fearless is concerned, now Lahens can't play it. Like, he loves just defaulting to Nautilus, not going to be able to do so in this game.
You can't pick Nautilus into my Zeri anymore. 51,000 damage!
He did do double what Taeyun did. In Taeyun's defense, this game looked nigh impossible to play.
Yeah, the synergy just was really not there. Like, Kingen out-damaged Taeyun, which is really funny.
Yeah.
Taeyun did not spend a lot of the game alive. His gun management was insane. I felt like he had red-white like every time I looked at him, but he just could not utilize it to its full extent.
Didn't quite work out. That is some incredible artwork. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, we will have the space, and then game number 2, we'll see whether Nongshim can fight back and bring us to a 3-gamer for the first time today.
야, 그래프 한번 볼게. 따라와. 앞에 볼게. 이거 싸움 크게 난다. 야, 빨리 하자. 빨리지 말고, 빨리지 말고. 사용, 봐봐. 나 그래프 천천히 돼. 엑사이로 해볼래? 빨리야. 앞에. 앞에. 달려볼게. 달려. 큐 막아줘. 안 죽어. 아, 라인 막아야 돼. 사용 정면이야.
야, 사이언 정면이다. 끝난 거 같아. 나이스.
여탱할게. 다음 라인 지켜도 끝나, 얘들아.
그냥 사이언 죽이면 된다, 얘들아.
나 젤드 있죠.
사이언 죽여. 내역대 이거.
그래, 끌어줄게. 끝내자. 카르마 10초. 끝날 것 같아.
can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light. The darkness can never. Darkness can never kill.
That was a pretty cool cinematic. I think it's pretty cool.
You seemed engrossed.
You know what? It was as engrossing as that last match. Welcome back to the space. It is Nongshim and BNK Fearx doing battle. BNK Fearx up 1-0. After two comps that wanted to play through their 80 carries and a lot of people that wanted to kill those 80 carries.
Yeah, so I think the interesting thing about the draft was this Nautilus flex that came out. I was interested to see where it went because they picked that Nautilus early, but they ended up picking the Lulu before they saw the enemy support. I thought maybe they'd leave the support till last. That could have been an idea, right? If you're going to flex a Nautilus, maybe you get them to pick like a Braum and then you pick like a Lulu intro or something. But I think maybe the fear was that they would pick like Aphelios Lulu themselves, so they wanted to deny that. An advantage of the Nautilus is that Castor's talked about, it denies it from the Hens for the rest of the series as well.
Yeah.
But one of my concerns here was that, you know, obviously Yunara, Lulu, super strong late game, but into the Aphelios Karma, it's a bit of a rough lane. Bit of a rough lane early, and that could have been a problem, but the game did play out a bit differently.
I mean, I like the tryout because BNK is probably the first team, as a first selection team, they choose to pick second, right? Because normally you choose to pick first, and then the other team picks the blue side, but BNK is the one who really wanted to counterpick. And I'm not sure if this was the original plan for them, but definitely they had the plan for sure. So, I mean, they won, so.
Yeah, they got the victory in the end, but it was quite a squirrely way. We do start in the early game in the river, and you guys wanted to bring this one up because of the thought process here by Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I just have no idea why Nongshim wants to secure this river spot, because your mid laner, Talia, his name is Scout, and he's hugging topside as Talia, right? And your support, Lihan's Karma, he's half HP. And your Malphite, Sponge, you are level 5 without ultimate. And there's nothing you can get it from like securing this vision control, because BNK, they can just look for the fight here.
The thing is, the Lulu is quite far away late to the fight, but it doesn't even matter because you have this setup. The Nautilus allows the first reset for the Ahri, and it just means it's so hard to play this fight because the Ahri ult has so much immediate power in a fight compared to Talia Wall, and it was just really not the ideal setup. And again, you have a Malphite, you farm faster than the Nautilus, just play for the 6. It's such an unforced error, I feel, in this situation.
Yeah, and the reason why we wanted to show that one is why Nongshim were behind. And although that they ended up catching back on up, these fights were so messy and so chaotic, and that's what we have here in our second highlight. It was probably the longest fight. We touched on all different parts of the map here with it.
I mean, I think the issue begins with their team comp, right? The only CC they can actually rely on is Malphite ulti. So if Malphite ulti is gone, then they have to just rely on Talia's skill shot and Karma's RQ, which is not reliable, right? So I feel like whenever they cannot one-shot the target which Malphite ulted, you cannot really continue the fight.
I think the problem as well, like we just showed that clip, which obviously led to them falling behind. If you aren't as far behind here, does the Yunara just die? Does this fight look different? How low are these health bars were chased away? Because the ult was good, the follow-up was there from the Talia, but it just wasn't quite enough damage. And this fight, you can tell they're like, oh, it was so close. We need to chase down these targets. But it goes wrong so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and also you don't really need to chase for kills, because in this place, you already choked them down on the bot side, so that means you can just go mid, get mid turret, get the tempo back. But what is happening, Taeyun? I mean, he knew Ahri's there because there's ward right there, and he just walked into it. So, like, they're just too tunnel visioned on kills, not looking for the macros, because the mid turret was wide open here.
Yeah, and then just like a couple more moments here, the Mantra Q hitting the Lulu and not the Yunara. And then the fact that we get the ult back for the Ahri. Oh, it's just, I mean, it's so hard to watch because, you know, there was good moments even in that fight, but then it was the over chase, the poor decision, and you think if things had gone a little differently, it could have been a good fight for Nongshim.
I mean, my eyes were on Scout. Those threaded volleys multiple times were so close to turning the fight and changing the makeup of that game. And even then, Nongshim found a way back on in. However, BNK DRX closed out game number 1. Will it be a clean sweep here for the Foxes as we send it back on over to the casters?
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And now it is time to get into game number 2. We'll see whether Nongshim can get back on the horse a little bit better this time around. There were some performances that probably left a little bit to be desired, you could say. Wolf, I think I'm looking at this Malphite that has been a coveted pick but hasn't found any success. 0 and 2 now, I believe, in the LCK. And also Taeyun's positioning that was already brought up on the space.
Yeah, Nongshim are going to go with first pick, which is not a surprise to me. This does mean BNK might be able to do something a little tricky again on red side, or on blue side with second pick. True. My brain's still adjusting to how to say that with R5 and final counter pick. I think that Nongshim really misjudged how their composition was going to work. I was coming into LCK Cup feeling like Malphite was going to be one of the strongest picks on the patch. Even season opening event, I was like, I can't believe they left it up. They didn't pick it, right? And then it just isn't really working as intended. I think it requires, you basically only have one button, right, in team fights. A lot of other jungle picks have a lot more utility. Maintaining consistent CC is what Nautilus was able to do in that last game. So we'll have to wait and see what is planned here for Nongshim. I think Nongshim do have the ability to win this series. I predicted them, in fact, but the coordination just was not there in that last game, and hopefully we'll see it in game 2. For BNK, this roster is unchanged, so you would expect that their coordination will be better, and that's what we've seen thus far.
Yep. And seems like a change in the coaching staff has not actually hurt them too much. We were singing the praises of Ryu in our first game, and of course he was their coach all of 2025, has now moved over to Gen G, and Edo has now moved in. So, Jace going to continue to be permanently banned throughout the LCK Cup, as well as the Vi, and nothing really changing as far as these bans are concerned. These last couple might be interesting. Just have to see what Nongshim are going to be taken away, because there is now the Malphite left, like gone, fearlessly banned, right? So it does leave a few gaps in this draft. No Silas is needing to be banned or anything like that.
Yeah, 100%. See what this final ban is going to be. The Aphelios and the Yunara are gone. See if it ends up being like a Nico ban, which could be quite strong here, as Nongshim do have first pick.
Yeah, one more ban here for BNK before we get into these picks. Vikla looking like he's concentrating very, very hard on what he wants to do, and it's going to be Jarvan.
Okay, well, silver stock's going up.
Indeed.
As we do see a potential first pick Orianna. Like, Orianna's up. You have the...
Scouts Orianna.
You have the potential to first pick Nico, but now because you've chosen the Orianna, that could go over to the side of BNK as a response.
Oh, Nico Corki is actually terrifying.
Yeah, that's kind of
Diablo Kellen.
Insane. I think that may be, in fact, where we go directly here.
Well, it is definitely going to be Nico. I think that is a no-brainer. Will be picked up here. The Orianna, I'm not actually... I feel like that is a decent decision to make, especially with the Zia band, but
going
it's going to be Nico Pantheon.
For the face-up Pantheon, which is obviously not a flex in this case with the Nico already locked in, instead of going for the safe Corki or even the Sivir, which could have been an option as well. Sivir has been doing incredibly well in solo queue, and it's just really a big benefactor of all the, or benefitter of all the changes to crit and stuff like that. Varus will be the option here.
Yep, the Taeun special does very much like this champion, at least as I remember back in 2023, or when he was still here in the LCK.
Picking Varus can be quite strong into Nico. Picking the Alistar, a little bit less so.
Although good into Pop Blossom.
That is true. As a great answer in terms of team fight and setup there. The variation of Varus that we know when we're watching Taeun is on hit. We'll see what ends up happening here in this game, as Ezreal is going to be the opt-in here for Diablo with the Nico lane.
And this is a champion that Diablo has gone completely ballistic on in the past as well. I believe it was Casper Cup. You and I were just kind of in awe of what Diablo was able to do on this champion. And of course, he was doing that all last year as well. The guy is just pretty good at the video game. So both of them going to be rocking those skill shots to see who can actually stick around in the laning phase. With Lehens on the Alistar, of course, it is one of his signature picks, but unfortunately will not be adding that much to the laning phase against a Nico Ezreal, which is going to be very scary.
They picked the Pantheon early, and they can kind of try to choke out the jungle pool here for Sponge. They banned the Jarvan, the Jace, the Nocturne, and when you look at what locks down Ezreal, like, I mean, apparently jungle Nautilus could be one of your best bets, but that's Fearless ban. I'm curious what they're going to do with this final ban here at BNK.
I mean, Xin Zhao is, one of those champs that is still up and available and relatively strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those champs. I mean, Wukong, I suppose.
Yeah.
Could be another one they're looking at. It's kind of like those are the two that are left. As Ambessa, jungle, not allowed as well with the Ambessa ban that happened earlier on in the first phase.
I feel like Wukong doesn't feel that great, though. I feel like the early presence that you'll have as this Pantheon is going to greatly outvalue that of an early Wukong.
Not to mention,
really doesn't get online that fast.
Yeah, not to mention the Ezreal is going to be able to buy space better than a lot of other AD carries into the Wukong in team fights.
All right, Gnar going to be taken away. A very interesting ban, although Clear is one of our known Gnar enthusiasts. kind of like every other top lane here in the LCK, to be honest, but still, it has been one of his favorites in the past.
It kind of makes me feel like maybe Kingan's angling for a Jax pick here.
Could be.
Because that's one of the picks that Gnar has, you know, it depends on who you ask. Like, Keen's like, I went both sides, but it has been a great response to Jax in the past, even though Gragas does exist. So it's either that or maybe a Cassante. Those are the big things you're afraid of.
Ooh, Sylas.
But, like, there's no Gnar. Let's lock the Sylas. This is a Vikla favorite.
It is, and it's interesting because theoretically the Pantheon is somewhat flexible. The Nico could be a mid laner again, like all sorts of weird stuff. The Sylas could be jungling, like you don't really know, but it's pretty clear cut that this is going to be into the Orianna thus far. And with Alistar already picked up, it does make sense that you're going to be picking the Sylas just because the Unbreakable Will is so powerful.
Like the Kingan Renekton comes through and they will be picking up that Wukong, so they have a lot of threats here. I'm just a little bit concerned about how much engage and how much frontline, plus the safety of the Ezreal B&K already have. And they will, of course, still have counterpick for the top lane here. And the Sylas can steal critical ultimates. Like the Wukong ultimate makes it even better, arguably. Yeah. I mean, like the Alistar one is the one you want most of the time. We'll see that same Kennen response we saw from Rich earlier today. The Gunblade Kennen can be quite powerful and buy a lot of space. I mean, this is basically... Well, you couldn't ask for more engage, but also functionally it peels incredibly well for an 80 carry that's already so difficult to lock down, and it is Diablo on the Ezreal. Even though the Orion went over and we kind of were like, wow, that's crazy. That's a lot of power budgeted into Scout on a champ he's quite well known for. I think B&K definitely went out on the draft in my mind.
Yeah, I actually feel like it looks pretty good. And Clear has been a bit of a Kennen enthusiast in the past. Hasn't exactly got the most games on it, but has certainly played it, especially in Challenger on DRX back in the day. So looking forward to seeing how he's going to go, as we did see Rich have a pretty good time into Keen in the Kennen versus Renekton matchup. And so we'll just have to see. I'm interested. I do feel like B&K are once again looking like they have a lot of control and power in this draft. And I like the way... it must not necessarily be about the coaching stuff. It must be the players that just like playing with lots of setup CC and control. You know, and a lot of these skirmishes are often built around that, and it's showing once again. You've got Pop Blossom, Slicing Maelstrom, you've got a Sylas that can pick up so many different things. This could be another blowout for B&K. That being said, would be really good if we made it to 3 games. So Nongshim, let's see what you can do as we are here, loaded onto the Rift here for game number 2. And minions already making their way down the lanes as Diablo already in position. And yeah, there's 2 of them. This is going to be a very rough time for Nongshim in the early laning phase.
Yeah, they opted into this. It is Comet Varus, so lethality. The option, Ignite Kennen, rather than the teleport variant. The shield is actually quite high value for Kennen. He doesn't build a lot of health, obviously, so he's not going to have a massive shield, but having the shield really helps you set up your ultimate. But it does mean that you have potentially kill pressure in this lane. A lot of power, Ignite value into Renekton when you're looking for an all-in is insanely high, so really interesting tech to come out here from Clear. It's pretty easy to proc the Electrocute.
Yep. I do like having a little bit of that extra power, as Chains are going to connect here onto Scout, as Vikla does find level 2, but still, the Orianna should have a pretty good time. Orianna into melee matchups actually gets to make use of her passive quite well, and so isn't going to be too worried about this. The early landing phase should be a little bit tough here for Vikla.
I mean, we have right now 2 crushing lanes, right? You have the top lane winning for B&K, you have bottom lane with the Nico. No contest, right? And then in the mid lane, the fact that Vikla was even able to get those chains to connect, and he had it perfectly timed with his level 2, found the angle there, hits on the Scout, just gives you this feeling of like, B&K are locked in right now. You know, they have so many edges in this game to start things out, plus the fact they're already one up in this series.
I do think that as the game goes on, this Nongshim draft is looking really good. Clear needs to actually last hit minions as well. That would be really cool. As Kingan doing his very best to pick up as many of these as he can underneath the turret, and is doing a great job at that. But still, it is going to be clear with a slight advantage as far as this farm is concerned, as Kingen does have to deal with both this Pikachu as well as the turret, trying to take away all of his minion kills.
Yeah, the electrocute is very annoying to deal with here.
Oh, nicely played there by Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo is just so clean. Team takes a lot of damage. You know, we, in the past, would see the lethality Varus just crush Ezreal in lane, but we're not living in that world anymore, especially with an Alistar by his side.
Yeah.
Nico existing. It is a thing of the past to think that the Varus can go toe-to-toe, even though he has that range, he has that poke, he has that comet. He is really just trying to get anything he can, but you can see here, the poke is real.
Yeah, and it's the fact that there is an Eco alongside and the cow instead, so it's just going to be a rough time regardless.
But that was a risky ward for Vikla there.
Yeah,
the Raptor is coming up and like...
It is going to be a 2v2.
With Kingslayer, I mean, this is kind of playable.
We'll have to just see, as the Dissonance does do a bit of damage to Vikla. Scout very out of mana.
Yeah, that's...
Raptor is rotating over.
And Raptor is prepped.
Oh, the chains connect! Sponge dives in, and Vikla is getting the heck out of there, but Scout has basically nothing to work with. It will be the kill followed up, but First Blood goes over to Nongshim, and they'll have a bit of extra money for that.
Yeah, 2 flashes expended on both sides. All 4 flashes in the exchange going over to nothing. This going over to cooldown. And ultimately ends up being a trade. And junglers pick up the kills. Mid laner's trying to make the play. I really thought that I was favoring the situation there for B&K. If those chains connect, they do. And he has Kingslayer, but you know, Nongshim also are very confident. And in fact, they were able to trade it back and get the first blood.
Yeah, it was nicely done.
Very close exchange there.
The fact that Scout was trying to fight with 0 mana was a real difficulty, as now Clear does get closed in on by Kingen, but able to answer a lot of damage back with that W. And has put all of his points into that one, as we can see. See how Kingen is going to be able to navigate this. And right now it is just taking abuse here on this top side and trying to take the farm where he can.
Yeah, remember Clear has Ignite.
Taken out.
So, like, while this wave pushes away from Kingen, he's like, you know, I just don't want to get involved with that.
Yeah.
And level 6 is going to be there faster for Clear. So Kingen has to back here and does not have teleport anymore. It's a pretty big win for Clear.
Yeah, and quest advantage in the top lane as well is such a huge deal. If you can keep your opponent out of lane because you have that level advantage, it sort of snowballs on itself if you can keep it in that isolated 1v1. So, can be a tough time. See whether Clear can actually carry that one forward or whether it's going to be Sponge creating that advantage. You can see Kingen does make his way back. It's a cannon wave, and so he is able to get back here.
Yeah, he is significantly down in CS, as you'd expect. As here comes the ult.
Yeah, Orianna comes, so the shockwave comes in from the Silas, and now Scout's in so much trouble. Vikla looking for it. No flash, no chance. Solo bolo for Vikla in the mid lane.
Yeah, Vikla is just feeling himself in this matchup. Like, he has had played even level 1 with insane confidence. Gets to level 2, right? Gets that stun, and he has just been non-stop. You know, basically hands checking Scout, and he's winning out. Gets level 6 faster there as the faster shockwave, and he just does not miss today.
Yeah, that was not how I was expecting this early game to go, as this was the lane where I thought Nongshim were going to be able to play through, right? The mid lane was going to be it, and now it is kind of a disaster. As a Silas that can run away with a lead is just going to be so difficult to deal with. Let's have a look at this one more time.
He goes in, gets level 6.
Yeah, and Scout didn't have it yet.
And Scout, I think, just did not realize he would have level 6 on that engage. Shockwaves the minions and dies.
Yeah, I think probably just knew that he was dead. No flash, no chance. And now Vikla, level advantage, and feeling absolutely fantastic here in this mid lane.
I mean, this can really snowball as well, this type of lane, if the mage falls behind in any matchup, or even though you have the range advantage. Like, Silas just starts trading with you, he's got health.
Oh, Lahan's just dead! Okay! Well, now Taylor's in a whole lot of trouble as well. Does still have flash up and available, but man, where did that cow go?
To the death chamber.
Ah, right. Sorry, thanks, Wolf.
He'll be back in about 2 seconds.
So glad that this is a duo cast.
Yeah, no, he's got teleport as well, so he can get right back in there. He's gonna maybe try to make something happen.
We'll see. Diablo is looking a little worse for wear, but does manage to get that Mystic shot out. Clear. Kite and Kingen around. Does manage to at least snag him with that Q.
It just feels like there's no in for Nongshim. Like you mentioned, the mid lane felt like the most stable start, but you're like, oh man, the early game isn't going to be great for Wukong either in the Pantheon. Doesn't have his ultimate. At least they were able to trade that kill back in the mid lane, but otherwise, you're just kind of losing everywhere. How do you get back into this game without big power from your jungle? And this is just Lehens getting caught and gets rooted. And that's that.
Oh,
Diablo does not even hesitate. He's like looking for more skill shots. Like, oh yeah, I guess he's just dead already.
And the flash had to be employed as well. And it just adds insult to injury, doesn't it, really? So it's almost a 2,000 gold lead here for B&K at the 8-minute mark. And I just don't feel like it gets better just yet from here, right? Obviously, Sponge does now have the Cyclone up and available. Later game team fights are going to look strong, but we haven't even had Vikler out of lane stealing away Unbreakable Wills, things like this. Like, the power of this B&K composition hasn't been shown yet, and Kingen is throwing out an ultimate here in lane just to try and keep himself alive and get a shove going.
I mean, the quest advantage for the lanes here is going to start to be felt, you know, pretty soon. Once those start completing, Silas is going to have his first because he's been doing so much damage to Scout.
Yeah.
Obviously, his bottom lane has been pushed in super hard, and then top lane needs no explanation. Kingen doesn't have money.
Oh, there's a slicing maelstrom here as Kingen doesn't have that ulti available. Ult comes through here from Raptor as well, looking for the flash stun, and he will be able to find it. Clear will have the follow-up as well, and finds the Qs from both of them, and Raptor's able to lock down that kill. There is the True Shot Barrage onto Lehens, taking a fair bit of damage himself. Does have the ulti, as Nongshim are just trying to pick up the pieces of this game.
Yeah, there's just nothing in the tank right now, and the ultimate is coming. It comes through there from Raptor, and Kingen sees it, instantly flashes, but it's just not enough. You know, he's able to flash follow there for the stun setup. They have just enough damage. He gets the empowered Q to take him down. And if you look at the gold leads here, they're in every roll over a kill.
Oh no.
That was an E. That was not even a flash.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit dire here for Nongshim.
He has barrier, by the way. I don't even know if he could do anything with that if he hits that.
No, I really don't think anything happens. Taeyeon just says, please go away. That's sort of what that ulti was saying. As Diablo able to snipe that cannon as well, which is very satisfying. Raptor now Sundered Sky in hand, does have that item advantage. Trinity Force is on the way here for Sponge. As Lehens going to be able to avoid the route there. But now, possible opportunity as Kingen does have backup this time around. But vision there for Clear.
Yeah,
they just
Clear
can't find an inroad.
Yeah, Clear is just like, well, I expected this. I played around it. He has control vision on the Tri-Brush as well. And so there's just no in, like you say. And this is just going to be Dragon. It's a slightly late Dragon, to be sure, at 10 minutes here, but
oh no, he's
goes over.
Wave. Oh dear. Well, it's going to be difficult for Kingen. We've got 3 seconds on the Slicing Maelstrom as well. Clear is once again going to be dangerous.
This blind Renekton might be, when Kennen is up, might be something to avoid in the future.
Man, and it feels so good as well, building Gunblade on Kennen specifically, because like you want to have a Vamp Scepter in lane. Like it just feels so good having that item.
Like we saw Zeus, you know, use Vamp Scepter in lane when he's going to AD Kennen, but this is something else entirely, obviously, and Clear is just like, I'm going to proc Electrocute every chance I get, and you know, Electrocute's been buffed quite a few times, I like to say, and when you have this item advantage, and once you have Gunblade, you can slow and just like guarantee your stuns. Your ultimate's always going to be big. You can peel with it. You can get on top of the enemy AD carry. Peel even against the... I mean, there's just so many things.
Oh, this time Chains of Corruption is going to land, and there is the Wombo combo. Taeyeon on the board.
Uh-oh, Clear.
Able to take one down. Okay, Clear is also in trouble. Does find the Slicing Maelstrom for a bit of a stun, and Kingen is able to wipe him out. Raptor's going to show up, but he's by himself. As now Vikler looking for it once again, but this time Scout able to stand his ground, make something happen. Kingen just wants to have some spare time with this lane, and he will be able to get it. Teleport is there for Clear with his top lane quest. And so we'll be able to make it back to this lane if he would like to, but there is a good answer for Nongshim, and they really start closing that gold gap that was really starting to balloon.
Yeah, that was a really cool move there from Vikler. I thought perhaps he was going to try to bait Scout into a bad exchange. So going back to this one, unfortunately, as Diablo has Arcane Shift, but this Nico does not flash the chains, and he gets taken out. And they are going to try to make something happen in the jungle here, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything in live. And the reason why Clear steps up like this, despite knowing there's a really high chance that Sponge is still here, is because he has his jungle nearby with ult. The timing, though, of the engage of Sponge, how quick snap, flash, Cyclone, he gets it out. This means there's... Okay, he gets this one, too. The timing is too fast for Raptor's ultimate to come in and impact the play in time.
Yeah, it was well played by Nongshim. Be able to have sort of a little bit of an advantage. And when you're against the global of the Pantheon, it is difficult to have that moment. So well played by them in order to do so. But Vickley, you can see, has his dash cannon now completed. And the Silas, when he's unlocked, is just going to be so difficult for Nongshim to deal with. So BNK still haven't seen quite the team fights that we're kind of looking for here, as he does avoid so much of the damage out of Scout just there.
Man, Vickley is actually out of
He's dancing this game.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's like he's moving like Messi, man.
He's
dribbling somehow.
He's in Scout's head completely. He lives there.
Actually out of control. I mean, obviously that he just avoids everything and like nothing happens, but it was really cool to watch.
It was very cool to watch. And that may actually, you know, affect the mental game for Nongshim, right? So it might be relevant, as Taeyeon going to be moving in, looking for Kellen, wanting to try and find that option as he does connect the Q.
Doesn't use his ult, just wants to push Kellen out without it, so he can still use that tool later, and he is successful. Kellen still has his flash.
Yeah, Arcane Shift just to avoid getting pulverized there by Lehens. Does do a fair bit of damage here, does Diablo, now that that Trinity Force is complete.
The game state here, you know, obviously after those big plays, like they were able to kill clear, they were able to get the kill onto Kellen. Feels a little bit better here for Nongshim, but the problem is they haven't really been able to get back control of, you know, the top or mid lane. Bottom lane looking a little bit better with some resources given. Let's see if Sponge can make anything happen here. I mean, this ward is going to say, I think absolutely not, but
yeah,
I think what, I was just going to say briefly, like I think what Nongshim need to get back in this game fully is just a one-team fight on an objective with a really nice Cyclone, Shockwave combo. Then they can get back into the driver's seat. But right now, around the map, it's just kind of like duck and cover.
Yeah. Well, there is the Cyclone onto Kellen. He will find a Pop Blossom onto 3 and flash his way out. As now Raptor looking for that opportunity. There is a decent Shockwave to come on through, but not quite getting the kills. As now Scout over the wall to try and keep himself alive. The Unbreakable Will just in front of BNK. True Shot Barrage sails over to provide morale for the team, but is otherwise not doing too much more, and everyone walks away.
So mess up Clear's lane state.
Chains of Corruption does come on down as Diablo takes a lot of damage from the combo out of Taeyeon.
Starting to hit pretty hard. Raptor is going to come up here and start up this Herald. As all those health bars were expended in that last fight, the flash is down for Scout, his ult is down. Raptor is just going to start this one up, knows that he has a Kennen coming up here, who also has teleport now, by the way, with this Royal Quest, of course. Really hit on that, but that is why you can take Ignite now. And even though he didn't get a kill with Ignite, like that extra pressure, the fact that that existed is a big part of why that CS advantage is there. Yep. Raptor does take the Herald completely with no challenge, and that may just get dropped into the mid lane to try to secure prio for this dragon fight. And Scout's ult's coming back up, Sponge's ult's coming back up, Sponge has flash. Like, this feels like the best chance Nongshim have to get back into this game if they can group for this fight. But if they mess it up, you know, it feels like just you're never ever going to get back in.
It really could be a catastrophe, especially with the fact that, you know, if Clear gets a good ulti, if Vikla is able to run amok utilizing that Unbreakable Will that we haven't quite seen just yet in this game, it's a difficulty. Let's see whether he presses the button onto Lehens right now. Looks like he's not opting in for it just yet.
We're having this big, potentially game-deciding fight before a lot of champs have their 2 items, right? Orianna is sitting on a Rod of Ages on 3 stacks. You know, it doesn't feel like this is the big oomph moment. It's going to be about the CC more than anything else.
Well, Lehens gets that flash headbutt pulve onto Kellen, but he's able to walk his way out of there. The Unbreakable Will is now going to be put together. Pop Blossom connects onto 3, but Kingen makes his way back into the back line and slicing Maelstrom from Clear, but he's under the turret. They do take 2 of them down, though, as Diablo is free hitting in this back line. Taeyeon's still alive, though. There is the stun from Raptor, but Scout has the turret and has his orb to help him out. 2 on the floor on both sides, but it looks like BNK have control of the map.
Yeah, BNK have the jungle, and their jungler has a Herald. Now this is going to be the dragon to come over, but more will go over as Diablo. You got to be careful.
Oh dear, there's the Grand Starfall.
Maybe not.
Scout's just really dead.
Yeah. Forget dragon. I'm going to kill the champion first, then get the dragon. As they are going to come over here and look for a punish, but I think this turret is just gone.
Yeah, Rift Herald's still there. Diablo looking a little worse for wear, though. Lehens now without the ulti, but Diablo is very close to dead. Taeyeon just pushing him out. As now Kingen getting into that front line. Raptor wants to find it. Taeyeon, no! no! Oh, the overstep, and Kingen cannot help him there.
I mean, BNK were like, you know, we could just drop Herald and let it go, let it crash, take a dragon, but we could also kill Scout and then bait Nongshim into another bad fight and get even more, and also get the dragon. As I mean, this starts off looking like, okay, maybe they can find something here. Like Kellen ends up getting a massive pot because they just pile on top of him. But then I think it's Taeyun who actually catches clear here with the root under turret. It's a knock up there as well from Lehens.
Oh, and it was Chains of Corruption stolen by Vickler as well. That's what held them all in position for so long after the cannon ulti.
But then here, Scout avoids this Q. Diablo takes an extra turret shot, but then, I mean, what is he going to do? He doesn't have ult, he doesn't have flash. Raptor ults him, they take the turret out, and then Lehens and crew are like, we have to stop them. And they unfortunately are unable to do so. The stun comes through from the Pantheon. Lehens super low, doesn't have his ultimate, can't peel for his team anymore. In live, by the way, it's more of a disaster.
Yeah, Clear is likely to die. There he is, just sort of sliced up. Pop Blossom is going to connect onto a few, but Raptor's also dead. Vickler now has the ulti from Lehens and will be able to kill the cow with it. Now Sponge could be in trouble, but they still have a turret that's on its last legs here in this bottom lane. That's going to deter BNK from going for anything else.
This game is getting weird.
Very weird. As Diablo and Taeyun, this could be a battle for the ages, but just going to walk away.
I mean, it looks like Kingen might get the whole turret here. There's just no one to answer his push right now. He got the kill onto Clear. Raptor was bottom side. And
Kingslayer to close the gap here onto Scout, finds the chains here as the Orianna's in trouble. Vickler doesn't have the ulti, but he's kind of feeling okay about it as Kellen's moving in. Does not manage to get that snare, but there is the shockwave to lock it down still. Sponge able to answer one back. Diablo moving down here towards his bottom side as the Warrior Trickster will get Sponge out of there. A 1-for-1, but the turret not long for the world, so a bit of extra money into BNK's pockets.
And Kingen did not get the full turret on the top side, got it down to one plate. Still was able to pick up a significant amount of money. It just doesn't feel like it's equivalent still. As we'll watch how this broke out. He just gets the stun as ult is ticking. And the stun is not enough here for Clear. Just gets Renektoned.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any friends, doesn't have enough damage to use that stun to kite him out and take him out. Then here, aggressively pushing towards the bottom side of the map is Raptor, right? Which is why they were able to make that play on the top side at the same time. Lehens is Alistair, so can buy a bunch of space here, but there's just too much BNK. And Vickler has just been getting so much value out of his stolen ultimates. I mean, he's untouchable in this fight. No one can shut him down.
Yeah. And let's see whether he can find yet another one. May not be able to get another Unbreakable Will, but we'll just have to see as the Cloud Drake does go over to Nongshim. It's going to be one apiece. Chemtech Soul in this game. Does feel fantastic if you're a Silas, to be fair, but also for Renekton, feels pretty good.
All right,
So
well,
both teams probably feeling pretty good about where the Soul is at, but right now, I don't think that's really at the forefront of their minds. BNK looking to try and continue pushing this advantage that they've managed to accrue for themselves.
we kind of got to this game state now where, like, yes, BNK have a pretty huge lead. It's 2,000 gold for them. As Ezreal is looking phenomenal. The Silas is quite large. Pantheon has been running the jungle. But there was a few like weird exchanges that happened where Nongshim are still kind of in touching distance and some of their spikes are starting to get hit. And the Orianna is eventually going to finish that Rod of Ages. Once she hits 2 items, be a bigger threat. So BNK need to be measured with their aggression, but can continue the aggression.
Yeah, this is not looking too measured as the Cyclone does come through. Shockwave there as well. Decent combo as a Pop Blossom. He's going to get headbutted away. Now Kingen looking to get into that backline as this Raptor that's his first target, and down will go the Pantheon. Taeyun trying to make his way in as Diablo's just going to say no to that. Finds the Mystic shots, and meanwhile on this top side, it's Vickler that's popping off. Can the Arcane Shift come back off cooldown? That's the question, as Taeyun will be able to stop Diablo from pushing forward. Scout on his last legs, but Kingen looking so strong in this game and will be able to stop them from moving forward. So it's actually a 1 exchange here for Nongshim.
Yeah, they end up winning out. Taeyun was unable to join the fight, and yet still, like the beginning of that fight was, okay, it didn't look measured, but it was fairly measured. However, oh, that was really scary if that timing is different.
You can see Scout's like, no, I'm gonna cancel this one.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Just in case, smart move. But the aggression stopped being measured, right? Like the initial part of this makes a ton of sense. Like you have the numbers advantage, right? You're gonna get this turret, it's all fine. But Sponge has this really cool combo. The Orianna doesn't do that much damage yet, but from here you can just go, all right, well, we got the turret, it's fine. Instead, we just completely hard push, and then Diablo sees that there's a Varus in there, and he's like, I'm not even going to go with my team. I'm going to chase Taeyun out. I think if he just goes up here, they do a lot more.
By the way, Taeyun,
he got him this time.
He definitely did. Context. We don't need context. He got poked out and then was in the wrong position as Nongshim now all grouped. As BNK are going to try and siege this inner turret in the mid lane. Got a cannon towards the bottom side as well. Clear sort of free pushing right now as well with teleport in hand if he would like to use it. And BNK, while they keep them busy, this cannon is just going to have free reign, and that is exactly what we can see here. Already taken a plate or two. Might be able to get another one. As you can see, 3 grubs here on BNK at the same time, helping out with that split push.
Yeah, I mean, this is... For Nongshim now, there's just no real estate that belongs to them outside.
Do you want to know the cup half full though, Will?
Sure.
It's been about a 3K gold lead like this whole game.
It's like, it went up like a little bit. It was 2K for a while.
That's true. But it hasn't gone up noticeably largely.
I think that more than gold right now is the fact that Nongshim just don't have any vision. They have no part of the map, as I was getting into, that belongs to them. Like, they don't have control over Baron. They don't have control over River. It's not like they have a strong side of the map they can play through here. As Taeyun, I guess he was like, I got Edge tonight, I'm fine. In fact, not fine. As this was right after they had a big win on the top side. Sniped.
Nicely done there by Raptor. He's a very, very large Pantheon as well, 5, 2, and 4.
Notice
champion
that Nongshim are just kind of huddled around the Wukong right now, like maybe they'll overextend, because it's already happened once, perhaps a second time they'll do this. This is a very late rod, completes for Scout, does have level 15 now, is Seraph's.
Yep. Vikla also now has his arm guard complete, so a very, very dangerous Sylas in these fights.
I mean, if we get to a really, really late game scenario, you know, Scout will actually do huge damage, but it's just surviving until that point. That's where the Baron comes in, because more than Chemtech Soul, which is pretty good for Sylas, but we're still so far away from it because it's such a late 3rd dragon.
I mean, it's good for Ariana too, right? You got the shields.
Sure. It's just not that that's the main point that teams are going to decide this game over. I think the Baron and how BNK decide to start it, turn off of it, or rush it, that's going to be the big sticking point here, because if they bomb a Baron setup, then Nongshim can get right back into the game. It's a massive lead, and they look like right now they have no intention of trying to do a Baron throw. They're just going to play through their prio and map control instead and try to set traps and try to set the idea of a Baron take is what's going to eventually pull Nongshim into them and they can win the fight. Because defensively, that Wukong ultimate is a big problem. The Orianna, great in choke points defensively, but trying to walk over and use them against the Baron setup for BNK is going to be a little bit more challenging. And they have so much vision, as you can see, to the right of the Baron pit, all over the map. And they've even got this control ward here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Dragon has just spawned, but it looks like BNK, they have Baron on the mind. Look at the amount of vision. Like, it's kind of insane,
yeah, like,
the amount of vision control that they have.
BNK are just like, well, you guys backed, so... Yeah, good luck trying to come over here and stop this.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the Slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus as Vikla gets into that backline. Can anyone do damage to this Sylas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? This is ridiculous. Tanks up the Shockwave and gets the chains to get himself out. A Vikla POM in my 2026, Wolf?
I mean, I've already got it locked in because this guy also saved the game so many times on Ahri. Yes, Diablo is popping off, and yes, he got 13 kills on Yanara in game 1, is having an incredible Ezreal game. But for me, this game has been all Vikla all the time. And the second game, where he just runs at Taeyun amongst 3 people and just murders them all and then walks out casually, is, yeah, I think it's enough for me to say, yeah, we knew this guy was good at Sylas, is one of the picks he prefers. As we've kind of said, this guy is almost like Zeka Light for so long. But when you watch his Ahri, the mastery of this Sylas here, as he goes in 1v3, kills Taeyun with a flash on top of him.
Oh my god.
As Clear peels King and away, Pantheon ult to follow up. He knows he can go this deep, he knows his team's there for him for backup. They already got the Baron. And this is the game-ending play.
And he still had his arm guard.
Yeah, he's why would he ever try to be safe?
Yeah, Kellen having a pretty good time as he kind of died at the very beginning of the fight without doing too much. But the rest of his team, my goodness, what a performance. 6-1-2. And does have 10 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Would like to see the Forbidden Book purchased.
Kellen, You know, he won the laning phase with Nico, and otherwise he's been on the bus this game. And
yeah.
I think based on some of his gestures we've seen on the player cam, he's aware of it. But look, the bus is going to the right destination. It's going to a 1-0 start here at LCK Cup.
Precisely.
And he is very happy about it.
If you're on the bus, you still get your name on the Summoners Cup, and that's going to be enough. We'll see whether BNK can actually win Worlds, but I think that maybe it's too early to tell. As in goes Lehens, finds the Pulverize, Chains of Corruption does go wide though, and now Kellen off the bus and straight into that backline to look for the Pop Blossom, and they'll wipe out two of them before this fight has even really started. Kingen gets melted as Vikla doesn't get the chains, as there is the Grand Starfall as Raptor flashes forward. Scout not long for the world, and Taeun this time around is going to be saved till last by BNK as the chains connect, and the cleanse ain't enough for him. A double kill for Vikla, and they will now put an end to this game.
Yeah, Vikla was like, guys, keep up. Raptor, why haven't you ulted yet? Get in this space. Go in between the turrets. I am going to maul them. And down they fall. Nongshim looking out of sorts in this one.
And BNK looking amazing.
The dive, the setups, the coordination, unreal. The drafting as well. Pretty unique here as one last ceremony for Vikla, as I think he, even though Diablo had an incredible series, has outshone him in this final game and will probably pick up a deserved PM. He got my vote, and I
got the cameraman vote as well, as you could see. It was the first one we saw as we hopped out of the game. So incredible performance by Vikla. My goodness, there's a few things that weren't on my bingo card, and one of them that wasn't on my bingo card was Vikla having a complete pop-off first game here in the LCK Cup. And a great look for BNK
Scout had a rough 2025. His Kespa Cup was shaky at best, even though he had some great moments. But Vikla was the reason I voted for Nongshim. I was like, I think he will beat Vikla. I think he'll outclass him. I think that we'll see a big bounce back in the bottom lane. We did not see any of those things, and BNK played phenomenally and absolutely smashed Nongshim in this series.
There he is.
And this is a great look. His hand's still shaking, you can see there.
Yeah.
It's the kind of game you play where nothing can get you down. Your confidence is through the roof. You can't even chart it. And that's the explosive play from Vikla we've seen at his best. The explosive play that sent him to FlyQuest, right? Where he was scouted and sent to the LCS.
I reckon, whoever it was that scouted Vikla on FlyQuest is, watching today and he's like, see? This is why.
He might be a former LCK commentator. But look, we took the LA out of Vikla. He's back.
Exactly.
He's an LCK mid laner now.
It took a bit of time, but we managed to LCK him again. Thanks
Just call
Papa
him
Smithy
Vic.
for creating so much work for us. My goodness.
How could Papa Smithy have known that his true home was the LCK?
Well, maybe because he's Korean. I don't know. Vikla, we're going to have a look at the Vikla highlight reel here as he found a solo kill onto Scout, welcoming him to the LCK. As, yes, he's like, Scout, you have not had your time yet.
I'm an LCK player. You're not yet.
Not yet. And it certainly has been a long time since Scout has been here playing League of Legends in Korea. 9 years, in fact. All right, BNK, their skirmishes are still just so good. And that's why I think we're so glad that this roster didn't change, because that coordination is what made them great.
Yeah. And Kellen is still just Kellen, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm watching these highlights back, I'm like, yeah, he's just Kellen. Absorbed a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and sometimes absorbing pressure is all you need if you've got a Silas that's completely immortal.
I think he was a little shy to talk to the bus driver.
This is my stop, but I couldn't press the button. This time he did get off the bus, though. Found a really good angle, as you can see here. Gets a couple with that Pop Blossom.
Kingen is trying to play the game.
Yeah.
I look at him, he's like, trying to play the game. And Vikla's like, get in here, Raptor. What are you doing back there? You can't hit them from there.
Diablo, get in the picture. Yeah, they're still a long way away, as we can see. Yeah, a few nights.
Vikla's like, oh, the turret's still up, okay.
Feels like another day in the office, though, for BNK. Judging by these voice comms.
I think there's a lot of really strong comps that this team could put together with their play style, and I do think that we are going to see great things from this team. I am really looking forward to seeing what else they've got in store for us.
Me too. I think I may have done back-to-back BNK predictions this week, and I'm feeling really good if I did indeed predict them in their next matchup as well.
I predicted Nongshim here after a lot of debate because I was like, I'm not ready to trust Vickle. We don't have any tape on him for a while. Guess what? We got it. I was wrong. He picks up POM. It might be unanimous. We don't know. Probably not because Diablo had a really good series as well, but
that Silas game, man. Like, I know recency bias is a thing, but he also managed to, like, you remember when the, like Malphite just left and then Taeyun got hit by that charm? Like, a lot of these moments, especially with the fact that he out-rotated a Talia in lane. Like, that's not necessarily what you're supposed to be able to do on a champion that doesn't have a wall that you can ride on really fast. So it was just beautifully played, I think, in both games by Vickler. And such a surprise, but a welcome one, I have to say, because BNK didn't change their roster, just shows that they are continuing to improve over and over again.
That's pretty cool. We get to hear from Lyra.
Yeah, true.
It's his birthday as well. Happy birthday, Lyra.
And Lyra is someone that has been around the LCK for a really long time as well, so we will be getting some insights, which is going to be very fun. I kind of missed talking to Lyra because he was used to be here and, you know, would share a few things, some insights about the LCK.
Maybe this time he will for us as well on Global anyways.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll be able to have a chat with Vickler and then a chat with Lyra immediately afterwards on the space. But I want to know, like, what is it that gave Vickler all of this ability here in 2026? Maybe it's an even-numbered year, you know? I don't know.
Maybe. I think
it's
maybe
the year of the underdog
grinding.
because World's back in NA again. Maybe that's what it is.
Could be. He's been grinding though. You know, I mean, it's very obvious that he came in today feeling like, all right, it's time for a fresh start, new year, new me. And so far, good look. There's tougher opposition ahead. We don't think Nongshim is necessarily one of our top teams right now, but I thought this was going to be a 3-gamer. I thought Nongshim would win. Completely wrong.
Yeah, now it is time to hear from the man himself, so let's throw it over to the interview with Dia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We are here with Vickler on the side of BNK DRX, who took a clean 2-0 victory against Nongshim. Congratulations! Vickler, that was such a confident ceremony after your victory. How do you feel? You know, I didn't come here thinking that I would get a 2-0, but, you know, it makes me really, really happy that we were able to pull that up. What do you think was the biggest factor for this clean victory? I think it's because we are on 2-year experience with the same team, so I feel like our synergy has really come up so far. And it was actually a mid matchup against Scout, who had returned to the LCK. So how was it? No, Scout, you know, everybody knows that legendary name, and I was a little nervous going up against him, but it went pretty well. And in game 1, your team instead picked Nautilus, and it wasn't a support but a jungle Nautilus. So how did you guys come up with this? You know, I think Raptor was the one who actually mentioned it, so, you know, I'm really glad that it actually worked out. It played out really well with our comp. And the game 1 comp looks heavily reliant on Yunara. So, with your Ahri, what was your role? I think Ahri level 6 is a lot more stronger than Talia. So I think I was just trying to play it all out during the game and try to support my team. And even in game 2, you got a solo kill on Orianna with Silas, and you really shined through that Baron team fight as well. So, how would you rate your play out of 10? I would say a 9 out of 10. I think I just have to work harder to make sure to, you know, make up for that 1 point that I didn't get today. Thinking about the last LCK Cup last year, BNK DRX had actually fell short of expectations. So what can we look forward to from you guys this year? You know, this year, obviously, we want to make sure that we're able to pull off as many wins as possible this year. And it's your new coach, Lyra's birthday today. Looks like you guys gave him a birthday win. What would you like to say? Lyra, congratulations, happy birthday. And I think we got a birthday buff from you, and that's why we were able to win today. You guys will have to carry the momentum forward. And your next opponent will be Brion. Now, Brion is a good team. I want to make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves and make sure that we stay our heads in the game. And that's the end of the interview with Vikla, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is a 2-0 victory for BNK FearX over Nongshim. Multiple different heroes throughout. Vikla getting the POM. Diablo getting 16 kills in game number 1. They're looking like a well-oiled machine.
And I think as well, when we looked at the start of the week, this was one of the matches we thought maybe could have been closer, could have gone either way. BFX proving that is not to be the case, and also getting a big win for that group.
I mean, also, it was really surprising performance by Vikla, because whenever you think about Vikla, he's like kind of coin flippy player. But this time around, he was the one who was really solid. Especially his Ari game was like he's making all the plays by himself as well. And also, like I don't think many players wants to play Silas into Orianna because we consider Orianna as a primary pick. So I think he improved a lot this year.
Yeah, did great. You see the votes there. We pull up the Palm and Poments because it was Vikla picking this one up and doing it pretty convincingly. One analyst giving that one
cheeky little jungle.
Yeah,
you know,
right?
Sure.
Our analyst.
Maybe I think he put the points on the Nautilus flex pick. Maybe. Because it actually gives advantage and it opens up a lot of ideas for the team. So yeah, I respect that.
All right, let's get to Poments. Ox, let's start with you, brother. Oh, me. Sorry, Helios first. Helios first. Thank you for that new item build I will be using from now on in the jungle again on that Nautilus.
Yeah, with the Boundary Pipe, super cheap, you know.
True.
People abusing it in other roles. Yeah, so a little bit of copying there. My comment, you know, hijacked the POM from AD Carry. Looked like game 1, especially on the Yunara and some Ezreal moments. Maybe it was going to be a Diablo show, but no, Vikla taking it.
Yeah, again, like I really like how he played around the team, because I think last time whenever we see Vikla, he was always struggling to find the window by himself because he was not leading the team. But this time around, he played against
legendary spirit.
Yeah, because we call Scout, you know, like as a legendary spirit from LPL. But now, I mean, he can't really do anything against Demon Fox.
Demon Fox.
We did go in.
It's more like Asian culture thingy.
Okay.
So you guys can't.
I wouldn't get it. Oh, okay.
I'm not saying it. Prince going, Vikla, that's it, my boy, again. Former teammates over on that FlyQuest roster that was assembled by that young guy that is familiar with the LCK. The casters were alluding to him. Well, joining us now is the man who spent some time in the LCS and now victorious coach here and birthday boy. Please welcome Lyra from BNK FearX. Lyra, how's it going?
Welcome to the dance!
Yeah, you can go. Yeah. Okay. 안녕하세요, Lyra 선수.
Hello, Lyra.
Hello, guys.
No, it's not 선수. 선수 means player.
Yeah.
He's still a player. He played last season.
Okay.
He just finished playing. Right? He played on Dig. They had visa issues.
Yeah, big issues.
Speaking the truth.
Move on.
All right. Well, there it is. We wanted to show some of the stats there.
Whoa!
391 career games. First team All-Pro Jungle with Envious, who was the last place team, still first team All-Pro Jungle. That's not easy. Spent time on a Freak of Freaks, Dignitas, and now over on BNK FearX. So as a coach now, we wanted to start with the Coach Comms question. It's new here in the LCK. How do you feel about that added tool, and what do you think is the best way to use it?
I feel like Coach can join during game, so I'm happy about that. But our teammate has already so many comms, so hard to joining. But sometimes they went wrong way, so I can fix. So good thing is I can fix, but bad thing is I have to push some button, and then I have to respawn.
Yeah.
I have to get respawn. So maybe
it's kind of complicated, right?
Yeah, complicated.
Yeah.
First time, so.
Yeah, still very new. We have some moments from game 1 where the coach comms were used. So we wanted to ask, what were the coach comms going on in these moments. We have some clips to play. You'll be able to see and ask what was said to the players.
현민아 이거 집 빨리 잡고 용 준비 좀 해줘.
Reset fast for the preparation of Drake.
팀 전략이라서 좀 빡세긴 한데
It's a team secret, so I can't really say things.
네, 개인적으로 좀 약간 레인지가 짧아서 오브젝트 싸움을 빨리 하고 싶어서 이제 렉사이를 부르는 컴이었습니다.
So like we really wanted to take the fight on the objective, so like we just called Rek'Sai fast enough. So yeah, that was a simple call right there.
Yeah, I think we have another moment as well a little bit later on.
Yeah, that one was at 14 minutes. This one was at 25 minutes before the big long fight that went down to the bottom side of the map.
깼으니까 탈리아 앞에 나오면 점사도 좋고 지금 말파 그랩 하면서 노틸러스 궁 고연해도 너무 좋을 것 같아. 원딜 템포 차이 난다. 알겠지?
So he was basically talking about the like tempo and also how to engage the fight. So like, do you actually feel confident enough to call it off? Because I think as a coaching staff, maybe sometimes like you cannot know better than the players, but like how made you to like confident enough to push that button in that moment? 어떻게 그러니까 이제 어떻게 보면은 선수 입장에서 조금 더 잘 보일 수가 있는데 이제 코치 입장에서 아 이거는 내가 꼭 말해야겠다 하는 그 포인트가 있어서 이제 좀 그런
첫 번째 세트는 굉장히 우리가 노틸러스 정글을 준비했기 때문에 말파이트와 노틸러스의 강점을 잘 이용해 보자와 첫 번째 게임에서 유나라와 아펠리오스라는 현존하는 제일 좋은 원딜들이 있어서 좋은 정글러들과 가장 센 원딜들 잘 이용해보자라는 팀 컨셉으로 갔는데 그걸 순간 약간 망각한 것 같아서 다시 한번 리마인드 시켜주는 느낌이었어.
So yeah, I mean, I just made that call because I thought we have a strong playmaker, which is Nautilus, and also we already knew that the strongest AD carries like Yunara, Aphelios is the main target, but our team forgot during the game because they were focusing on the other stuff. So that's why I reminded the players that we have to focus on playmaking by Nautilus on their hyper carries.
So cool. Like, it's so cool to hear insight on this new coaches comm thing and how you use it. Thank you for sharing. Here in 2026, you're joining a BNK Fearx roster that has no roster changes.
Yeah.
You, Gen G, the only teams that don't have roster changes. So what is that like, and that you don't have to worry about how new players fit?
일단은 결국에 시즌 말에 가장 걱정했던 건 나쁜 버릇을 어떻게 고칠까, 그리고 이 선수들 속에 잘 어떻게 녹아들까가 제일 걱정됐는데 그런 걱정은 이제 거의 없어진 것 같이 너무 선수들이 인간적으로 좋았고 지금은 우리가 강점을 이용할 수 있는 단계가 온 것 같아서 로스터 체인지 없는 게 지금은 너무 장점만 있는 것 같다.
Yeah, so first of all, I was kind of like, it was really hard to figure out how to fix the bad habits that they already have because they're in the same roster, right? And also, as I am the new one, so it was really hard to chip in into their relationship, but they all have really nice personalities, so I have no issue with that. And also, like right now, we're really confident with it.
Yeah, they do seem all like nice guys. Dan, do you have any final question here? All right, what did?
I mean, what can I say? It's a special day for him as well, right?
It is a bit of a special day, and it requires some celebration. Everyone at home in chat, happy birthdays to Lyra. It's his birthday. There we go. There we go. Let's get the hats on. All right, I didn't have a hat for Ox, so he can just do the sunglasses.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. 생일 축하합니다.
Happy birthday, Lyra!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Lyra!
It's too much celebrating, so
That's right. Okay.
I'm really thankful about you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming and joining us on the desk. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to say to your fans?
I really want to use my English, but I still not enough. So I got help by him, but I still wanted to say thank you, like global fans.
Wow, that was great. That was great.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm ready to say like this. So
No, it's pretty great. Everyone, Lyra from BNK Fearx victorious after the 2-0 victory. As we take a look at the standings now, this was a close match. Could have gone either way with Baron or Elder, but it goes to the side of Group Elder that now take a commanding 3-1 lead here in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, I think Group Elder really starting to pull ahead, and it's these matches between teams like Nongshim, teams like BNK Fearx, where it's really going to swing things, because obviously when Gen G plays, they're probably just going to rack up wins, but it's the middle of the pack showdowns that could really end up defining the group. So right now, with Group Elder pulling a pretty sizable lead, and HLE still yet to play, I know their first match is against T1, but if they get an upset there, it might be really rough spot for Group Baron.
I mean, it was kind of depressing moment for the Nongshim fans as well, because we expect something more from the LPL players like Scout and Taeyun, but nothing really happened, you know, like maybe, I don't know, maybe they have some language barrier issue.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of moments in that first game where it felt close. Like, you know, you're just one threaded volley away from changing the fight if you're Scout. Maybe stepping up a little bit too far forward there on the Aphelios, but it was getting late. Didn't quite work out. They'll go back to the drawing board. You know, everyone's played a game here in LCK Cup. Everyone except one match that needs to be played between two teams that, you know, may be a little familiar with each other. Not talking about the DN Supers versus D plus Kia.
Oh, you're not? Oh, sorry. I was looking at top matchup. You know? That's what you were talking about.
Huge matchup tomorrow in our second set. It is T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. The storylines, the trades, World Championship, the LCK Cup holders, the first stand holders. Everything is on the line tomorrow. It is going to be a banger. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye.